Hello, hello, I'm Johnny Massacre. Welcome to the cheeky live stream number 191. This is my Tokyo vlog where I just talk about whatever I feel like. And you're invited to talk with me. So let's talk together about whatever's on your mind, as long as it's well-meaning and respectful. This is a place where the brief is quite simply to be excellent to each other, much like Bill and Ted said. Hope you're well. I'm absolutely knackered and overstimulated. So I thought what I'll do is probably drink 2 black coffees and enter into a caffeine-induced psychosis. Why the hell not? So I was thinking about flying to London tonight to try to see my friend, who's not in a good way, but he's really gone off the radar. I can't get hold of him. And really it's dependent upon the price. So I think, unfortunately, I have gambled and lost. I noticed flights, if you book it really close to the flight, sometimes the price goes down because the airline wants to fill the seat. But on this occasion, it looks like the price has gone up. So if I do end up going to London, it's going to be very last minute. It's about 9:43 p.m. now in Japan, and the flight is, I think, is around 9 a.m. usually. So if I look at the flights now, then I can find out. But it wasn't looking good the last time I checked this. Flight to London. Timing's not ideal. Arsenal are playing in the Champions League final this weekend. So the original plan was to wear my Arsenal shirt with my special number, my best friend's number, 22, 10-22, 22-22. It's also coincidentally 22 years since Arsenal last won a title. And then I was going to wear his shirt to the parade on Sunday, hopefully after we win the Champions League. Even if not, we've already won the Premier League. And then I can hand him the shirt because we're a team and we finish the season together, even if he can't be there. And there was also my favourite DJ, Andy C, is playing on the 14th of June. So I would stay for a bit longer than I should. And the lineup he's in is a memorial for a DJ who passed away called Randall, one of the best drum and bass DJs of all time. And the guy, the best drum and bass DJ of all time, Andy C, looks up to and looked up to. And you'll never see a lineup like this again because now all the top DJs play at festivals and stuff. So I really wanted to go to that. So let's see the options, shall we? Yeah, so it's funny. There's a flight in 2 hours, 15 minutes. Shall I just go like this without showering? So usually they're about 250,000 yen. It's about $1,000. But now, instead of 250, it's 450, around 500, 450. It's about $3,000 or more. I don't really want to pay that. I was hoping to find one a bit lower. If it went into the 300,000s, I probably would just snap it up. But the prices keep changing, and now it's not really looking too tasty. But it seems to change by the hour. You never know. 457,000 is a lot. Is a lot for a flight in yen. Then of course there are some that are not non-stop, but Yeah, 32-hour flight with a transit. Nah, bro. That's not going to happen. Yeah, there are really cheap ones for about $1,250, but they stop in Qatar and stuff like that, which is kind of a bit dangerous right now. So that wouldn't be very smart, would it? Three stops, 36 hours. Hell no, bro. 3 stops. Imagine. Can you imagine? Qatar, Emirates. Yeah, okay. So let's be honest, this probably isn't going to happen. Nah. Zip Air. There's a flight on Zip Air. Zip Air. 4 stops. Fucking hell, bro. Stopping everywhere. Hell no. 42-hour flight. Wonderful. Hong Kong, Air China.
Slub69 says 14-hour flight.
That's right, Slubsy Wubsy. I think I saw one that stopped in Poland or something. There was a transit. I don't want a transit, but that would be an option if I really changed my mind and decided to go. The other thing is, so my friend, he's going to go out of hospital for a week to see if they can get the bilirubin down in his liver. I think that's where it comes from. Yeah, it is. And it came down a tiny bit from 270 to 230, but it has to go down to 100 for him to start chemo. Otherwise, they can't. So he's going to go home for a week. And that was announced by his missus 3 days ago or so. So I sent him a message. And I sneakily kept it like a bit open to not say I'd be back in England or not. Because we usually watch the football online. I said, yes, bruv. Heard you're heading home for a week. That must be freaking sweet. Not sure if your energy levels allow it, but if you want to, I'll be around on Saturday for the Champions League final if you want to watch it. No pressure, of course. Just let me know, my G. Other than that, sending you best wishes, mine and Freund. So that's all I sent. So if he says I want to watch the game, then I could sneakily say, well, actually, I might be back in London, bruv. What do you think? But if he doesn't even respond for just watching it online, I think it's safe to assume that the guy's in the wars. It's really hard to play it. And again, I met someone today. They told me they had a friend with stage 4 cancer, and they said that they just didn't want to see anyone. They couldn't handle anything because it's so stressful. What they're going through is so stressful. They just don't want anyone to be around. So, yeah, I mean, I could go all the way back to the UK, and I mean, it would be nice to wear his shirt at the parade and give it to him, but yeah, it's a nice gesture. I just thought if I could make 1% difference to his morale, that could be something. But even that could make it worse. Oh, you're all stressed out, and there might be a bit of a funeral atmosphere. I don't know. And then suddenly your mate's here. Can you see your mate? It's the last thing you want. You're thinking about your last time on Earth, and in a movie you'd want to see your best mate, but in reality it might feel like a lot. You just want to get home. You just want to go to bed and talk to your wife. So I don't know. It probably doesn't make sense to go. If the ticket had been cheaper, I probably would have just done it, and then just if I couldn't see him, drop the shirt off. But I mean, who knows? Maybe he'd rather just do a video thing or an audio thing. I don't know. So as for flights, yeah. Egypt Air. Hit me, Slubs. Oh, your message ain't coming through. Oh, it is. Thank you.
69 says my advice to you is if he responds, fine. If not, I'd leave it out, but let him know you love him and are thinking about him.
That's kind of what I figured. Imagine you're like you've been on your deathbed with cancer, and someone's like, "Hi, can I come and see you?" Just like fucking hell, bro. I think I could kind of get it. I mean, there are flights that are more affordable. 240,000. That's how much it would normally be. That's about $1,500. That leaves tomorrow 10 in the morning, and then it gets in 27 hours with a stopover in Kuala Lumpur. If I really wanted to do it, if I really wanted to do it, I never fucking transit because I hate it, but I'll do it. I'd do it for him. The options are still there for a last minute thing. So I'm going to wait to see his message. And it would be great to see my dad and my mom and hopefully my bro, but I wouldn't count on it. And it'd be great to see the Arsenal. The Arsenal. Ethiopian Air. Slavs, would you fly on Ethiopian Airlines? There are options, man. There are shitty options if I really wanted to do it with the transit. This would be the one. It's a Polish thing.
BrWR says, are you using Google Flights?
I am, mate. I am. How you doing, Brad? So this would be the one. Okay, 282,000 yen. A little bit more expensive than normal, but what is that? About $1,700. $1,750. And that would leave tomorrow in the evening, and then I get there on Saturday morning, still in time for the Arsenal game.
69 says my da's best mate died a few weeks back. They were besties for 50 years, but my da couldn't make due to his health, so he told him on the phone. Some things don't need to be said, you get me? Yeah,
I hear you, bro. Yeah, bro. Mate, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. I think stories like that now make more sense to me. So I'm sorry, bro. Okay, so look, we've got these options. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay, this makes sense. Okay, so it would be something like this, like $1,750. Departing 10:50 p.m. from Narita. That's the shit Japanese airport. Well, it's not shit, but it's the less good one. You want to get Haneda because it's closer and smoother. 10:50 p.m. from Narita.
Slav 69 says sup, Brad.
Okay. So 14-hour flight to Warsaw. Go to Poland. 6:05 a.m.
Hey everyone.
Hey mate. Then an hour and 20 minutes later, just an hour and a 3-hour flight to London. So that's there. I could fucking do it, bro. 14 hours to Poland. What difference is it? 14 hours to London, 14 hours to Poland. Same shit. And then wait an hour and a half, and then 3 hours to London. I'm in Saturday morning, and then watch the Arsenal, see my friend.
69 says Ethiopian Airlines. Nah, I'd rather go on Eritrean.
I fucking wouldn't. Well, I actually would neither, bruv. So it's there, but I kind of feel like
69 says also Malian.
You don't want to gamble with this stuff, but if my friend can get his bilirubin down and can start chemo, then maybe he'll be a bit more up for seeing people, and we'll get, because it's all so sudden, right? I haven't heard from anybody. They're fucking planning for his first week at home. It might be his last week at home, and then they suddenly turn up. Hi guys, it's probably the last thing they want. Let's be real. And then hopefully, if he can get the bilirubin down and start chemo, maybe they'll say, oh, you can have visitors. Then it would be a good time to go, right? Spend some time. And the original plan was I wanted to go in August anyways because it's so hot in Japan. So maybe like, fuck, I don't know. Like a flight at Christmas is half the amount it would be to go now. So maybe I should just buy one for Christmas and then if he's available in August, could still do that, and it would end up being the same as one flight, getting 2 flights, one in December and one then. It would kind of make more sense, but you don't know how much time there is left. But then, like I said, you might, if I knew that he was suddenly going to go, then I'd probably just fucking go anyways. So it's really fucking complicated. Then you have fucked up thoughts like, well, it's so expensive that if he doesn't make it and then there's a funeral, it's hard to afford to go now and to the funeral. But you don't want to wait until the funeral, which you have to go to. You'd rather see someone while they're still here. But when I tell people about this, their reaction is usually I'm sorry or whatever, and I just say there's nothing to say. There isn't, because death is fucked up. There is no answer to it. It is what it is. So I'm gonna just see if I get a message or whatever. Even if I get a message tomorrow, there's still enough time to do something. And I'll just keep watching the flights, I guess. But my gut feeling is I probably won't go. It just feels really rushed, and suddenly got no plan with them, no response from them. Could actually put more pressure. Even if I say like no pressure, could put more pressure on. Well, he's come all the way down. No matter how I frame it. Yeah, so I'll just keep watching. I keep looking at the cheap flights, or the cheapest flights, and we'll take it from there. I was listening to some Sonic the Hedgehog music earlier. But I'm fucking knackered today. I was working today. Pretty, put in a good shift. And when I come back, I just think, what can I look at? What can I search for online that would make me happy? Other than shark attacks, it's Sega. I just search for Sega. Apparently there's a pop-up in Japan. Only open for a week. I think it's should shut any time around now. But apparently they're selling some exclusive items and stuff. So I thought, and then I just, that reminded me of the music. So I started listening to the music on Spotify. Holy crap. The Sonic the Hedgehog soundtrack is 10 out of 10 brilliant. And that's not just nostalgia saying that. It's genuinely brilliant. And that's why I have nostalgia, because the music was so good. It made that game such a memorable experience. It's godlike. Every single stage. And I love coming back to these great things that are also nostalgic.
Says howdy.
What's up, Milkster? The Milkster. Yeah, Sonic music is so good. And you know, when you come back to this old classic stuff that you're nostalgic about, you sometimes see it in a new light. Every time a certain amount of time passes, 5 years, 10 years, you have a new perspective on it. I love that. Today I was listening to this music for the last, I think it's the last boss. There's a specific song for the last boss. And it's so good.
Says you going home or no?
I'm leaning towards no, to be honest. I'm leaning towards no, but the door's open. I'm waiting for a reply from my friend or his missus. If I said, do you want to watch the game? And I left it open, ambiguous, like it sounded like it's online, no pressure. If I don't get a response, then it's probably might be a bit forceful for them to try to muscle in on their plans. He must be, yeah. I'm leaning to it, but the door's open up until 10 p.m. tomorrow. It's 10 p.m. now. Yeah, the music for the last boss of Sonic the Hedgehog is so good. It's insanely good. Especially the bass line. I'll see if I can play a tiny little excerpt from it without getting copyright struck.
Third display said Badger says hey now.
What's up, Badger? How you doing, girl? Great to see you back. You didn't ajay us. Bruv. Sonic the Hedgehog. bro, that bass line is so fucking, it goes so hard. Dun 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 dun, and then it goes boom 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 boom, but it sounds so menacing. It's so good. Boom 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 boom, but it sounds so cold. I could totally imagine that in an electronic music track with some rocking bass.
Video game music is fine for copyright because streamers stream video games. I ever get copyright if I just use video game stuff.
That's a great point.
Just says, oh, that's when you have to fight Dr. Robotnik.
That's it. That's it. Let's do it then. Doesn't that go hard as fuck? Specifically that boom 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 boom. The texture of the bass is nasty as fuck. There's something so memorable about that dun 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 dun. It's fucking, dude, all of these songs are fucking godlike. You get the strings here and they cut away that kind of that other instrument. This part is so clever. This song is beyond godlike because they can't make the songs too long, because it's just a 16-bit console. So you've got the main, you've got, it's so, there's like a pre-chorus, there's an intro, and then there's, I guess it's a chorus, and then you have that super fucking smart workaround back to the chorus. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. It got that tension part, and then it makes so much sense when the chorus comes back. It's fucking godlike, bro. There's quite a lot going on. There's like 3 lead sounds.
Fatima Kesting says the fella who does all the Zelda stuff said he thought his stuff was okay until he heard a live orchestra perform it. Like, that shit is in my soul without real instrumental mayo.
It's crazed.
Just says reminds me of some of the mid-80s electronic pop. Mirror D80 says hello, all best wishes.
What's up, Mirror? It's so godlike. As soon as it does that, you know where it's going. Da, 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 da. It's this kind of it meanders off like that and comes all the way back.
Even if you don't know the Zelda games, I would recommend catching one of those live shows. It's so good.
Fuck it. Who did this, man? Who fucking made this? Let's give them a medal. Then second stage, exotic. Showing the range of the composer. I'm pretty sure this is a harmonic minor, right? It gives it that Eastern flavor. It has to be. And man, the Mega Drive sound chip, which is FM based, it's abrasive. It's sharp, but because it's analog, it still has a smoothness to it. Again, these tiny little, I don't even know what they are. Like, they're kind of like little bridges. This is edgy as fuck. It's cool. It just sounds cool. It's obscenely funky as well.
Says that does sound pretty cool. I don't remember the Zelda music, but I'd like to see the comparison of the video game music and then it goes to the orchestra version. That's neat.
Should be awesome. So they're doing a Sonic Orchestra. It's coming to the States, and it's coming to London as well. Again, the bridge, whatever the fuck it's called in this, is so godlike, because usually the bridges in this have a tension to it that needs to be resolved, but this one starts off quite aggro, and the bridge in this is actually very happy. It's so good. This part. Perfect. It's literally masterful.
Casting says Sonic has a pretty good orchestra show too. Mirror D80 says, are you going to UK? Was there a reason the GF didn't respond? Thirdisplee said, Badger says, really, that's wild. What orchestra is doing it?
So when I was searching for Sega, because I like Sega, it came up. Yeah, I was thinking about going and visit my friend in the UK, Mirror. Okay, so Sega News. We should actually have a look at this.
Milkatima Casting says, I still have to watch that movie Tar because all my friends were like, the Monster Hunter Orchestra is at the end, and I'm like, thanks for the spoiler.
Oh no, it's so hard to avoid spoilers these days, isn't it? Look, here we go, musical experience. Sonic the Hedgehog musical experience with Sonic live in concert. Fucking, they got the KOs.
Milkatima Casting says they have different groups when they travel.
Sonic live concert. Wow, okay. So the production will debut in the US at the Dolby Theatre in Hollywood on September the 26th, 2026, before making its European premiere at London's Eventim Apollo.
D80 says, yeah, I remember talking about your friend. Did his relationship end up contacting you back? You were saying that they were not responding.
Yeah, no, they haven't responded.
Says, oh shit, is it all the rock music?
Dude, apparently, well, it's everything from the first game up until now, so... From the very first game through today. You better be asking Lim Limmer to get some tickets. Accompanied by synchronized high-definition footage of iconic levels, moments, and boss battles. Come on, man. Audiences can expect musical Easter eggs woven into the arrangements, adding an extra layer of discovery that brings Sonic's world.
I wanna hear Live and Learn Live.
The concert also highlights the creative legacy behind Sonic's music from legendary composers Jun Senoue and Tomoya Otani, whose work has helped define Sonic's sound across generations. Yeah. It's mad how the new generation today actually still kind of loves Sonic, somehow. Here we go. Washington, Seattle, Portland, San Diego, Hollywood, Arizona, UK. Damn. Okay, I won't be there for that. I would love to fucking go to that. Dude, it's America heavy. London got one date. One little date. Shit, they're everywhere. Texas, Colorado, Nevada. Basically, it's every state, it looks like. Oh, no, here we go. Okay, next year in the other parts of UK.
Milkatima Kesting says the only reason we saw Sonic 3 in theaters was for the kids, and he already got me tickets to the Zelda concert years ago. I'm not pushing a trip about it lol.
Lim Limmer, you know what to do, cuzzy. Milkster's smart. You see how she worded that? You've got to buy the family tickets now. And that's the bottom line.
Milkatima Kesting says St. Louis is pushing it lol.
So we had a Sega pop-up store this week. It ended today, if you can believe that. I have missed out. Never seen before items in Shibuya for its...
Says, do you think there be a reason? I can only think of one but don't really want to mention it. Third Please just says unless it's an NC within 20 minutes from where I am I'm not going lol, that's how lazy I've become.
I think it's just because he's going to have his first week at home since he went into hospital, so they're just busy working it all out and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. The vibe doesn't tell me to go down there. Fan of all things Sega? Well, you're in luck. To celebrate its 65th anniversary, the video game company's opened a 7-day pop-up store in Shibuya, not too far from Sega Store Tokyo. Oh shit, dude. I don't know what this is, but... Oh my god, look how old that is, bro. What's that? Okay, here we go. Video game trivia. Oh, I've seen that before. Bruv, what on earth is that? That is the first ever Sega games for sure, whatever the hell that is. I think Mira knows the answer to this. What is that, bro? Is that a one of the Sonic Badniks, like the rabbit? Am I making this up? It's actually quite, I don't know. Do I like that? So this is some serious deep cut items, apparently. Key rings and acrylic stands.
Okay, glad you're on. Thought I was on a few hours ago and thought you may have slept in. All good.
Oh, no, I didn't. Not because I missed it.
The Sonic movies are streaming free right now. My son's been watching them at bedtime lately lol. We saw them in the movies too. It's weird though, he doesn't play the game, just likes the movies. Mirror D80 says Google image it. Mirror D80 says image.
What's up, 4Z? How could I forget, bruv? This doesn't look very good, does it? This little Sega launch. Like a Dragon. Romania 203, incredibly obscure cult classic.
Milkatima Kesting says, Vic, have you seen the third one? Do you know the lore or no? If not, is the movie enjoyable? Mirror D80 says I use Google image search to find where image is from.
Dude, what is this? Romania number 203, made for Sega Dreamcast in 2000. Incredibly obscure cult classic. Bro, this is not very good. This is some fucking like government funded municipal fucking like community support project. What the fuck is this, bro? That doesn't look very good. Yeah, here we go. International and local artists showcase their work.
Police Edberger says we have the games too. I'd play them with him if he'd play them, but he likes the war games and they bore me.
Including Italian twin brother visual artists pictured above. Bro, I'm sorry, but that is terrible.
Milkatima Kesting says because I'm a Shadow fan so I was squealing in the theater but I don't know how regular people like it.
An acclaimed painter Shohei Ochiai.
Thirdisplay Sedbaja says, I've seen the third one but I'll have to rewatch it. Why, what's the law?
So one of these dudes who did the artwork collaborated with Pharrell Williams. There's probably this shit on the right. You can get a Sega cup. Bro, Japanese merch is so bad. These are like acrylic little bits of plastic with a printed thing inside. You could do better than that, bro. But I guess people buy it, so. Ended today, of all fucking days. Okay. That's kind of a nothing burger, let's be honest. Yeah, that was a nothing burger. Oh, I know where this is. I've DJ'd right in there, bruv. I know exactly where that is. Okay, look, we had some t-shirts, bro. We had some obscure games. Look, we got key rings. Okay, that is actually quite good. I take it back, y'all. Take it back.
Thirdisplay Sedbaja says yeah they introduce Shadow at the end right. Milkatima Kesting says our Empire Earth is on Steam BTW. Empire Earth is the GOAT war game lol. Mirror D80 says reminds me of the Atlas store very overpriced I snagged a notebook lol. Milkatima Kesting
Snag.
Sonic Adventure 2 merchandise is desirable by me also acrylic stands are actually legit. Mirror D80 says the shipping to Australia is criminal. Milkatima Kesting says anything Atlas is overpriced. Thirdisplay Sedbaja says oh I've never heard of that. I'll have to remember to look that up. He might like that milky.
Yeah, no messages from anyone. What can I say? What can I say, bruv? I think it's going to be a heavy gaming night. Coming in 3, 2, 1. I think it could be Silent Hill 3 tonight, y'all. It's funny, I had a very, very brief look at the Silent Hill 2 playthrough live stream, and it was just Milky T message one after another. She knows fucking everything about these games. So we're in good hands. We need to know something. Milkster has got us covered. When I said I was going to play this game recently, she tried to contain her excitement. She says, "Are you really? Might you really play Silent Hill 3 tonight?" I know she loves it. Silent Hill 3. I wonder what the puzzles are like in this game.
Milkatima Kesting says, Empire Earth you start with sticks and stones and work your way up to having robots.
Sounds like Crimson Desert. Even the words Crimson Desert leave a bad taste in my mouth. That's probably the worst live stream I ever did. I can't think of something less enjoyable than that. It just fucks with your ADD. That's the only thing it has. Put me off gaming. Oh yes, it did. Milky, I have questions for you. I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want them answered immediately.
Says, thank God you didn't start. I fell asleep. Lol.
Yeah, I was knackered that day. I genuinely thought I might, but you know I'm a bit of a spontaneous
Milkatima Kesting says no, it's a real-time strategy. Slub69 says J every stream you wear like I fucking hate this game lol. Thirdisplay said Badger says sweet I want robots lol.
Jay, every stream you were like I fucking hate this game. I say that. Every game.
He says dang a grasshopper entered my lounge room. I had to re-answer his ass outside.
That's kind of you. I do remember Resident Evil 4, 95% of that just saying this is great, but there was a part I said fuck this game very briefly. I'm not sure what it was, but it was 95%. I was loving that. I felt.
He says transfer.
Actually, no, this is known. This is channel lore, isn't it? Brad always says this. We don't have fun on this channel. You're the first, but you fucking hate everything. You hate everything that I play. Nearly as much, more than I do, I would say. Even the ones I kind of like, you fucking hate. Right?
Milkatima Kesting says you promised to stop and uninstall Crimson Desert before beating it.
I should have just ejected. I'm usually quite good at ejecting. When something's not working, I'll just 180 and okay, cut your losses. But with that, I didn't. Okay. I got a message from an X say end fray, but it's too open-ended. Sounds a bit desperate, but I don't care. What can I say to her?
Milkatima Kesting says what Slubs does and doesn't like is literally up to a dice roll. Mirror D80 says Johnny you tormented yourself playing on the highest difficulty on Silent Hill 2 and felt you got the worst ending. You should watch the other ending to see which one is better.
I should do. There's going to be a weird ending, right? Because in the first one they had that UFO ending. I think that was impossible to get unless you know what unless you played it a ridiculous amount or know exactly what to do. No, Silent Hill 2, it wasn't that hard. It wasn't that hard, but it was the challenge was just the jank. They respawn enemies. That is the worst part of it, the cheapest shit. But it still works because it's supposed to be this fucking oppressive endless nightmare. That feels really cheap, but trying to get round
says the Shiba ending is best.
Trying to get round the enemies in those tight corridors when the camera's fucking fixed, isn't it? And so you walk one way and then the camera will change to a completely different perspective. So when you're pressing up to go forwards. It's tank controls, right? And you're pressing up, and let's say you're going up, and then the camera angle will change, and now you're going down, but you're still pressing up, and then there's fucking zombies in, or whatever they are. They're not zombies, are they? In the corridor. That was really irritating. Do you remember that boss inside the school, and this filling up with this liquid, this brown, this like black liquid, but doesn't tell you what to do.
The hospital basement where you run from Pyramid Head on hard looked painful. Glad you glitched it.
Is that where you go into there's like water water it's all brown, the wallpaper, and then one of the enemies, God, I can't remember, it's like a hospital bed or something coming towards you, and then there's holes on the wall.
Mirror D80 says the Maria born from a wish adds some interesting mystery to the lore.
I don't even fucking remember that. Was Maria best girl? I remember there was a woman in that who looked like David Duchovny, and she was such a piece of doo-doo stain. She was awful. She was always moaning and complaining, and she's trying to kill you as well. And at the end, right, you go so far, and then everything's burning. She's like, my life is terrible. Just shut up.
Mirror D80 says no, it was where you had to run with Maria.
I don't even remember that. Barely remember. She's best girl though, right? So what's that part? Is it in a school? Definitely there's a school in the first one.
Milkatima Kesting says, Angela is the best, leave her alone.
You like that character? God, I just remember her. I remember thinking, why are you involved with this girl, James? What are you doing with her?
Third display said Badger says brown wallpaper sounds like a fat guy after spicy food that had a blowout. Who buys brown wallpaper?
My thoughts exactly, Victoria. What is it a school where I think you first encounter Pyramid Head? At least you first fight. It's your first fight with him, and then it starts filling up with this brown. There's a little stairs, and it starts filling up with this black liquid, and you can't do anything. You end up running in a circle, and he tries to clonk you, and then he goes away.
Mirror D80 says yes, school was the first dungeon in Silent Hill 2. Mirror D80 says oops, me and one.
All right. I remember that was really obscure. It doesn't really seem like there's anything logical about how to make that.
He says no, it was apartments.
Really? It didn't seem like there was any logic to that. It encourages you to attack him, I feel, because it's such a small environment. Why would you try to run?
D80 says damn typos.
And it feels like if you run in circles enough, the water fills up and then goes away. And the water looked all weird and black. And I think at the time they were probably experimenting with the graphics, and they came across something and probably said, well, this would actually be quite weird and trippy. We'll just leave it in. But with hindsight, it just looks weird. It just looks fucking weird. I did like that game.
Mirror D80 says some battles you just wait.
He's got a clonker. He has a clonker at that point, right? I remember he had some big thing. He's trying to clonk you with it. What was that? What did he have? What was he holding? I thought I had the clonker weapon, but Mirror told me there's an even clonkier clonker that you get. It's like a Easter egg in the boot, in the trunk of a car or something, and it's really OP. I wish I had found that. The mood of that game is kind of classic, right?
Milkatima Kesting says Chalsu started playing the remake of 2 and turned all hints off. His first impression of James was poor James, and I had to keep my mouth shut. Right,
because he's a fucking... Wait. What did he do again? He murdered his wife, right? Or something. He's actually Yeah, no, what was it? He killed his wife on a whim. What's the story? What's the story, Milster? He killed her by accident or something, or he engaged in assisted suicide, say.
Mirror D80 says yup, run around him. And yup, the pipe is a classic, didn't find it either in my first playthrough.
I do love the way that in all these kind of games they put in these little things, just encourages you to explore.
Milkatima Kesting says he couldn't take her sickness anymore and just pillow straight to the breathy hole.
Bro, James is an absolute... But this... Are you surprised with any Japanese storyline that they'd put some madness like this in it? I'm not.
23 says I am back again.
Back again, tell a friend.
My interpretation is odd. I think the town made him think he killed his wife. It makes it more interesting.
Classic games, man. Once again, can we all just take a moment to appreciate the flipping soundtrack of Silent Hill 2? Just the greatest of the greatest of the greatest. Does that get copyright struck? I don't think it does it? Let's put that on. We're gonna bring some serious vibes now.
Mirror D80 says the town is powerful and can do mysteries.
Bro, what's his name? Akira. I always get this wrong. Something Aoka. Silent Hill 2. Oh my god. There's so many tracks in this as well. I have to say, Terror in the Depths of the Fog is also such a fucking amazing song. It's so periodic as well. This is a fucking tune, bro. Mate, Maria, is it Maria? James got a babe. Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head. Gonna give you a fade. Dude, she's all sexy on the floor and shit. Let me show you what I'm seeing. Pyramid Head. James got a babe. Look who's on the floor. Gonna give him Head. Purple leopard skin skirt. That can't hurt. Baby, drop. Give me 20 in the dirt. Look, she's amazing. Da 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 da. This song. So good. Just one chord. One, two, three to the 4, 5, 6. James got a bait. James got a bait. And how good does that sound? Because you've had that rich chord for the last minute and now it's stripped away. This takes on a whole new kind of impact. And the beat comes in, it goes hard as fuck. I mean, this is beautiful, man. What a fucking amazing era, right, of Japanese video games. Look at the design, the sounds, everything. The Silent Hill, I think it's greater than the sum of its parts. Is that the right expression? It's all the things combined. The Japanese design, their interpretation of the Twin Peaks kind of it is massively influenced by Twin Peaks and various kind of Western TV shows. The music, which is really influenced by some Western electronica. But Milkster knows the top tune. This is the tune. You got the sample bass composition. All 90s stuff was like this. That gives it that special flavor and groove. This is just 11 out of 10, bro. I'd go into hell for this girl. Look at her. James got a babe. This guy's a fucking underground legend, this composer, man. Nobody knows his name in the mainstream, right? What a fucking hero this guy is. Extra cred for being underground. It's a mainstream title. People don't know this guy's name. I love this guy. Like, you wouldn't get games made like this anymore because it's gonna be the product of a committee and shareholders want something safe. It's gonna look like Fortnite. Like, fuck, these were good times, man. Look what they used to make. So cool. Yeah.
Mirror D80 says Agulera. Mirror D80 says pretty sure I heard that. Bradwr says, unfortunately you know James' inbox was filled with women after that pillow accident. Hamza after 23
Exactly.
is gonna be watching on TV today and texting via mobile XD. Mirror
Sending
D80
love, mate.
1919 Choice Award costume. Milkatima Kesting says,
Yeah.
Christina Aguilera 1999 Teen Choice Awards.
Exactly.
We did it, we solved the mystery. I call the Shaggy of the group. Mirror D80 says John a Massacre son. Sh3ost. Hamza Safda 23 says hahaha cheers. Edward Johnston says holad. Edward Johnston
Oh shit.
says is this Silent Hill?
Yes.
Hamza Safda 23 says heyo.
Portishead, yes.
Says sounds a little like Portishead there. Mirror D80 says the synth adds to this track heavily.
Exactly.
23 says hey Victoria too. Thirdest Police Edbadger says hey Hamza Gtsai. Mirror D80 says I've got a synth but getting a door with great pugins are super expensive.
You only need one, bro.
Says yeah, my biggest problem right now with anime and games is the lack of other cultures' influences. Japanese people used to travel and engage with other cultures. Hamza Safda
Yeah.
says mutual feeling Victoria. Edward Johnston says did it even put a bit of vinyl crackle in?
They did.
Safda 23 says I am kinda waiting for Bleach final part Milky. The old were always the gold ones. Milkatima Kesting says yes, there's the vinyl crackle. Mirror D80 says Akira Yamaoka. Milkatima Kesting says I never caught up with Bleach, all my friends love it lol, if I'm going to watch any of the big three it's gonna be One Piece. Milkatima Kesting says I missed that comment from Vic very Portishead.
It is, yeah. Right. I'm now experiencing caffeine psychosis.
23 says One Piece is too long and will take me a while to catch up to 1,000 episodes.
When I've drunk this much caffeine, I need something super fucking stimulating. Or alcohol. To basically get rid of it. Fucking hell, mate. It's a downward spiral type conversation here. This is why I love FromSoft games, because playing Nightreign is a game that it doesn't matter how much caffeine I've drunk, it will actually make me forget about the psychotic element. Right now, I need something to focus my attention. These fuck me up. One of these won't, but two will. This is my third today.
Johnston says
Fourth?
video games.
Help, caffeine psychosis. Oh god.
Milkatima Kesting says super stimulating. Near Automata.
Think of the Guardian Ape. I'm fucking autistic for this damn Guardian Ape. But for good reason. That was so good. I actually might fucking play Sekiro again, you know. I might have to. Bing bong, bing bong. Do you remember that? With the fucking sword, the deflect.
23 says if you want a stimulant you need to listen to hard rock and dance crazy.
Am I going to do dance on the stream? Dance like nobody's watching.
Mirror D80 says Near Automata is also on my backlog. Bradwr says, One Piece is not long enough. You'll understand if you start.
This is Brad's favourite thing in the world, basically. After cigarettes and caffeine, it's One Piece. Give him those three things. He'll be alright.
That will be a new. Mirror D80 says I finished the first Nier was amazing before they remade it. Milkatima Kesting says, I now understand why you didn't drink coffee, you have a restraint problem lol.
Yes.
23 says I know I liked One Piece.
So what would happen if you're a girl and you have a nip slip on air? That will nuke your channel, right?
Milkatima Kesting says, I have the original Nier but I haven't started it yet. Thirdisplay Sedberger says, you know what's weird? I learned about Portishead from an older black dude that looked like he only ever listened to rap in his life, had the jeans with airbrushed graffiti art on them and all. Thirdisplay Sedberger says, what are the odds?
I'm gonna hide behind the microphone. Oh, Lord of mercy. Right. Do you know what I was thinking to play? Is a
He says, me and remaster the Ognir.
We could do a point and click. I was thinking of playing Darkseed. Do you know what Darkseed is? Can I show you a still of this game? It's like imagine Monkey. Okay, this is funny actually. So Darkseed is a point and click in the mode of Monkey Island, but it is literally designed.
He says the Ognir had an old man you play as, in the remaster you play as a young man.
It's designed by HR Giga or Geiger.
I mean, what the hell are you wearing to have a nip slip? I say if that happens you deserve it.
Is it that hard to have a nip slip? Okay, this is a stupid male comment, isn't it, that I made? I'm wearing a vest. This shows you how I can't think outside of my own. I can't put myself in anyone else's shoes or vest. Because I'm wearing it. But women don't wear vests without bras, right? Generally they don't. Or they're doing it on purpose. Okay, right. It makes sense.
Says, play the Trader Bro flight booking simulator.
Oh no. Okay, I was thinking, this just hit me randomly to play this game. Is it Giga or Geiger?
Milkatima Kesting says, I don't like that they made Yona your sister and not your daughter, makes it weird for me, but I haven't finished the OG, so lol. Hamza Safda 23 says, ha 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 ha.
I was thinking of playing this game. This is some fucked.
Yes, I've seen streams where women try to do it intentionally when they are losing an argument to get the stream banned.
That's funny.
Sedberger says, I'm guessing you'd have to be wearing a tube top of maybe a bikini top for that to happen.
So this, look, 94 point and click. It's designed by Giga. Because after Aliens, they thought, can we make another franchise as big as Aliens? And look, it's this nerdy point and click. So 90s. But when you die, there's one death scene, it's horrible. There's a thing, they put something in his head. It's really disturbing.
23 says, ha ha ha, Victoria and her ideas will at least make you go viral for sure.
I'm up for it.
Mirror D80 says, what about Eternal Darkness? Very memorable Lovecraft cosmic horror. Edward Johnston says, are we having another postal vote poll for which game? Milkatima.
Here we go.
I used to cut my t-shirts like yours and my boobs would struggle to breath but never threatened to pop out, lol.
Look, so like every night when he goes to sleep, he has these fucked up nightmares, but it's actually really happening.
I'm going to be winning more arguments with my husband from now on. I'm investing in more tube tops. Hamza Safda 23 says, Brad is always thinking about something dark.
Well, this is Darkseed. So look, they put some alien egg in his brain and they open up his head. It looks like a vag. And they've got some loading device here. What would you call this? And it's his nightmares, but it's actually really happening. And then it's all on a time limit. So you've got to do things on certain days. And it's got this really annoying music. But this was all designed by Giga, the guy who designed Alien point and click. But maybe we shouldn't play this.
Hamza Safda 23 says, Johnny's caffeine is getting on everyone.
Bruv, I just can't even concentrate right now. It's so strong, man. These ones are so strong.
Says, I keep avoiding videos on this game because I've been wanting to play it for myself. Mirror D80 says, what, Commodore 64? I heard you have to wait a while for it to load.
Really? Milky, that's Destiny. Used to play this back in the day in my dad's office in London with my bro. We used to be into it. It's pretty frustrating though, because you have to do things on certain days. I'm guessing the game will troll the fuck out of you. So if you don't do something on day one, it will let you go to day two, but you're essentially wasting your fucking time. You're guaranteed you can't progress. So you have to do things on certain days, but Yeah, they used to take the piss back then. With the they'll purposefully make you waste your fucking time. That's where I draw the line these days, is when games purposefully waste your time. That's Crimson Desert. There are so many red herrings in that game. Allow that. We ain't doing that. Mate, Sega Saturn. This came out on Sega Saturn. Sega fucking Saturn, bro. They took the piss. Let's put on a fucking... The other thing is Silent Hill 3 and 4.
Says Crimson actually brought all the games you played to a dessert.
Oh, God. And it wasn't sweet. Silent Hill 3 and 4 has music by the same dude. So he made music for all of these games. So that's another reason I want to play Silent Hill 3. Although who knows if it's anywhere near as good as Silent Hill 2.
Mirror D80 says I use walkthroughs for my Persona playthroughs. Milkatima Kesting says, I like when the developers put in shit to fuck with you, but it has to make me laugh.
I feel bad that we ever used the guide for Crimson Desert, because I feel I could have worked all of those out eventually.
23 says why not play the Silent Hill remake that's lit too?
The way that... Never, Edward. The way that I feel about it, honestly, is if humans can fucking discover electricity, if humans can discover the fucking theory of relativity and gravity, if humans can work out how to fucking make the internet, I can work out what the fuck this puzzle is.
He says that will be the end of Johnny Edward XD.
Replay Crimson Desert. It's never gonna happen.
Mirror D80 says oh please time-based games. Soulborn and roguelites all grind my gears when I play, but watching is fine.
I'm tempted just to do Nightreign with Pipe and Yellow, because we haven't seen any of the bosses in that.
Kesting says my husband had already beaten 4 and 3 by the time I borrowed them, so he would give a vague idea of what to do. Mirror D80 says Persona don't count it not on a timer. Mirror D80 says timer.
Is it really that difficult, Persona, to do without a guide? I tell you a game that would be fucking impossible without a guide is Dark Souls 2. Mate, that is some freaking obscure shit, bro. The most obscure thing in that is in the, was it the Black Gulch? I actually remember some things, the most irrelevant things.
Hamza Safda 23 says Silent Hill shattered memories. Has anyone played that one?
Be careful when you ask Silent Hill questions on this channel, because you're going to get some autistic onslaught in reply.
Edward Johnston says, I'll bleed high on coffee. Come on geezer. Milkatima Kesting says, Persona is the ultimate FOMO game.
To be honest, I'm waiting for an XA Enfray to send me a message so I can just get the fuck out of here and drink some alcohol.
Mirror D80 says yes, Shattered Memories has an excellent intro where you get quizzed psych style. Thirdisplay Sedbudger says, Edward.
My mum just sent me a video. Zipper!
Says BTW the new mini game Leon must die forever for a good stimulant XD.
My mum's got a video. Zipper!
She has that kind of look. Leave me alone.
Zipper!
She bit me the other day when I tried to brush her.
23 says hahaha damn you know it. I too am a great fan of Silent Hill. Thirdisplay Sedbudger says careful with the XX, the post nut clarity can be a killer with those ones lol. Milkatima Kesting says what is Jipper doing?
Jipper is in the garden.
30 outside, but it's cloudy, so a little bit of wind. Anyway, I thought I'd send you this, because I know you absolutely adore Zippy.
Zippy! You want to see Zippy? Here she is. This is quite a non-eventful video, but It's Zipper. Zipper. Look at the undercarriage. Zippy. Zipper. Thanks, Mum. Well, look who it is, Mr. Suarez.
Does she go outside often?
I think she's always out there, just at night. She'll be out there at night, just murdering things. Zipper.
Hamza Safda 23 says, my goodness, Victoria.
What's up, Steven? Long time, bruv, long time. When I do the cheeky live stream, it gets recommended to people who, like, not necessarily into video games. What's up, Steven? Too long, bruv, too long.
Edward Johnston says, is it though lol? Hamza Safda 23 says, Jipper. Hamza Safda 23 says, is adorable.
Jipper! I do miss Jipper. Thanks, Hamza.
Edward Johnston says, crikey.
Crikey, mate, there was a massive croc in the dunny last night. I can't believe how big it was, mate. Oh, crikey. And a spider.
Thirdispley said, but just says it's great cause of the familiarity and the comfortability to be a freak, but then you realize why you got rid of them, lol. Hamza Safda 23 says, fair enough.
Jipper. Bro, I'm losing my mind. It's too much caffeine. Jipper distracted me for 5 minutes, but now it's come crashing down. Feels like I'm being assaulted by an invisible leaf blower. I might look calm on the exterior, but there's a storm going on inside, mama. Jipper. If I drink alcohol, this will go away. Does anyone else get like this when they overdose on caffeine? Jipper. The other thing is running really hard for 2 hours. That makes it go away. Or hitting a boxing bag with all your might. Jipper.
Mirror D80 says, I miss my pet cat Chicho. He was my buddy. Passed away last year.
Aww.
Pay attention to the warning signs.
This is it. Rest in peace.
John has been practicing his accent. Hamza Safda 23 says, my friend's cat name was Mao. Stefan Suarez.
Oh my god.
975 says, happy to have caught you, live well on the way to work.
Me too, my friend.
23 says, sorry for your loss, bro. Mirror. Milk.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
Says, you only need 400 milligrams of caffeine, dude. Hamza Safda 23 says, I have a good control TBVH, so nah, I don't. Milk says, yes, I hear colors, so I can't do too much coffee. Mirror D80 says, Hamza Safda 23 thanks, I've started to think about adopting but not sure yet, still processing.
I want 800 milligrams.
But just says, same thing happened to my Dexter last year, sorry Mirror. Hamza Safda 23 says, yeah, it can always be hard to start over, I understand.
What about Jipper? I miss you, Jipper.
Says, sorry for you too, Victoria.
Sorry, Victoria. What happened to Victoria? Is this a pet? Oh, Dexter. Rest in peace, Dexter. Dexter. That's quite a cool name for a pet. Haha.
23 says Jipper needs a kissy.
Jipper, but she'll slap you in the face though. She's mad, but that's why I like her. Man, my mum, you got to put more effort in with Jipper. Jipper.
Edward Johnston says, retitle this stream to members only, caffeine crash out. BrWR says, cats are such perfect predators that flap on their stomachs is to slow them down if they fall from a high place. Milkatima Casting says, PLZ, come to my house guys, I have 10 cats right now and I don't want to give any away, I'm scared of what could happen to them if they are given to strangers, lol. Hamza Safda make she might give you a liquor. BrWR says,
Oh my god.
yes, drink some more coffee, it will calm the nervous system down.
Brad, like edging me towards an early grave. Fucking hell. Oh my god. No, my caffeine shame must be live for the world to see. This will be one of those videos you come back to when you give it up and you cite this as the moment where it all went wrong.
33 says I am on my way Milky XD. Edward Johnston says the Milky Mansion Party.
That sounds like fun. The Milky Mansion Party. Oh man, where do I get tickets for that? With 10 cats.
Hamza Safda 23 says that'll be fun.
10 cats.
Says, the displeased badger thanks and condolences to Dexter too. I still think I see him at times, but sure they all running around in heaven now in peace and glory. Bra WR says, can you also smell sounds? Thirdest police Ed Badger says, I like the sassy cats, they're funny. Mine attacked my friend while he was playing video games on my couch, literally nowhere near Dexter. He just came around the corner, attacked and ran away again. Bra WR says, Mao is such a good name for a cat. Thirdest police Ed Badger says definitely Mirror. Hamza Safda 23 says but he inspired it from a Chinese.
My ex say end phrase not going to reply. I got a message earlier on in the afternoon. Are you free for a coffee? Not with you, bitch!
Johnston says, Vladimir Putin.
But I had to work. Oh, I got a kind message.
Milkatima Kesting says, I have 3 calico named after the Sonic games and they come as a set because they love each other.
Silent night, holy night, all is something, all is bright, la la la. I love that song. It's Christmas soon. Christmas is coming up, y'all. It's nearly July. Once it's July, we're more than halfway there. What do you want for Christmas? Edward, come on now. This weather is the Aussie Christmas, isn't it? Australians, when it gets warm, they think of Christmas. I'm just going to shut up now and just look at my phone like a fucking zombie. To really complete the effect, I've got to hunch myself over with the shittest posture possible.
Milkatima Kesting says you had the chance to sing Silent Hill and you didn't take it. Edward Johnston says yeah, a smoke will do it. The walk to the store alone would help. Thirdest police Ed Badger says, Christmas.
Silent Hill.
Milkatima Kesting says no Christmas swim dude.
Holy hill. All is... What is it? Bro, if I'm staying in Japan, you know what that means? That means tomorrow we're gonna watch.
Johnston says yeah, Christmas swim is a thing.
We're gonna watch the trampoline. We're gonna watch the Champions League.
Johnston says a Barbie mate.
Oh, mate, throw some fucking shrimp on the Barbie, mate.
Milkatima Kesting says Silent Hill. Take your pills. All is wrong.
Yeah. Silent Hill. Take your pills. All is wrong.
Edward Johnston says play the Blue Stinger Christmas song.
Exactly.
Edward Johnston says Champions League on Saturday.
Bro, I'm getting mine. Oh, no, I can't say that. I don't want to get the channel banned. You're all fucked now. Especially Hamza. Let's poison Hamza's mind with this. Oh my god, I shouldn't have done this.
Milkatima Kesting says, fuck yeah.
It's epic, man. What a rollicking good time this song is. Whimsical Christmas theme. Whoa. Fucking hell, bro. What a game that was. I feel like you need the visuals with that for it to make sense. That on its own doesn't really work, but with the visuals, it's beautiful.
Milkatima Kesting says yeah, but they have Australia sketches lol. Milkatima Kesting says G-Day Bruce. Hamza Safda 23 says Akon I just had
Does it sound like that?
Edward Johnston says is Christmas. Stefan Suarez 9975 says, hey Johnny, should I name drop a list of actors I'll likely be talking to this upcoming August?
Hit me, cuzzy.
The 80s says I went to open the garage and mate there was a massive huntsman spider waiting as big as my bloody hand had to clonk him. Milkatima Kesting says are they good actors?
You clonked a huntsman, mate. You must have reactions of a fucking agent in the Matrix. Because if there's one spider I would never try and clonk, if there's one, I would literally one I would never try and clonk, it is that exact species of spider. That's the fastest spider on Earth, right? The way those things move is world's worst spider. Well, no, it would actually be worse if they were properly venomous. Can you imagine if a huntsman's venom was deadly? That would actually be, there would be fucking myths and legends written about that thing because they're so fast and they're so ugly, so filthy.
Edward Johnston says you hit them with your thongs, mate.
Thongs?
Mirror D80 says yeah, spot on Edward Johnston. Thirdest Police Edberger says are those the ones that jump?
No, but they're militant fast.
Says do you have an airsoft? That's what Mida used to kill spiders with. Stefan Suarez 9975 says, Rose McGowan.
Beast mode. Is there some big autograph signing thing? Bro, my beard is so long. I really want to cut it. Da, 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 da.
Thirdest Police Edberger says flip-flops Johnny don't try and hit them with your banana hammock. Mirror D80 says nah, airsoft illegal here.
Mirror's just saying that so he doesn't get like arrested by Big Brother Australia
Mirror D80
version.
Says even Jill blasters are illegal. Milkatima Kesting says
breathing's illegal in Australia.
Proof. Hamza Safda 23 says hahaha Victoria Mayo. Edward Johnston says budgie smugglers.
Budgie smuggler. Imagine taking out a banana spider with a banana hammock while eating bananas. I'm just going to shut up. My brain is so confused.
Hamza Safda 23 says just trim the beard. The stubble suits you.
I think like having it a little bit longer is good though.
Stefan Suarez 9975 says Jamie Presley, Stephen Dorff, Ethan Suplee, Marley Shelton, James Duval, Jonathan Sheech, Soska Sisters, Simon Rex, Juliette Lewis and more.
Dude, this is your year.
Kesting says airsoft illegal, we used to play war with those. Stefan Suarez 9975 says yes, a horror convention.
Bro, when you do that, come here, give us all the gossip on the celebs. Tell us who was kind, who was sub I can't even speak. I'm going to shut up. Can everyone else just do the talking, please?
Hamza Safda 23 says maybe grow the moustache more.
Have a big cheeky moustache. I've noticed a lot.
Milkatima Kesting says I love Juliette Lewis.
It might just be in my mind, but I noticed a lot more women looking at me recently when I had the beard.
Kesting says tell her I love her lol.
Because I look like a fucking monster. I'm like a monster, bro.
Edbudger says, I heard Jamie Presley has an OnlyFans now.
And the other thing is I'm 43, so I have this atmosphere about me that's different to other people, because most people at 43 look kind of different.
Hamza Safda 23 says we are having a Milky Mansion party XD.
So I got this big fucking caveman beard, walking around like ripped at 43, not giving a fuck. I don't know what it is.
Hamza Safda 23 says yeah, beard attracts women. Milkatima Kesting says also ask her if she wants a cat.
The thing is, most of the women I know, no, actually, it depends. It just depends on the woman. Depends on the woman. Some women hate it. And the other women are proper into it.
Edward Johnston says play a game bruv. Stefan Suarez 9975 says, I've yet to meet Jamie Presley or Juliette Lewis. They are in for flattery from me.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, that's sweet.
Hamza Safda 23 says here a man without a beard is called an alu aka potato.
Oh my god, bro.
Edward Johnston says yes. Mirror D80
Potato.
says I've been trying to unlock a weapon called the automatic Luger in Red Dead Online. It's a lung grind, 3 more level ups.
Automatic Luger. Pop, 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 pop.
Edward Johnston says OX texted back.
No, it's not. It's a friend of mine, but she said something really
Mirror
sweet.
D80 says Red Dead Redemption 1 Johnny thank me later.
People keep saying 1, but I want the full mechanics. Ex-friends say, let me down. I wouldn't mind though. Just cheeky shag in it. That's the other thing.
Testing says LMAO yeah, the last time my husband shaved his beard the kids definitely confused him for a potato.
When I drink loads of caffeine, I get really horny, hey. I just want to bang immediately. Let's go. But then when it wears off, the desire is not quite as strong, but suddenly I'll get in the mode. Just turn me into a fucking animal.
Hamza Safda 23 says ha see even it's their milky.
The milkster.
Thirdest Police Edbudger says beards are great until they stab you in the lip or give you a ration. Fat dudes just need to stop having them all together.
That's the thing, right?
It gives
Some
them
women
a jawline,
ain't
but
into
so
it.
does not eating. Hamza Safda 23 says OHH so both the ladies agree.
That was my reaction when I beat Consort Radahn with 8 Scattertree fragments.
Says, Chelsea's beard is not stabby.
I can imagine Chelsea with a beard.
Hamza Safda 23 says neither too big nor too small. Mirror D80 says you will appreciate RDR2 more once you finish the first RDR, and that environment is amazing. In 2 is jaw-dropping what they did on PS4.
I guess like if you like the first one and blatantly it's good, you will just be wetting yourself for the second one. What other music? Video game. I feel video game music is a good fucking
Mirror
shout.
D80 says the story continues and needs to be played chronologically.
I don't really. Do I really care about the story? Should I?
Stefan Suarez 9975 says do you know who James Duval is? I met him last October when I asked for a hugging selfie with him. He squeezed me. Edward Johnston says, you cannot fuck with me Johnny with 8 Scattertree fragments.
That's it. Mr. Scattertree fragment. He was in Independence Day, that dude, wasn't he? I just looked it up.
Milkatima Kesting says, it's hard for me because I played 2 first and it makes me appreciate 1 way more. Edward Johnston says RDR2 is a prequel. Hamza Safda 23 says play the new Shakira song, Die Die. Thirdest Police Edbudger says once it gets to a certain length it's not stabby, it's that in between phase like the hair of an elephant, super stabalicious.
The hair of an elephant. Stabalicious. What a song that is. The Menace.
Mirror D80 says the fog, rain, morning and night along with snow are all top-notch visual effects. Edward Johnston says the Menace. Hamza Safda 23 says yeah it is, especially if it hasn't been grown for some time and over again. Mirror D80 says yes RDR2 is a prequel but the emotions won't be there if he skips one, methinks. Edward Johnston says what is happening right now. Hamza Safda 23 says Die Die is Shakira new song for FIFA World Cup.
I wanna fly sky high. Vaporwave, baby.
Milkatima Casting says there is nothing bad about Red Dead 2 except when my game glitched and I shot my horse. I turned the game off and put it down for a few days. Thirdestly said Budger says crikey lol. Mirror D80 says Blade Runner Game Lost was a classic too. Stefan Suarez 9975 says James is part of the Doom Generation movie reunion with Rose McGowan and Jonathan Sheech. Edward Johnston says Johnny has gone mental mate. Milkatima Casting says also sometimes things float. Hamza Safda 23 says hahaha Edward and has affected Vic the most in the process.
I need some alcohol is what I need. I need a heavy dose. And then I can fly sky high.
Thirdestly said Budger says oh no that sounds like an Artex moment, I'd have done the same Milky, that's depressing.
Do you know what? If we win the Champions League tomorrow, actually that does call for cracking the champers. If there's one occasion that calls for cracking the champs, it would be Arsenal winning the Champions League. I mean, that calls for cracking 10 bottles of champs. A Nebuchadnezzar of champers. Nebuchadnezzar, second biggest bottle of champers you can buy.
Hamza Safda 23 says maybe some spanking would also do the trick.
Probably would. Probably would. Then you can fly sky high. I should put a video game on, shouldn't I?
Milkatima Casting says but I also obtained a horse while hunting. I saw movement in the woods and fired. Followed the blood trail and was able to revive the horse. Thirdestly said Budger says definitely Hamza.
Cheers, Mirror.
Edward Johnston says tempted to go to Islington for the game. Stefan Suarez 9975 says I made a 3-foot tall 3D printed statue of Rose McGowan with her machine gun leg that I hope sells. Hamza
Bro, you need to paint that as well. Dope. That's for that's Etsy, innit? You just vlog that on Etsy. Dude, get a picture of her. Get her to sign it, and then sell.
Hamza Safda 23 says how has Johnny affected you so much, Victoria XD?
How could I not?
Milkatima Casting says Stephen, do you have an Insta or something?
Stephen, on Saturday, just to celebrate winning the league.
Edward Johnston says in it.
There was a queue from 9 in the morning and it was 1,000 people.
Thirdestly said Budger says, I meant about the spanking that usually works.
So bruv, you gotta be outside the pub. Lol. I wish I could be there, bro. I was half thinking I might be there.
Hamza Safda 23 says Mayo Victoria. Fair enough. Milkatima Casting says no, Vic was always like this. Mirror D80
Don't take
says,
away!
I bought a Welcome to Silent Hill hat for my collection of hats from Etsy recently.
Nice. That would be super easy to make friends if you were wearing that and came across a fellow Silent Hiller. I would have gone to London if the flights would have been more reasonable. I would have. But it feels like, financially, it feels like a stupid thing to do.
Hamza Safda 23 says Milky 2 away Johnny some credit.
The option's still there. Yeah. Bro, they're still selling the one for tonight.
Suarez 9975 says Suarez Stefan is my Instagram y'all. Third display said Budger says Milky. Milkatima Kesting says, I need a hat collection. Edward Johnston says get Daddy Gary on the phone.
Big Daddy Gary, oh my god, bro. I'll be telling tales about this.
Hamza Safda 23 says OHH that's cool.
I wanna fly high, sky high, and go.
Stefan Suarez 9975 says DM me as you want pictures of the rose statue before I paint it. Hamza Safda 23 says for a good spank, daddy is necessary.
I want to fly sky high. Oh, you got the Chucky. My brother is so into that.
Budger says, oh man Milky, I just got rid of a bunch of hats, damn it.
Oh, who's this though from the Chucky movie? Who's all grown up now? That's not the boy, is it? It must be, because he's still relatively young. That must be him. That's mental. I want to fly sky. Oh, there it is.
Budger says, I had a cool corduroy hat too.
The crow. Oh, there. He's the guy who gave you the squeeze. Oh,
Edward
there
Johnston
he is.
Says, is there some stupid route you can take where you transfer 5 times but it's £12?
I wanna fly sky high. That looks like Roger Federer. That looks like Annie Wilkes. That's not Annie Wilkes.
Stefan Suarez 9975 says Alex Vincent.
Alex Vincent. So you make a kind of a big day of that one. That's your event. Yeah, flying high, feeling, man. 9:45 a.m. Could get on that plane. I don't know. I need to stop torturing myself with this.
Stefan Suarez 9975 says Sam Witwer. Stefan Suarez 9975 says Jennifer Rubin.
What you need is that booba girl from Bride of Chucky. What's her name again? She was best booba girl for maybe a good 3 or 4 years, wasn't she? She got the beauty spot. Okay, is it time to black pill?
Mirror D80 says I went to see the director of The Crow and Dark City, Alex Pueros. Milkatima Kesting says, Steven goes harder than me lol, I remember the names of only the actors I really like.
He's proper into it. That's one of his hobbies.
Milkatima Kesting says, Jennifer Tilly, she is still best booba girl #1.
Jennifer Tilly, my god. Oh yeah, she got the poker booba as well. That was an interesting kind of reinvention of the booba. That's a fucking good way to distract your opponent, right?
Hamza Safda 23 says be right back in 5. Milkatima Kesting says, our Dark City is one of my favorites.
Bro, what the hell is From Software doing? They're keeping their cards close to their chest. Stormvale Castle revealed in leaked Elden Ring movie filming. Oh my god, bro.
Stefan Suarez 9975 says, I've met Bai Ling from Crow and made a frame for her.
Cool.
Third display said Budger says, oh, is she the one with the weird voice? Mirror D80 says, hell yeah, has Jennifer Connelly and Kiefer Sunderland real interesting story too. Edward Johnston says, how much you willing to pay for a flight? Bradwr says, defeated Samson. Milkatima Kesting says she's on one of those Real Housewives shows and she's the best thing on there and I hate reality shows.
If it now it's about 460. If it was 330, which I've seen it, I would do it. I just do it 330. Even that's quite a bit more than usual. Anything in the 200 would be instant. If it was 380, maybe. I saw it go down to 330 about 3 or 4 hours before. So that was the plan. But then I kind of learned that these flights, they actually do kind of sell out. And then when one comes on the market, it's like one seat suddenly appearing. Yeah, 460. We're locked at 460. There's an Elden Ring movie. 2028 movie, shooting on location in Wales. The cast for the Elden Ring movie. See, I don't know how they're going to do this. Because there's no real story for it, right?
BrWR says 384 what a flight to Japan to England. You sure that's safe lol. Edward Johnston says you have to buy return too.
Well, no, that is a return. 380,000 yen. So it's 460,000 yen. It's just a bit. It's ridiculous.
Milkatima Kesting says, I can imagine Jennifer Tilly's lines would be long. Does Brad Dourif even do the ad all?
It's basically $3,000 right now for the flight from Tokyo to London return. But if it was 2,000, I'd probably, even then that's way more than usual. But I probably would. I'm basically never going to see Arsenal win the league as well.
WR says,
ever again.
100,000 okay.
Dude, $100 million being spent on an Elden Ring movie, Alex Garland. But it has to be really obscure, like an art housey, plot-wise, and they're never going to do that. Dude, Elden Ring movie is actually filming right now. Collaboration with George R.R. Martin. Holy crap. I did not know this. That's crazy, dude. I'm sure they'll find a way to fuck it up, though. Released 3rd of March 2028. Sold 30 million copies. They wanna fly sky high. Who's in it? Who's Alex Garland? He's directing. Better be good. The Last of Us and Parks and Recreation star Nick Offerman is set to join the cast. Kit Connor, Ben Whishaw, and Kaylee Spaney have already been confirmed for undisclosed roles in the Elden Ring movie. I did not know they were doing this. Elden Ring movie. Don't know any of these people. Jonathan Pryce is in it. He's famous, right? Damn. This is actually happening, y'all. Mate, how are they going to pull this off?
Thirdest Police Edberger says remember the days we could get excited about movies and they might actually be good, even great, possibly those were the days.
Exactly, Milky. Here's a crazy thing. So having Martin's name attached to it, imagine if just on its own obscurity and association with Martin, it just does really well with normies who haven't even really heard of the game. Plus you have the gamers going. That would be a rip-roaring success.
Mirror D80 says I wanna go back.
Take me back, bro. Take me back. Dude, in a single year, we had absolutely unbelievable releases of games. All kinds of fucking mad games. Like, holy crap. We had Metal Gear, had Resident Evil, and all that shit. Halo, all this stuff. People making new things.
Milkatima Kesting says apparently we are the same person lol.
Alex Garland. What did he direct? 28 Days Later. Oh no. This is not going to be good. Let's be honest, that's not a great film. His first novel, The Beach. He's an author? Okay. "28 Days Later." Day of the Triffids.
Milkatima Kesting says Ex Machina it was very good. BrWR says, the movie is going to be good. The George R.R. Martin will leave them to do the ending on their own and mess it up.
I just can't see how the fuck this is going to work in a film. I think that's only... I don't know. It's all aesthetics with that game. Can't see it working. I wanna fly.
Thirdest Police Edbudger says yeah he's called me Milky or you Victoria so many times by now I've just accepted it could be worse like he could just call me hey BTCH. Milkatima Kesting says he doesn't know how to write an ending that's why he was so good on Elden Ring lol. Mirror D80 says Ex Machina had a brutal ending.
Right, they're just finding out about the mulberry bush on X. Look, $70 game. But what they don't know is the mulberry bush is unbeatable. Enemies can't get over a mulberry bush. They never will. Even with the most advanced AI, they'll never be able to get over the mulberry bush, bruv. You just go round and round the damn thing. That's funny. For Abstay by Eifmanay shouting Allah Akbar on Switzerland train
Mirror D80
station.
says play Deus Ex. Hamza Safda 23 says at the moment, Johnny needs a sexual ending.
Oh, it's all kicking up, mate. Black Pill's coming hard. I feel that X should change its name to Black Pill.
Milkatima Kesting says, LMAO you could do the same type of thing in GoldenEye but this is a modern game.
Yeah. Nah, we can't be. We can't be looking at X, can we? No.
Mirror D80 says Deus Ex has a great host. Mirror D80 says I spill my drink.
I'm gonna fly. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Should we play a video game
Mirror
or shall I go to
D80
bed?
says smash the state.
I never got a message from the X say end fray.
BrWR says, everyone in here is married. Hamza looks like you gotta step up to the plate. Milkatima Kesting says are you gonna clean that up Mirror?
My beard's getting itchy.
Edward Johnston says am I married?
It's
Mirror
too long.
D80 says it's in Deus Ex.
I wanna fly sky high.
Milkatima Kesting says is Edward married?
He ain't married. He's gonna find his British boober princess though. Aren't you, Edward?
Edward Johnston says play the Geiger game. Thirdest Police Edbudger says what time is it in the UK? Maybe she's asleep. Mirror D80 says the PS5 version doesn't have as good hacking as the computer version.
Victoria, are you gonna fly sky high? It's a video game or nothing. I can't do anything else. I'm tempted to have a cheeky peek of Nightreign. Ha ha ha. The DLC. Never did that. Just never thought to do it.
Edward Johnston says 3:33 p.m. Thirdest Police Edbadger says, I try to wait for bedtime to fly sky high. Milkatima Kesting says, Victoria is gonna fly sky high, she's not driving to pick up these several cats. Mirror D80 says Daytona 2 had a song with lyrics up the road, show me what you can do baby. Edward Johnston says we've been Joe Biden.
What are we supposed to be playing? Error running game. Game data not found.
Thirdest Police Edbadger says Milky.
Man, I feel absolutely freaking awful. I feel terrible. What should I do?
Milkatima Kesting says Silent Hill 3, but it sounds like you ain't in the mood.
I could be. If it boots up.
23 says spin the wheel.
If it boots up, it will get in the mood. All my point and click games, where are they?
Mirror D80 says Vim's Lair brother.
Here they are. Vim's Lair, what's that? Point and click?
Milkatima Kesting says play Archulip. Get frustrated and fall asleep. Mirror D80 says redownload. Hamza Safda 23 says in pin safety and shoes. Mirror D80 says it's free. Hamza Safda 23 says with the eyes closed.
My god, this is confusing as... I'm gonna fly sky high.
Mirror D80 says, link.
I've got... Is that what I should be playing with? I can play it online?
Milkatima Kesting says, whoa, is that a link? Edward Johnston says we'll spoil the story and then he'll accuse us of being Spectrum Y and then he'll be in the mood. Mirror D80 says no redownload if want.
I need to play something really fucking hectic.
Mirror D80 says I've personally been backing up games from there. Edward Johnston says Vim you download BIOS there.
I've got something called Scum VM, and I've got all the games. I've used it before, but it's telling me no pathway. Oh, it's in application support. Okay. Oh, there it is.
Mirror D80 says and games. Edward Johnston says, Johnny's coming down now, Champers time.
Champers would be so fucking good right now. It'll fix everything.
Mirror D80 says PCSX2.
I'm looking for something. Bro, I feel wrecked. What am I even doing? Oh, you absolute little foolia.
Milkatima Kesting says, are you using DuckStation?
No. Are you? I think I deleted DuckStation. I don't know where the fuck I put everything, all the ROMs and thing like that. It should be really easy to find.
Milkatima Kesting says, I just got a PC lol.
How to fucking load ads game.
Milkatima Kesting says, is it actually shit or is it because Ajay left lol?
I think it's the latter. Out of bitterness.
Thirdisplee Sedbaja says, I never did get to find out what DuckStation was.
You don't want to know. Unless you're going to fly sky high. In which case then things are very different. Right, where did I put this nonsense? Can't make. Why is the Mac so shit when you search for something? Type in Indiana Jones, bruv. Getting nothing, but it's definitely on my computer somewhere. Swine.
Edward Johnston says OpenEMU was good though, no?
It was, but it doesn't have point and click. Indiana Jones. Oh, here we go. Oh my god, cuzzy. It's come good. Oh, here we go. This could be it.
Mirror D80 says you need BIOS to run emulator.
I've got it.
Edward Johnston says Victoria was a witch once, wasn't she? Mirror D80 says DuckStation equals PS1 emulator.
Oh my god!
Mirror
Big brain.
D80 says PCSX2 equals PS2. Mirror D80 says emulator.
Yeah!
Edward Johnston says, Johnny is rock hard gaming now.
Is this rock hard?
Alright, Jones, how you gonna find that statue and all this junk?
That's not Harrison Ford.
Milkatima Kesting says not what I expecting. Honestly lol.
What?
Mirror D80 says Indiana Jones Atlantis leads into Infernal Machine.
How good is this? I know you
Edward
can't.
Johnston says we can't see the screen, mate. Thirdisplee Sedbaja says no, I'm a level 7 wizard. Edward better recognize. Mirror D80 says I think. Hamza Safda 23 says play Wada Wada Duck song.
Level 7 wizard. Are you a wizard? Okay, we have the game.
Edward Johnston says love potion making is menace behavior.
Wizard. Victoria, little smiling wizard. We know We know that smile is leading us to lulling us into a false sense of security before the real menace mentality kicks in.
Milkatima Kesting says, oh no, Victoria is a southern racist.
She's a menace. Oh yes, she is. Menace. Okay. Frey and Frey probably did me a favour by not turning up. Oh my god. I didn't want to spoil it, but...
Milkatima Kesting says, oh I heard wizard, my bad.
Wizard. I'm curious if you get a happy ending and you don't get separated at the end of this.
Just says that's a white pointy hat, Milky, don't worry.
I don't want spoilers. I feel like we need to go back in, but if I don't get a happy ending, I don't want to play it. I won't let them do that to us. Wizard. Victoria, look. He's looking at a wizard. Here we go. Nightreign. Holy shit, dude. We could go into that. Biohazard 7, bruv. Best game ever. This game is fucked up.
BrWR says, Joe Biden's mentor was a wizard, cyclops or something like that, lol.
A wizard.
Edward Johnston says corduroy white wizard hat.
But Resi 8. Oh, look. Booba Princess in the middle. This game is really great, by the way.
Mirror D80 says, does Doom 1 and 2 have poop?
It fucking does, bro. It really
Edward
fucking
Johnston
does.
Says Fwa. Police Edbudger says, although joining a club would be a good way to meet friends.
Bro, look at this shit. Dare I press the button? Probably get instantly molested in this. Oh my god. Imagine how hard this is on New Game Plus.
Edward.
Bro.
Mirror D80 says you could try Holdfast, but it has a very risky community. Hamza Safda 23 says Victoria is coming with a blizzard to blow us away. BrWR says you won't need makeup or clothes. Go for it.
Oh my god. Lads, do you remember the fucking trauma of this game? Oh my god, dude, he's got the jump. The thing I like about these is they put the dodge on the same button as the run. It makes so much fucking sense. Like, it dodges into the run animation.
Hamza Safda 23 says my bro is a master in this game and he is around XD. Mirror D80 says they're good sales on PSN ATM.
Dude, it's so fluid the way the character moves as well.
BrWR says, nothing but cashmere touches my body.
I don't even remember how this game works. What is this, dude? What, my character looks like an absolute boss, though. Look at this. I don't remember him looking like that. Mate, I look like a fucking Nazgul. Oh, no, I don't. Oh, yeah, I'm down with this outfit, though. I don't know what the fuck... What is this? Oh, my God. Remember that? What is that? Remember that double choppy? 1, 2. Whatever that is, it's kind of legendary. It looks ridiculous in the heat of battle, but...
Milkatima Kesting says you are the reason Mongolia has no grass.
I thought you said bras. Oh no, I know what this is. That's parry, isn't it? Like literally, that's parry. It's block and parry. Is it? Is that a block? Kind of is. Bruv, why did they not make a sequel to this goddamn game? This must be New Game Plus. Oh my god, there's pellets. There's a flask. Yeah. What a legendary game this is. This is the best game ever, really.
Edward Johnston says that's Wizard Arnie. BrWR says, fair trade cashmere. Edward Johnston says this isn't Indiana Jones.
I know. Are we playing that?
Beckles 1988 says hey y'all, hey Johnny.
Hey Beckles, liberty loving Beckles. How are you doing, my friend? Beckles.
Thirdisplee Sedbudger says, Brad is a gangster, doesn't even care about heat stroke FCK the weather. Milkatima Kestings says howdy Beckles.
This is a manly selection of games. That's Sekiro, Descendant, Chivalry, Resident Evil, all of them. Nightreign, Resi, Bloodborne, Doom, Myth.
Edward Johnston says Baxter. Beckles 1988 says, I'm good browski, how's you?
I'm suffering caffeine-induced psychosis, thank you for asking. We got Stellar Blade, Booba, Helldivers, Fires of Rubicon, all this, look at this. Great White Shark, bruv. Apparently the sequel to this is Oakway, so we can't do that. This is kind of like Halo Splitgate. I would do that. Look, Last Guardian that we have but we don't have. Remember that? Man, I got some scheisse in the game library. What is this all about? View product. In cart.
Beckles 1988 says no better psychosis to have, I'd expect.
Exactly. If you're going to have psychosis, at least make sure it's caffeine induced. Hunter, these games.
Hamza Safda 23 says hey there Beckles 1988.
Am I going to get my snack on?
Kestings says Last Guardian is streaming only. Hamza Safda 23 says and her Adrian.
What do you mean streaming only? Like, so what happened with this? Did I get it?
Beckles 1988 says hey
It says locked. Do you know what the fuck this must be? When I had, for a very brief time, PlayStation, whatever it is, I probably downloaded it. Then when you delete it, it's gone forever, right? That's what it is.
BroWR says, speaking of Mongolia, I only eat Chinese from PF Chang's or Panda Express now because of Victoria lol thanks.
The few girls I met from Mongolia, they were fucking smoking. Their bodies were amazing. They were so slender.
Says don't forget to delete her cart after.
What did I do wrong? The fuck did I do wrong?
Milkatima Kestings says the streaming is a nightmare, honestly it can't handle it.
Oh what? You can only play it by streaming it. Are you serious? Bruv. Look at this. Look at that. It's quite a cool design though. Kind of. Why has the little boy got tattoos? Monster Hunter. Iceborne. Never. Oh mate, that was.
Thirdisplee Sedbudger says sorry Brad.
I feel like we need to do.
23 says House of Ashes, let's play that.
Dude, Civilization, we should probably like this, if there's one game, actually no. Civilization. I kind of want to play. I Lost Judgment. That was fucking funny.
Hamza Safda 23 says District 22 I think is a new one. Milkatima Kestings says it's one of my favorite games but it is very frustrating.
I want to play it. Lost Judgment. This Anchorway is the main character. You can't be serious.
Hamza Safda 23 says House of Ashes Milky.
This is the most stressful game of all time. Demon Souls. Nothing as hardcore as that. I remember even on New Game Plus I was afraid to just walk.
Beckles 1988 says have you ever played wet?
Well, better than dry. Is it what?
Mirror
I'm not
D80
sure.
says classic PS3 game. BroWR says.
Oh yeah? Oh, rings a
right
bell.
though Vic I was too trusting.
Yes, True Spirit. Come on, you gunners. Let's go. That's tomorrow, bruv. Are you ready for that?
Milkatima Kestings says no Last Guardian. Beckles 1988 says, I loved it so much.
What's wet? Alright, I'm going to wait till midnight for a message from the XAN Frey. If I don't get it, we'll play a game. Wukong. That kept us entertained. There's so many other Souls-likes we could do. Dark Souls 3. My god. That was
Hamza Safda 23 says alright Milky.
that's probably my least favorite of all of them. I don't have an I mean, of course I loved it, but The bit that stands out was the DLC in that kind of the crow level with the was it ice? I think it was. It was.
Beckles 1988 says it's a beast game. How best do I explain this?
Say no more.
Mirror
Beast
D80
game.
says it's a stylized action shooter game on PS3. Milkatima Kesting says Ico, Sotic and Last Guardian take up too much space in my top spots lol. Bradw says, Far Cry Primal trailer.
That's your fave.
Thirdisplay Sedbaja says don't feel bad. I kept taking my chances even after reporting that. I figured I was probably eating rodents since childhood at that point, so why stop now? Life's a gamble. Milkatima Kesting says Primal so good.
This game is fucking funny. The hunting game.
Hamza Safda 23 says Othe's horrifying Vic. Mirror D80 says, Bradw yeah Johnny play early Far Cry games.
Are they? Am I gonna like that? The thing is, Brad recommended me Witcher 3. That's the problem.
Kesting says, OMG I remember Wet.
What is wet? Are you like pulling my leg? That's not a game, is it?
Hamza Safda 23 says House of Ashes is an interactive kind. It's fun too.
Right, Doom is such a freaking... Final Doom is fucking excellent, man. And it's actually
Mirror D80
ridiculously...
says that said there was a risky bit in Far Cry 3.
I'm gonna get the ban.
Hamza Safda 23 says Space Marine is worth it too.
I'm gonna get angry. I'm gonna get angry with the wokeness in the games.
Mirror D80 says Witcher 3 has plenty of risky.
Right. Progressive propaganda. Prepared to be bombarded.
At that. Thirdisplay Sedbaja says Hamza were talking about when I worked at a photo factory and got pictures of an Asian establishment consuming mass amounts of guinea pigs. Mirror D80 says I've got Doom too.
Maybe we should play that. They are taking the piss. A 2D fighting game, 60 quid, 94 quid Ultimate Edition.
23 says OHH really? That's even more horrifying then.
These people take the piss, bro.
Excuse me, allow me to explain. The challenge of the champion! We have a series of knockouts, and the winner gets a crack at the big guy. All selected leaders have received their invites. Good luck.
You know what, promoter? This planet is not your playground. Duty calls, and I answer. Tony, let's give your suit a workout.
Saving the world? Sure, I got you. Battle mode initiated. Let's party.
This looks kind of shite though. It doesn't look like... It looks like it's made by Americans trying to make it look like something that's Japanese.
The rest is up to you, Cap.
Catch! Every blow is a strike for justice!
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Little flag man, send home
It just doesn't this look a little bit ugly? Is it just me? But okay, it's very colourful.
Smash together! Hulk brain shield!
But Hulk, the design looks kind of shitty to me. Doesn't look very appealing.
Heal from this front!
And nothing really feels very distinct. It just feels like this big blob of colour.
Thirdisplay Sedbaja says yeah then Brad found a place that got busted for squirrel consumption. Not a great week for Brad or me. Clearly they haven't learned their lesson, they just switched rodents lol. Mirror D80 says Bloodborne 1 and 2 are both on PSN remastered from PS2. Beckles 1988 says that looks like the Dragon Ball games. Hamza Safda 23 says just put in the vote and let's do it.
That's a good idea. 3 minutes to midnight, yo. No XAN fray, then we go in. Mate, Star Wars Monopoly, bruv. Don't need to tell me twice. Come on, bruv. 24 quid, let's fucking go. Are we doing Star Wars Monopoly?
Says, wait, what?
If there's no sequel characters in this, I will actually do this. No, Ray's in it. We're not doing it. Nope, we're not doing that. Bro, there weren't black... There's a black...
Beckles 1988 says that's insane Badger.
Look, there's a Black Empire guy. There were no black guys in the Empire. Raising it? No. We're literally not going to do it. No, get off my fucking screen. Like, they could fucking have my money. They could have it.
Says, I don't think I can play Bloodborne in front of the kids, though.
Bro, why is the captain a whammon captain? They could also have had my money.
Sweet and sour squirrel.
Look, everyone, brain teasers. Wow. Okay, is this for women too? I guess it's not for me. Is this where the man gets cut?
23 says voice acting is solemnly.
We're so stuck in the woke era with gaming. Fucking hell, bro. Resi 2, though. I told you I get angry. I just... more than gaming. Yeah, what do you expect?
Stefan Suarez 9975 says the first Bloodborne movie is terrible, but the actress is a total sweetheart that gives me and my husband hugs every time. Milkatima Casting says isn't Sea of Thieves a game where you make your character?
Could be. I actually have Helldivers, believe it or not. 1 minute to midnight, y'all.
Milkatima Casting says it's Uwe Boll, that's all you have to say, lol.
Yeah.
Mirror D80 says I watched all 3 of your Star Wars Disney new trilogy reviews, fantastic. Glad you can see through the woke. Beckles 1988 says did y'all see where they're remastering AC Black Flag?
Mate, Beckles is a gamer.
Says 15 minutes vote session.
I did see it. Okay, let's have a fucking vote session. Come on then.
Thirdest Police Edberger says yeah, if you're on the East Coast and you want Oriental food, just maybe go for the vegetarian dishes, lol. Mirror D80 says I've got Helldivers 2 pretty full on.
Could play that too.
BrWR says, Monopoly, destroying friendship since the 1900s. Hamza Safda 23 says good advice, Vic.
I always thought Monopoly was British, but it's American.
Beckles 1988 says yeah, I try. Beckles 1988 says big facts, Brad. Hamza Safda 23 says Expedition 33 is lit. Mirror D80 says I'd probably have to reinstall almost unlock the car and mech, but still a few levels off. Thirdest Police Edberger says LMAO Brad fact. Milkatima Kestings says most Chinese restaurants don't separate the oils they cook with LMAO. Mirror D80 says my mates unlocked it.
Alright, vote on the game we play. Dude, Beckles is a gamer. This is great. Beckles, you need to stick around on this channel.
Mirror D80 says a slightly higher level than me.
Wow, someone in hard for Quackshot. Who the fuck was that? Tell me you're autistic without telling me you're autistic. 2 people. Quackshot. Quackshot.
80 says what is Quackshot?
It's showing my age. It's a Mega Drive game.
1988 says did I not tell you?
It's a
Mirror D80 says 2 retro games.
It's a classic Disney game. It's like Mickey Mouse on the Mega Drive, but it's better. It's one of the best Disney games on the Mega Drive. It's basically like Indiana Jones, but with Donald Duck.
BrWR says that sounds illegal, milky, and against food safety. Can't be true. Milkatima Kestings says once again, none of these are near.
It's coming. It will happen one day.
Hamza Safda 23 says safety is only for the ones who can't afford Brad. BrWR says WTF are any of these games, bro, lol, come one man Biden. Milkatima Kesting says, Brad, I love that you think they care, you're such a good person. Thirdest Police Edbudger says damn it Hornswoggled again, never thought about the oil. Mirror D80 says Raral. Hamza Safda 23 says I agree Milky. No one cares actually other than a pack of cash. BrWR says, that is the worst poll I have ever seen. Thirdest Police Edbudger says yeah but squirrel eating is a food safety issue too and they bypassed that one. Hamza Safda 23 says ha 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 Vic. Mirror D80 says we need to add a PS2 game to that list. Mirror D80 says Orgamacube. Beckles 1988 says this chat is unhinged. Milkatima Kesting says, I know the one we went to changed the oil after the vegetarian waitress bought the place. Love you Linda, miss you. You are a crazy bitch. BrWR says no near or primal no peace. Hamza Safda 23 says that's what makes us gooch grinders. Beckles 1988. Beckles 1988 says hams.
Alright, so the half Japanese, half Chinese Peach Princess didn't message me, which means we're gonna be gaming, I guess. People actually want me to play Quackshot. I regret putting that on now.
Mirror D80 says it's almost 1 AM, please add one more game.
I can't, they will only let me do 4.
Beckles 1988 says it's not letting me tag anyone. IDKY YouTube hates me so. Mirror D80 says Raral voting. Thirdest Police Edbudger says Beckles. BrWR says, is the oil like that 50-year-old stew milk? Johnny Massacre says Beckles, do you have freckles? WRRTH from the IEG. Hamza Safda 23 says you can just put before.
Oh my god, it's Indiana Jones. Wow, we're tied.
Beckles 1988 says, I do, how did you know that? Mirror D80 says switch out Civ for a PS2/GammaCube.
Mirror D80s is trying to bide in the vote. Look at this. Burst water main. Need to.
Thirdest Police Edbudger says Brad.
Need to.
Mirror D80 says, no one is voting civilization. Edward Johnston says might need another 7 rounds of voting like the normal procedure. Hamza Safda 23 says and do you also heckle? Beckles 1988. Mirror D80
Fighting the
says,
ADD
please do
right
another
now.
poll.
Oh man, we're getting Biden'd. Is this how it's going to work? Are we adding the mail-in candidate?
BrWR says, I gotta send you that Vic. These Asians have a stew going for 50+ years. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Edward Johnston says does Johnny know how to play Civ 6? It's painful learning how to play it.
I don't think I do.
Beckles 1988 says, I don't unless I don't like the jokes. BrWR says, did you just go and pull some ballots out from under the table? Thirdest Police Edbudger says, holy crap, send me that is insane. Milkatima Kestings says almost also the old owner used to use the flour for the shrimp in the batter for tempura, absolutely not vegan. Mirror D80 says Brad did the Biden quote, not me. Mirror D80 says lol.
What the fuck are we adding?
Beckles 1988 says, Brad. Hamza Safda 23 says ha 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 ha, fair enough, you are safe from shackles. Beckles 1988. Edward Johnston says alien isolation with the lights off.
I feel it's got to be something less hardcore than that.
Beckles 1988 says appreciated my dudester. Edward Johnston says we all like the lights off. Thirdest Police Edberger says Beckles my dad calls freckles fairy kisses, he said it's their lipstick mark and they're lucky. I still cover mine with foundation lol. Milkatima Kestings says alien isolation in a sensory deprivation chamber. Hamza Safda 23 says no worries XD.
You lot on what?
Edward Johnston says, I got teased for having freckles PTSD.
Freckles are awesome.
Beckles 1988 says as do I, badger when I bother to fix my face, now they're trendy when I've spent my whole life trying to hide them. Hamza Safda 23 says I agree on alien isolation. My votes is there. Bradwr says, cough primal cough. Thirdest Police Edberger says, I got asked a few years ago if my freckles were real, they're under my makeup, yup they're real fella lol. Milkatima Kestings says did you get bullied for freckles Vic, because my daughter has M and I don't want her to ever think she needs to do that. Mirror D80 says I use a colored projector light, I set it to a green aura barilla situated in my living room.
Why is the shit you say so weirdly fascinating?
Beckles 1988 says mercy badger.
Mercy, mercy.
Badger says yeah isn't it wild, PPL are drawing them on their face now, imagine what happens when they smear. Hamza Safda 23 says I think freckles are sometimes cute.
People really want Donald Duck, huh?
Bradwr says, girls are tattooing freckles now Vic. Aftermarket freckles are inferior.
Bruv, you're gonna make me play some fucking nightmarish horror show game? Is that what we're doing? At midnight? Bloody hell, I was hoping to get a bit of a...
Thirdest Police Edberger says, I got bullied about everything as a kid, milky freckles were the least of my worries lol. Slub69 says nothing wrong with freckles. Bradwr says, freckles are absolutely awesome. Mirror D80 says I'm crazy, I talk in circles. I like changing the subjects. Edward Johnston says another 6 rounds of voting to go. Milkatima Testing says it's all about stock freckles lol. Thirdest Police Edberger says Brad that's wild.
Do you know what we should fucking do? Is just fucking do every game under the sun on a vote, and whatever people vote for we do. That makes the most fucking sense. That's, man, as a corrupt thing, person type
Beckles
thing.
1988 says, I prefer my real and earned freckles compared to the fake. My face is a patchwork of all the ancestors who came before me. If they don't like my Scots-Irish ancestry they can F off.
Hell yeah.
Hamza Safda 23 says horror is only fun hen you play it at midnight with no lights on, or probably clothes do, but you can skip the latter. Bradwr says, stock freckles.
What was I gonna say? I forget. Wow, people really want Silent Hill, huh? Slubs, did you vote? I'm gonna vote. I'm voting for Quackshot.
Milkatima Kesting says tournament style, we tried that one time, I'm pretty sure you bidened it.
The gym builds show muscle.
Slub69 says I've always had dark hair, but when I was younger my beard was halbginge lol. Hamza Safda 23 says horror game any day. Beckles 1988 says Silent Hill is awesome. Edward Johnston says we came to a decision, Milkster, for better or worse. Slub69 says yup, I voted for Returnal.
Slubs, are you back on the booze? You sound like it.
Edward Johnston says Johnny is a dictator at heart. Milkatima Kesting says Lmeo Chulsu has red in his beard. He has one cousin with red hair and no one knows where it comes from. Hamza Safda 23 says I have loads of white hair now. I think I'm old geezer already with so much wisdom.
You're a wizard. Wow, it looks like it's Silent Hill. Okay, we're gonna do that then. You fucking...
Edward Johnston says I have blonde, red, and brown in my beard.
You swine. Right. You lot have done this to me.
23 says I thought you voted on Jack-O-Lantern. Slub69. Edward Johnston says Emperor Johnny. Slub69 says 18 days sober my son.
Nice, bruv. Nice. Du Schwein!
Hamza Safda 23 says ha 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 ha, I am gonna have so much fun seeing Johnny shit his pants.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You did this to me. You all done it to me, yeah? Oh, for flip's sake. Do you know...
Thirdispley said Budger says, I've gotten some grays but I just keep giving myself blonde highlights lol, job done. Milkatima Kesting says but y'all are white, that's normal for the whites lol.
What? Bro, it's really annoying because when you...
Hamza Safda 23 says so you are not only wise but a drunkard too. Edward Johnston JK. Edward Johnston says am I white milky? Beckles 1988 says I'll be back, my kids are running around. Have fun till I return. Milkatima Kesting says Heather is absolutely best girl, let's go. Bradwr says Blackbeard crew for life BBC gang. Milkatima Kesting says yes Edward, in my mind. Hamza Safda 23 says alright Beckles 1988 have some beating. Milkatima Kesting says wait, you're from Australia.
Oh, this is so annoying. This is the most annoying thing of all time. The pad turns on the PlayStation but doesn't connect to Bluetooth. I'm too lazy to move to fix this. Might have to be Donald Duck, y'all.
Edward Johnston says Straya.
Yeah, this is such a... Oh god, this is so annoying. Hurts my soul. I'm too lazy to fucking unplug this shit.
Hamza Safda 23 says you made an instant mistake when you added Silent Hill in the votes, Johnny.
I did. Why did I do that?
Milkatima Kesting says lights out, Johnny.
What? What are you talking about? Fucking hell. Lights out?
Edward Johnston says turn off the lights.
Turn out the light.
23 says blame it on caffeine. Hamza Safda 23 says you can even strip naked with the lights out.
No comment.
Milkatima Kesting says sorry, them's the rules. Mirror D80 says you will love it on a lesser difficulty.
And that means 1000% we go hard as possible. Can't we just play Donald Duck?
Edward Johnston says, Johnny is never in pants when he's rock hard gaming, still tucked though. Hamza Safda 23 says, so if a ghost comes, he will wiggle and jiggle your butt cheeks.
Oh no. I mean, it sounds better than possessing me or murdering me.
Bradwr says, Johnny wears pants. Milkatima Kestings says there are some puzzles you are going to hate.
What are you talking about? I'm the big brain IQ. You underestimate me or something. Bruv, why is my pad not working? Why is it like this? I think it's... Are we out of batteries or what the fuck?
Hamza Safda 23 says never knew you were peeking down somehow, Edward Johnston.
Peeking.
Thirdest Police Edbadger says, do you think dudes back in the day dyed their beards, and if they did, what did they use?
They used Scheisse.
Edward Johnston says foie puzzles.
Oh
Thirdest Police
god.
Edbadger says Brad. Edward Johnston says Ajay coming back for this one. Hamza Safda 23 says good question, the displeased badger. Next question XD. Bradwr says, Cole.
Bro, why is the Xbox pad a piece of S? I got the flashing symbol, but my Mac can't see it. You gotta be joking, bro.
Says, I was supposed to record today, you're ruining my life.
What?
Mirror D80 says Edward Johnston resurrection. Edward Johnston says, Johnny keeps sending pics of him pantless, not my fault. Hamza Safda 23 says it was the mold Victoria.
The mold. My god, what I would give for a game like Resi 7. Fucking hell. If there was something like that, I would be about that life.
Hamza Safda 23 says record Johnny being high. Milkatima Kestings. Edward Johnston says, is Silent Hill just mold?
No.
Bradwr says, wasn't everyone rocking those white powdered wigs to cover up the STD smell?
Bro, why is it so freaking confusing? You can't be serious. Oh, mate.
Hamza Safda 23 says, I see it was the session behind the curtains, Edward Johnston. You cheeky. Mirror D80 says, I watched the last of RJ in Silent Hill 2 and can't find what put him off. It wasn't anything major, Imo.
That's funny. Dude, it was when I called him autistic. And then he said no, and I said, but yeah, because he took things literally.
Milkatima Kestings says Silent Hill is the mold you hold inside your heart. Edward Johnston says Alien Isolation. Hamza Safda 23 says, I am still not told about RJ. Thirdest Police Edbadger says, do they still wear those hideous wigs in court in the UK?
Okay, if you're sitting comfortably, I'll tell you the story. Bro, why can't my Bluetooth see the pad? What the fuck? It's flashing, everything looks good, but it's not good.
Edward Johnston says, in Australia too, crikey. Bradwr says, is the moldy heart the friends we made along the way?
There's no mold anywhere good.
Hamza
Only
Safda
bad.
23 says, I am sitting comfortably.
Oh, nice. Okay. I'm going to hit you with something. Hamza, this channel lore is going to hit you like a freight train. Full of chemicals. Wow. Macs really suck, huh? Buddy controller.
Hamza Safda 23 says, if Alien Isolation was an option, then I would have chosen that.
Bro, I've even got the fucking...
Bradwr says, yes, I think they wear those wigs. I've seen it recently, hilarious. Edward Johnston says, reset controller. Forget device and then reconnect it. Milkatima Kestings says, and the friends we made along the way are mold.
Nah, they don't mold, bruv.
Mirror D80 says, I think you gotta plug it into computer initially, then you can unplug if you want to have it wireless.
That's what I'm doing.
Thirdest Police Edbadger says, really, see, that's where they went wrong, should have rejected all things British when they exiled you to Australia, bastards, lol. Hamza Safda 23 says, oh really, Johnny? I am all ears.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you with this.
Edward Johnston says, we'll be a republic soon, Vic, you wait. Hamza Safda 23 says LMAO Victoria coming strong. Mark Lo says, did you get the ticket?
No. I didn't.
Mirror D80 says reset button pin in the back.
Oh, you mean of the
Brodubia
pads?
says, this is what you get, Johnny. You built the path to this nightmare you are about to play brick by brick.
What did I do? Seriously, what did I do? How is this on me? Mark, vote for Donald Duck in the comments in the poll. Save me. There's no pin here, bruv. That's some PlayStation shit, bruh.
Thirdest Police Edward just says that would be amazing, Edward, then I can come visit and meet Paul Hogan, lol. Hamza Safda 23 says you probably flashed Edward and not Brad. Now Brad is mad. Brodubia says lol, Victoria does have a point. Mirror D80 says yup, there's a little hole to reset controller. Edward Johnston says are you connecting it to computer or PlayStation?
Computer.
Mirror D80 says you put the pin into the hole. Mark Lo says, I voted Bomberman, lol.
You voted Bomberman. Good man.
Edward Johnston says, Paul Hogan is still alive. I think we were after him for tax evasion, crikey. Brodubia says, can we go to Australia? We might get arrested.
Fuck. There's no... seriously, this is an Xbox Elite pad. My mother gave this to me. She said she didn't like it. It's funny.
Milkatima Kesting says the circle goes in the square hole. Hamza Safda 23 says so where we add on RJ. Johnny. Edward Johnston says go Bluetooth and forget device and then reconnect. Thirdest Police Edward just says really Paul Hogan is a gangster now, I really need to meet him, LMAO.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Yo, there ain't no hole on this pad, I fucking swear to God. Unless it's... That can't be it. There's like a... It looks like a USB-C, but that wouldn't be.
Mirror D80 says oh thought you had a PS5 controller.
I do, but I'm too lazy to...
Milkatima Kesting says there was a hole here but now it's gone.
When I use it, the PS5 turns on, so I have to unplug it from the back of the PS5 and plug it into my Mac, but I'm too lazy.
says a pad without a hole is a soccer field without the goal. Mirror D80
Exactly.
says there a reset button at the top.
How can this be so shy? I'm turning Wi-Fi back on. Turning Bluetooth off and on. Literally no reason for that not to come up. That is actually... That's broken. I'm too lazy to do anything.
Hamza Safda 23 says try Bluetooth.
I am. Maybe this doesn't even have Bluetooth. What even is this?
Thirdest Police Edbudger says, holy crap, Paul Hogan is alive sort of. 86.
I actually think this doesn't have Bluetooth. No, it does. It should do.
Hamza Safda 23 says that could be the reason. Maybe all in and out.
It's actually... It's also plugged in. Right, we need to start getting more hardcore now.
Edward Johnston says Ajay was an emoji salesman, that because the duck station master who gave too many story spoilers and Johnny called him out and the Ajay disappeared. The end. There you go, Hamza. Hamza Sadda 23 says if there is none, try downloading the software for the Bluetooth. Mirror D80 says is that a Xbox One controller may need an adapter, the later controllers have Bluetooth. Mirror D80
Maybe.
says I think. Edward Johnston says don't plug it in when connecting Bluetooth.
Right.
Hamza Safda 23 says ha ha ha, that was short and easy.
Oh. Oh no. Oh, we're okay. Do we have something working? 1, 2, 3. Bro, this is never gonna work. I think I need to restart for this shit to work. Seriously.
Edward Johnston says check 1 2.
What happened? I can even see on game controllers, Xbox wireless controller.
Hamza Safda 23 says we want Silent Hill but the Silent Hill doesn't want you.
We gotta reset it. Reset it, hold down the pair sync.
Says you probably have to restart it.
Hold down the pair sync button on top
Edward
of the controller.
Johnston says you have to hold 2 buttons to make the Bluetooth flash quick to connect it.
That's on the PlayStation for about 15 seconds. Okay. We're gonna unpair. It's lying to me though.
Mirror D80 says the button on the top. Hamza Safda 23 says I don't think that works on Bluetooth that way.
I've also got it plugged in. I think this might have happened before actually, and then I used the basic Xbox pad.
BrWR says, will we get near Primal before GTA 6? Mirror D80 says it may have to be plugged in. Edward Johnston says you have to forget device surely.
It's not even there. Like, well, on the hardwired pad, it's also, you can't forget it. That's just always in a list. But yeah, on the Bluetooth, I did forget it.
Milkatima Kesting says the look on my daughter's face when I told her I ate all the mochi. Hell of a way for her to learn I'm a fatus.
Oh no. I just had an update on my Mac, and for whatever reason the Elite 2 wouldn't connect. I can connect to my wife's Elite 2. Mate.
Hamza Safda 23 says oops, unwanted guests are on the way to my place. BrWR says betrayal is a harsh lesson.
Yeah, I need the, apparently you can change the firmware and shit of the pad, and that can fix it, but
Milkatima Kesting says fortify your defenses, Hamza. Hamza Safda 23 says especially when it starts from the mother XD. Edward Johnston says what about Noki though?
Noki?
Thirdisplee Sedbaja says it's not your fault, it's the mochi manufacturer for not selling them in bulk at a reasonable price. HamzaSafda23 says I am, but they are also bringing me food, so maybe it's neutral.
Right, we're cooked. Nah, this ain't happening.
HamzaSafda23 says, or maybe that's a bribe. BrWR says, tell them you need help moving some furniture, they won't come anymore. Edward Johnston says pair button, hold until it flashes rapidly.
That's what I did, bruv.
Milkatima Kestings says honestly yeah, glutinous rice is God's purest gift and we need it more in the States.
Is it? What the Where? What? How?
HamzaSafda23 says they are saying they will help with the furniture too. Mirror D80 says, OG Xbox One controllers, 20,132,015 models, specifically model numbers 1537, 1697, and 1698, are not natively compatible with Mac OS. Mirror D80 says because they lack Bluetooth support and use a proprietary wireless protocol that Macs cannot receive. Mirror D80 says from what I googled. Therdisplay Sedbaja says Mayo, that's actually a great idea, Brad.
For what I googled.
Edward Johnston says menace idea, Brad.
Here comes the menace. Here comes the menace.
Milkatima Kestings says my ED wouldn't be a problem if I just ate glutinous rice all day. Edward Johnston says use DuckStation. Mirror D80 says did it work before?
I actually can't remember, to be honest. Definitely.
BrWR says, then they are good friends. Hamza, stop being lame. Help with furniture and bringing you food. Therdisplay Sedbaja says tell them you have explosive diarrhea, works like a charm. Mirror D80 says use PCSX2. Mirror D80 says DuckStation is for PS1. Edward Johnston says absolute menace behavior.
DuckStation is banned for life. Dude, Ajay got his own emoji. That's fucking mad. The irony. DuckStation.
Slub69 says Jay has shot his load, guys. Milkatima Kestings says is Yakult expensive anywhere else?
Fuck. Right. Man, this is fucking annoying. I'm too lazy to stand up. I'm not standing up. That's what the deal breaker. If I could stand up to get the cable from the PS5, I actually could make this work, but it's just too fucking far, bruv. Way too far. I guess we won't have to play Silent Hill 3. It's a shame. Because I so wanted to play that. Joe Biden, the vote.
Therdisplay Sedbaja says Johnny is the bitter ex. Just remember the good times, Johnny, before you called Ajay a mental. Slub69 says you're a disgrace. Edward Johnston says use PS5 controller. Milkatima Kestings says try harder.
You can't, because when I try to pair it, it tries to pair, but the PS5 recognizes it instantly and it pairs to it, and then it stops me pairing it with the Mac. So the only way to do it is to unplug the cable from the back of the PS5 and plug it into the Mac. That's how it works, but I'm too lazy to go over there. It's literally right there, but it's just too fucking far, bruv. This is what I was trying to explain the other day. Like, if I don't have the energy for something, I'm not fucking doing it. Even if it's right there, half a meter away, it's too fucking far. It feels so far. It feels so far away. I just can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to do it.
Edward Johnston says Milky get him energized.
Come on, excite me, get me hype.
Thirdest Police Edberger says no voting is rigged, no conspiracy fact. Slub69 says absolute disgraceful behavior.
I didn't do nothing. Shall I eat some sweets?
Mirror D80 says nice and tucked. Edward Johnston says get him slubs.
No, no sweets.
Hamza Safda 23 says but they are relatives Brad XD.
Imagine going to the fucking airport right now with a I actually wouldn't even take a suitcase. Go to the airport, get on the plane with all those K's, sit down like a freaking cow in a pen.
Slub69 says him eating cola cubes ATM.
Oh my god, bro, that sounds so good. Cola cubes. Now that is some Scottish shit, isn't it? Slubs there. That's mad Scottish. That's definitely something a Scotsman. I don't think we even have that in the UK anymore.
Edward Johnston says check tickies.
Check the tickies, alright.
Milkatima Kesting says my printer thinks it's better than me.
I'm fucking starving. I have a confession to make though.
Edward Johnston says live a stream the flight holard.
I could pay for the Wi-Fi, right? 460,000 yen, cheapest, probably.
Slub69 says Jay you need to be tucked up in bed double tucked.
I've got a hole in my pants. This hole. It's a real hole, but if you rip a hole yourself, it doesn't look cool. But if it's a natural hole, it kind of looks cool, right? Like when the jeans used to rip and then it looks good. Because if you force it, so I can kind of untuck myself through the hole. I can pull my boxer shorts down. Untuck myself. I'm going to stop talking. It's best that I stop talking. $460,000 bruv. 9:45 a.m. I mean, I could do it. Arsenal.
Edward Johnston says fly to Scotland. Slubs will drive you to London. It's in his Scottish DNA to help people. He can't help it.
Bruv, he's going to knock me out. That's what's more likely. I feel like Slubs is going to try to knock me out. Because I talked some shit to him and he was in the fucking firm, bruv. He was a hooligan. So he's kind of biding his time. That's how you know someone has true rage. It's like a dormant volcano, right? He just didn't really say much. But underneath, that mad Scottish vibe is brewing. Billy's going to do something to me. He's going to hit me with a snooker cue or something. Snooker cue, man? Oh, God.
Thirdest Police Edberger says yeah there's a technique to ripping and distressing so it looks natural. Slub69 says he's going in the boot.
I'll tell you what would make a good stream is if one of you lot got a flight over here and you come in, I buzz you in, and then you go and unplug the cable from right there and plug it in, and then we can play. Wouldn't that be great?
Edward Johnston says, someone has to teach him a lesson. For their own good back in the day you'd just get knocked out, we know the type.
Exactly. Slubs is the type. Slubs is the type.
Milkatima Kestings says call your lady friend.
What, and live stream that?
Milkatima Kesting says have her do it.
Have her? Oh, I see what you mean. I need you
Edward Johnston says donations would help you unplug.
500 quid, I'll do it. That feels about fair. Feels proportionate to my desire or lack
Third police
thereof.
Edberger says IDK my ex was Scottish and he stole all my money and is a gay fugitive with HIV now, so it could go either way, you never know.
Yeah, you never know. Exactly. Oh.
Slub69 says fuck off Vic, I don't believe you.
I've just had a big brain idea. Extremely.
Edward Johnston says mental.
Right, you want to see the workaround. This is going to get really buck wild and crazy.
Mirror D80 says for 500 cents. Milkatima Kesting says IDK how you're letting this come between you and the best Silent Hill protag. Thirdest police Edberger says you don't have to.
Victoria, you can't be telling the truth about that. I was so pleased with my negative HIV test. I want to walk around the town and show it to everyone. Nothing better than getting one of those. Fucking hell. HIV is the absolute worst thing because not only are you going to die, but you basically can't shag anyone ever again.
WR says, that sounds extremely traumatic Vic lol.
Right, you want to see some craziness? Check this out. Okay, here we go, y'all. This is the absolute maximum of my powers. So,
Milkatima Kesting says, Victoria is the type to date crazies. Edward Johnston says 4 more polls to go.
actually, is this gonna work?
Edward Johnston says you getting a Madook tattoo? Hamza Safda 23 says maybe with a condom you still can, probably a double condom.
I know actually this isn't gonna work. Is this gonna work?
Thirdest police Edberger says yeah I am, that was the stripper.
No, this isn't gonna work. No, false alarm. This isn't gonna work. I had a brainwave. Holy shit, Victoria. You really know how to pick him. Well, I guess you got it right in the end. Thank God you didn't end up with that guy. Proper life ruining shit there. Imagine you had kids with him. Scottish.
Hamza Safda 23 says remove Silent Hill and do another poll. Milkatima Kestings says you shouldn't be shagging with STDs. I had an uncle who did not care.
That's so wrong on so many levels.
Says he still F's around with the medicine they have now and he doesn't care. I had to get tested after. Edward Johnston says was the menace a stripper? Hamza Safda 23 says a game only on PlayStation.
I almost wonder how people get STDs. Like, you wouldn't shag a girl who you can never know.
Hamza
But
Safda 23 says oh Vic, so how do you survive?
Survive. Of course, you never know. But you can kind of tell with certain girls. You can kind of tell.
69 says my mate caught crabs. He said it was horrendous.
Bruv, nah, this ain't gonna happen. We have to play a real PlayStation game. Or a 2D game. It's the only fucking way.
Hamza Safda 23 says why crab only? Why not a squid? Thirdest police Edberger says he came into my job and used to hit on me. That's how we met. He was hot and had a body, so yeah, young plus hormones. We were together for like 4 years. Milkatima Kesting says you wouldn't shag a girl with STDs. Pirating is stealing or whatever that ad says lol. Hamza Safda 23 says damn, so you are safe Vic. Thirdest police Edberger says no, I wasn't a stripper, he was.
I remember asking you if girls like it when men pick them up, and you confirmed it's true, because that's what strippers
Slub69
learn.
says had to shave all his body hair off. Thirdest police Edberger says oh yeah, I'm fine, that was a lifetime ago. Hamza Safda 23 says damn, so actually he became a squid after. Hamza Safda 23 says glad to hear that then Vic.
I had scabies once when I first came to Japan to live.
Police Edberger says oh yeah, I remember that Johnny, and yes, chicks love it lol.
I stayed in this apartment and it was so dirty. There was rats everywhere, and like they put a cat in there to catch the rats, and I was staying on a futon that was so fucking old.
Mirror D80 says him turning into a nocturnal animal. Edward Johnston says fix the controller Johnny. Hamza Safda 23 says scabies are so bad and take so long to heal.
And I turned over the mattress when I had it, and then all of the mattress had all these eggs on it, and like that you could see the lice in whatever it was, like the scabies inside the mattress. I was too young to fucking understand. I should have sued the fuck out of it. I should have sued the fuck out of the landlady. But she was a basket case, and I was young. I just got to Japan. That was fucking crazy.
Slub69 says yeah, they burrow into the skin.
Yeah, so I remember I had one. When I found one, I had one here.
Thirdest police Edberger says OMG, I had that, I got it from the same guy, WTF are the odds, that was effing awful. Hamza Safda 23 says oh my goodness man.
So I was scratching, right? And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I found a little nobule, and then I looked at it and I thought it was a bit of skin, and I pulled it, and it suddenly gave way and came out, and then just streaming with blood came out. I was looking at it, I was really freaked out.
Hamza Safda 23 says it is highly transmissible.
And then I remember thinking like, it's probably on my body, and I was trying to get rid of it for days, and then I was just looking at my body, and one of them ran across my chest. It just lit, and they're so fucking fast, just ran across, and then I caught it. They're kind of, they don't move, but when they move, they fucking move.
Hamza Safda 23 says oh my Vic, you've been battling with all the high-end diseases.
That was, and then they leave like lines on your skin where they burrow underneath, and they leave a line like that. You can kind of see where they're traveling. Absolutely disgusting. That was so, like, that apartment was so dirty. At night you could hear rats like scratching all over the walls and in the ceiling and stuff.
Hamza Safda 23 says scabies is crazy man. Bradwr says, geez, that sounds terrifying.
Yeah. And I can't remember. Yeah, that was fucking gross. And you're thinking like, I have something on me. It's just, it's like people make horror movies about that shit. Should have sued that bitch. She was a fucking criminal. She was a fucking basket case. That was back in the days before there was even real tourists. There was hardly any tourists in Japan at that point. And I remember going to Japan not knowing what the fuck I was doing, renting out this apartment.
Thirdest police Edberger says, I had to go to the doctors 3 times and she finally got the RX right. I never saw one though, I thought they were microscopic. I only saw the lines on my skin where they were living. Milkatima
like
Testing says no, it couldn't have been scabies, can't see them, you had something crazier. Edward Johnston says should be the next xenomorph variant. Mirror D80 says glad it's over now. Slub69 says lol Ed.
It was probably fleas, because they had this cat there. That this woman was absolutely crazy. So there were loads of rats in the apartment.
Just says then when you put the medicine on and they die, they bite you like crazy, and it's so hard not to itch.
So maybe it was like it was or ticks or fleas or something, because there was loads of rats, and so the woman she had a screw loose. She put a cat into this share house just to kill the rats, and the cat was like abused. It would try to scratch you, and it had a screw loose. And the cat, like, they had this litter box. It was like full of feces. Like, it didn't get changed properly. I'm not gonna fucking change it, but someone else changed it because it reduced the rent. But so what? I'm gonna fucking change your cat's litter box. What the fuck is this? She was overcharging as well. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Didn't know the exchange rate. It was probably fleas, like from the cat or the fucking rats, or who fucking knows. That was such a wake up call. Well, that's the first time I came to live in Japan, and I thought in my head, oh, this is gonna be amazing. The first thing that happened was like fucking rats everywhere, like fucking like flea ridden cat, and then the woman who was the landlord, she wasn't even in the country. I couldn't get the key. She had some fucking scam school where she was giving out visas, and I met one of her students, and then I spoke to the student. She was crying and shit, and she had mental health problems. This was fucking day one, and it was really hot, and I realized, yeah, no, Japan is not the fucking paradise people make it out to be. So yeah, maybe it was bed bugs, but they were black, and they'd be stationary, and then they fucking moved.
Sounds great, lol.
Yeah, so that was the introduction. That was the intro. But then when you're that young, you just don't give a fuck. You just survive and make it work. Yeah, that was interesting. So I guess I had fleas or something. And they're pulling it out, and all this blood came out. Thank God the head didn't stay inside the body.
Milkatima Kesting says if you ripped something out might be ticks, fleas would make sense, you are probably allergic af. Thirdest police Edberger says yeah, that was my wake up call, it was over after that, no D or hottie body is worth that.
Fucking scumbags, man. Man, I wish I could go back in time. I would sue the F. I would sue the F. It would be an open goal, the easiest legal case of all time. Overcharging someone. She also put a unit on top of her building, which is totally illegal. You definitely can't do that. That to start the legal case.
69 says dirty bastards.
That like then like I had pictures of like the whatever the fuck they were. Picture of the injury. Oh my god, bro! I should have sued the living
Slub 69 says pure filth.
Right. And then when
After 23 says scabies are pretty bad and they gives you a lot of itch too. Thirdest police Edberger says can fleas do that?
I thought it was scabies because it left like a line, but that you could see them. And then my door got locked.
After 23 says they are usually in between your fingers.
My door got locked and I couldn't open the door because it was so old. They had problems, and she told me. When she came to open it, she said, "Why didn't you go out the window?"
23 says, "Nah, fluas don't do that."
So it's the window you can imagine leading onto the street from the 3rd floor, and then there's another window along. She's like, "Why?" She looks at me. She's like, "Why didn't you go out the window?" She had a complete screw loose. She would tell me mad stories about all of her like famous friends.
Says fleas can make you break out like crazy. One of my kids are allergic.
Yeah, I've seen that actually. They'll bite you.
Thirdest police Edberger says yes, Hamza, you'll see lines on your fingers or near any joint or knuckles. Slub 69 says fleas just bite and fuck off.
So maybe I didn't have scabies, maybe it was fleas or something. What else did she do?
Thirdest police Edberger says oh wow, I didn't know that, Milky. Hamza Safda 23 says scabies are different and take months to heal, and the environment and everything you use have to be separate for it too. Milkatima Kesting says, wait, did you have all three?
And when I asked her for a new futon, she was like, oh, I don't want to pay for one. It costs like
Hamza
fucking
Safda 23
$5.
says yes, exactly, Victoria. Maybe Johnny had something else.
Maybe it was because it was. I remember it's kind of black, and they would. I had one here, and it was moving. It went so quickly.
Edward Johnston says, did you fix the controller?
Nah.
Thirdest police Edberger says maybe you had both if you saw lines that scabies, but maybe you had bed bugs too.
Oh my god, I had everything. That's disgusting.
Slub 69 says lol Vic, and maybe Ebola as well. Hamza Safda 23 says yeah, some people are allergic to a lot of things. Some have strawberry or apricot allergies. Milkatima Kesting says brother had bed bugs, fleas, ticks and scabies. Edward Johnston says probably COVID. Mirror D80 says I heard of insects that burrow inside the skin in Eastern Europe, not sure what it is called though. Hamza23 says bed bugs could be the main cause for Johnny. Slub69 says
God,
lol
bro.
milky WTF.
What a filthy hag.
Thirdisplee said Budger says slubs. Edward Johnston says remember when we couldn't say COVID nostalgia.
Right. You still can't. So this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to hack it.
Hamza23 says that's the scabies bro mirror.
This is how we're going to do it. We're going to unpair the pad, and then it won't automatically pair with the PlayStation, which will let me pair it with the Mac. This is it. This is it, y'all. Because I have a 10,000 plus big brain IQ, even the caffeine psychosis can't stymie me for long.
Hamza23 says now we have a new virus on the go. Hantavirus from Rata. Hamza23 says, rats. Milkatima Kesting says now you just need bot flies and chiggers.
Oh my god, mate, don't. You're gonna give me the Lim Chalsu word for wasteful, lazy. Yeah, that was crazy. Okay, what?
Mirror D80 says they around bushes though I was told not to walk in nature without long pants.
Oh, here we go. Forget.
Hamza23 says, Milky giving you her blessing XD.
No, okay, so what happens is it connects it. Actually, don't really.
Slub69 says I have gout and piles, does that count?
Forget.
Thirdisplee said Budger says oh no bot flies are so creepy. Bradw says,
Don't go
every
there.
one of us has mites that live in our pores and
Oh,
they
no,
come
no,
out at
don't
night
start
while we
this.
are sleeping.
Who's
to eat
obsessed with
things on our
parasites? It's
faces.
you lot again.
And they can't poop so they just die. Milkatima Kesting says bro chiggers are a bug that bite your feet lol.
Bro, okay, hold on a minute.
Thirdisplee said Budger says Brad.
Bro, it's actually happening.
Hamza23 says, gout is due to uric acid and piles are mostly cause of constipation.
Slubs, did you sort out your gout?
Hamza23 says those aren't mites Brad. They are worms lol. Milkatima Kesting says our bodies are graveyards. Remember to shower. Thirdisplee said Budger says slubs.
It's all over, y'all, because now it's trying to pair, but it instantly turns off. I've like broken my pad. Oh no! Dude, it flashes for a while and then disappears. Why would you do such a thing, though? Mate, this is... Oh, fucking hell. Are we... Oh, God, I need a pin. I need a pin to reset the pad.
Hamza23 says I told you a treatment for uric acid didn't I, or was it else? Hamza23 says we only display good otherwise we all are ugly from the inside. Slub69 says yup I have meds for it. Hamza23 says which ones you taking Slubsy? Bradw says, our mites are called Demodex. We all have tiny civilizations on our faces. Slub69 says begins with C something.
I was tested for that. Yeah, it's not working. Sorry.
Hamza23 says also try walking a lot and avoid anything especially meat.
Okay, it's not going to happen, y'all. It ain't happening, I'm afraid. I've seen one of those moves. I can't do anything.
Milkatima Kesting says when do they start developing tanks? Brad? Hamza23 says with C. Interesting. Allopurinol or febuxostat are what we commonly give, but maybe it's the brand name that starts with CX.
Hello, hello.
Bradw says, the ringworm wars Milky.
Good morning, how are you? Oh yeah, no worries, man. So Kate, he contacted you? Hmm. That's random. Yeah. Yeah, it's always like this. Talked. Right. Yeah. Okay, okay. Oh, right, I see, I see. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yes, yes.
Milkatima Casting says, should we be here for this? Thirdisplee Sedbaja says ditto Milky. Hamza Safda 23 says, of course. What will you gossip about later? Slub 69 says they didn't work cuz I put them up my ass instead of swallowing them. Milkatima Casting says gossip is for the weak. Thirdisplee Sedbaja says Slubs you're a wild man Lmao. Hamza Safda 23 says it was a good effort though Slubs XD. Hamza Safda 23 says but maybe put something else in your ass for better impact XD. Thirdisplee Sedbaja says, I mean it makes sense they pop Tylenol up your ass in the hospital so it works faster. Bradwr says, you don't need gossip if you have reconnaissance face mites. Hamza Safda 23 says yup if oral fails, anal works. Hamza Safda 23 says and if that too fails then IV is the best way. Milkatima Casting says okay so you can make your mites advance in civilization. Thirdisplee Sedbaja says Hamza. Slub 69 says true story my wife's aunt got suppositories and put them in her mouth Lmao. Thirdisplee Sedbaja says rules for life. Hamza Safda 23 says ha so that's why I appreciate Slub's effort. He knew he couldn't it orally so he took it anally XD. Edward Johnston says are we having another poll seems right. Thirdisplee Sedbaja says oh no I would have questioned a tablet the size of a suppository. Hamza Safda 23 says interesting Slubs. Your wife does the other way around and you both complete the circle. Hamza Safda 23 says, Victoria. Milkatima Kestings says, are all suppositories big? Edward Johnston says, oh, he's on the phone. Hamza Safda 23 says, yeah, they are milky. Thirdis Police Edberger says, more poles, more cowbell. Bradwr says, who the F swallowed a tablet the size of a suppository. Hamza Safda 23 says, it's mainly for constipations. Milkatima Kestings says, yeah, he's on the phone. Hamza Safda 23 says, Slub's wife Brad, it's happening. Slub 69 says she didn't swallow it, foamed up in her mouth.
Oh
lol.
god. Maybe I just go to bed. I don't fucking know. I can't do anything. I've got
Edward
inertia.
Johnston says, hope it's good news.
There's nothing. It's just fucking. It's just bollocks, mate. It's fucking bollocks. Fucking bollocks is what it is. If only you knew the real fucking
Thirdis
story.
Police Edberger says, oh no, that poor woman.
Oh, you're talking about something else? Oh, slubs, what the fuck?
Bradwr says, Bruce Slubs, why did you do that?
Oh, no way, bro. Alright, we're getting it. Okay. I'll leave you alone for 2 minutes and it's shadow-bantastic.
Thirdis Police Edberger says, probably a good thing it foamed up. Who knows how bad it might have been if she swallowed
Bro,
it.
that would have been super, super duper bad. Right. I think I'm just gonna go. I'm pissed off now.
Bradwr says, we are here for you, mate. Don't stress too much, you can't control it.
Huh? What's going on in the conversation? Fuck it hell, bro. You'll never know the real story. You'll never know. You'll never know.
Mirror D80 says, I saw a pic of this micro worm that sustains skin. Is it legit?
Excuse me?
Hamza Safda 23 says, Slubs was completing the cycle only. Edward Johnston says, she's pregnant, Johnny.
No, that's not. That's a friend of mine. That's someone else.
Milkatima Kestings says, you gonna be alright, dude? Hamza
I'm
Safda
fine.
23 says, the guests are here. Catch you guys soon. Slub 69 says,
man.
if you're on for the football, I'll watch it with you on Saturday.
Bro, I'll be here, yeah. It seems like I'll be here. I thought I might meet Edward Johnston this weekend. I would have. If it hadn't been for the old fucking this, that, and a third. Oh man, fucking hell. It's too complicated. I moved on from something about a year ago, but then those things you move on from, they have little ways of coming back in and showing them, so just reminding you, but just keep going forward.
Edward Johnston says, not too late.
Check the flights. It's not too late to get a flight. I can't see it happening though.
Mirror D80 says, the night is young. Edward Johnston says, you only live once.
Here we go. Now this gets me hype. These kind of words get me hype. Wow, the psychosis is slowly subsiding. Holy crap, that was super intense
Mirror
at one point.
D80 says, and him turning into a vampire.
Look what I got, motherfucker. Oh no, why do I like the pain?
Thirdis Police Edberger says, L8RS Hamza, hopefully you have some fun.
Hamza's gonna like it. A good man entertaining your friends. That's good, mate. Good man. Same price, 9:45 a.m. 1 a.m. now, bro. Shall I pack my stuff and get a little bag ready of things just in case?
Kesting says, put IT down.
Put that cookie down now. Come on, you can't stop me, Milkster.
Milkatima Kesting says, put that cookie down. Slub69 says no more cough FFS. Edward Johnston says, what's he got?
What have I got, bro?
DAG says the Silent Hill 2 flashbacks, turning me into a veteran with shell shock.
What?
Edward Johnston says Packmate how excite.
Shall I?
Police Edberger says so we're not getting a junior massacre lane.
No, it's far less exciting than that. Man, you lot will never know you'll never know the madness. Probably for the best.
Milkatima Kesting says no more coffee.
What? Why not? It's only 1 a.m.
WR says, just remember when you wish on a shorting star, that star is already dead, just like your dreams. Mirror DAG
Oh, no.
says JK.
Oh no, bro. Swine. Okay, shall I do my little? Shall I pack? Okay, this is good. This is getting me up.
Edward Johnston says more coffee. I need to have enablers in my life. Milkatima Kesting says no, we respect a man who doesn't spread his seed carelessly. Thirdest police
That's me.
Says, Brad.
I would never nut in some random hoe. Never ever. I've got a book. Okay. Pack the essentials.
Mirror D80 says is Earth a flat plane the stars go around in circles.
I was never good at folding shit. That'll do. Alright. We've got the Arsenal. The Arsenal. What else do we need? What else?
Thirdest police Edberger says, I think you'd be a good dad but we'd miss you and the internet would be gay without you. Edward Johnston says the Arsenal lad coming back.
Right. Underwear.
BrWR says, that's how you get shadow banned Mirror. You know it's true.
One. That's how a man packs. Right. Go with the grey. Can't go wrong with the grey. And last but not least.
Mirror D80 says, BrWR I've been shadowbanned into Obliviano.
We go with the tiger!
69 says pants, socks, toothbrush, toilet roll.
Huh! Tiger! Okay, what else do we need? I know what we need. Most important. My friend's top. That's like the whole fucking point of all of this. Okay.
Milkatima Kesting says how man packs every man I know rolls their shirt to the size of a nickel. Edward Johnston says Trump condoms. Thirdest police Edberger says, I try to buy pants that don't require underwear anymore, sick of em lol. Slub69 says gimp mask and one leather glove.
Got some socks.
Edward Johnston says menace behavior.
The menace.
BrWR says, underwear is a psyop. Thirdest police Edberger says slubs.
Here comes the menu.
Milkatima Kesting says, I have a washing machine and multiple pants. What's the point of underwear?
Well test.
Thirdispley Sedbaja says, I agree Brad.
Just a random t-shirt lounging around.
Bradwr says, I invested in a lot of pants as well. Edward Johnston says for guys I think it's more of a requirement. Bradwr says lol do we all go commando lol ha 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 bab. Thirdispley Sedbaja says exactly milky hallelujah.
What's the temperature like? Edward, you know, what's it like?
Slub69 says if my wife didn't wear underwear she would be in constant danger from me.
Oh my god, bro. What? That's good. You should fancy your wife. Loves, you're a man is. London, 29 degrees. What the fuck? The fuck? Bruh.
Edward Johnston says fucking hot mate.
Holy shit, bro. Can I be t-shirt every day? But at night 11. That's not very good.
Thirdispley Sedbaja says gotta let that thang breath it stuck between hot thighs in southern weather no thank you. Edward Johnston says the supermarket's fridges are breaking down crazy town. Thirdispley Sedbaja says slubs. Bradwr says slubs is indeed a menace.
Do I need a jacket, Edward?
Bradwr says, Florida is no place for layers. Edward Johnston says t-shirt shorts bruv.
But I'm talking about the next couple of weeks, mate.
Thirdispley Sedbaja says, word Brad. Milkatima Kesting says, Florida is no place. Slub69 says yeah pack the raincoat.
Raincoat. Here comes the man.
Edward Johnston says I think it's staying in the 20s next week. Not sure after that.
At night though.
Thirdispley Sedbaja says no that's Ohio milky not real like pigeons.
At night, isn't it pretty a little bit cold? Here comes the man, yes.
Milkatima Kesting says, I almost believe you about pigeons. Edward Johnston says it's been warm at night. Mirror D80 says will you do a cheeky live stream in UK?
I don't think
Edward Johnston says definitely not cold.
I'm just packing some stuff just in case I decide to go on a whim.
Thirdispley Sedbaja says LMAO.
The man
Milkatima Kesting says saw one user crosswalk with a crowd in Chicago and my perception hasn't been the same.
There she is.
Bradwr says, so is this a packing just in case you go? Or are you going? Or are you avoiding Silent Hill?
I don't think I'm going, but I'll have it there just in case. So if I decide to, then I'll just go.
Thirdispley Sedbaja says that is wild though lol especially in Chicago.
Here comes the man.
Milkatima Kesting says he's packing and getting away from Silent Hill.
The menus. I mean, that's pretty much everything. What else do I fucking need? You know what I'm saying? What else is there? That's it.
BrWR says, I saw ravens putting nuts in the road for cars to run over and crack open for them, and I saw them soak crackers in water to make it easier to swallow. Milkatima Kesting says, I think about it once a week, why didn't he just fly? I saw him fly away after, why use the crosswalk? Mirror D80 says hire a woman to play alongside you so Silent Hill isn't as scary.
A woman? A woman is coming. That's alright, look. Okay. We ready to roll, yo? I think we're good.
BrWR says lol, he wanted you to see him milky.
The menus. Menus. I feel like that's it. Here comes the menus. I could have unplugged.
Milkatima Kesting says yeah, crows are smart as fuck, but turns out you're not allowed to train them to bring stuff to your house.
How much is the flight?
Police Edbudger says have you seen the talking crows? Brad, shit is eerie.
Someone's gotta cancel their flight and leave a cheap space. If it goes to 3:30, I'll do it. It's 4:60 right now.
Edward Johnston says the mainess. Milkatima
The
Kesting says we
mainess.
should just get on a big Discord call and everyone scream at him while he's playing. Slub69 says yes, Milky, you can train them to steal jewelry.
That would be that's such a great idea. Can you imagine that? That would be your retirement fund, pretty much.
Mirror D80 says I will pay you to add Red Dead to your game list. How much is it on PSN, Johnny? Police Edbudger says, I took my kids to see a lady who rescued one at the local library. They really sound human, it's wild. BrWR says yes, they do talk really creepy.
I have to look that up in a second, Mirror. 4:60, 9:45 a.m. in exactly 8 hours and 39 minutes.
Police Edbudger says,
19
I thought
minutes.
that was Magpie's Crows Do It Too. Milkatima Kesting says Talking Crows is a good band name. Shit is eerie is their first album. Slub69 says Magpies are crows, Vic.
Are they a menace? Nah, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Edward Johnston says if we get him £100 or so he can afford his plane ticket. BrWR says,
bro.
like you can tell a parrot talking is a parrot but the crow sounds like a person.
Ticky.
Police Edbudger says oh I thought they were different. Milkatima Kesting says magpies are crows of a different color.
Right, I'm gonna go to bed. I could drink this. Oh, I've got two. This is from earlier today. Shit. This has a little bit left.
BrWR says, magpies have funerals.
Do they? That's clever of them, isn't it? They sound like a menace. Man, this fucking game. Bloody hell. Why is there a little kid there? I forget the story. I thought it's just the... No, yeah, they go after the kid, don't they?
Milkatima Kesting says has the ticket saga run its course?
Dude, what the fuck happens to the kid? I mean, it hasn't really changed at all. It's been the same for a while now. It's actually less than it went up to.
Edward Johnston says oh I have two. It would be wasteful not to have them. Slub69 says magpies, crows, ravens all part of the corvid family. Thirdisplee said
Slubs
Budger
knows
says
so
my
much.
feed is gonna be magpie and crow videos for the next week now Lmao. Bradwr says, so no Silent Hill. Edward Johnston says
You want to see Silent Hill? Do you really want to see Silent Hill? The molded. So what's the story of this? The little kid, their daughter goes missing? What the fuck is the story?
Bradwr says, always help a crow in need Victoria.
Maggie. Magpie. Maggas.
Milkatima Kestings says, is Johnny buying a plane ticket? Will he ever play as Heather? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Who's Heather?
Thirdisplee said Budger says, do they all collect stuff? Slubs, could you train any of them or are some better than others? Edward Johnston says, yes Johnny, we did a poll and everything.
Oh my god, really? Rainbow? Oh my god, fucking solid snakes in it. I remember that. What about this? Look at the artwork. Holy shit, dude. Be the gaijin the Japanese think you
says,
are.
wait, do you want me to spoil a game you've already played? Lol. Thirdisplee said Budger says, yes I've heard they hold grudges Brad.
Bro, how good is the fucking artwork for Resi 8? That's fucking awesome. So
Mirror
good.
D80 says Heather is the playable character from Silent Hill 3. Slub69 says they say all crows have 5-year-old child intelligence.
Bruh. That actually doesn't really look that good, does it? It looks okay. Drop the ball with that. FromSoft.
Mirror D80 says protagonist.
Pro tag. Oh my lord, look at this. This game is fucking good. That artwork though, he doesn't look like that. Proper cyberpunk shit with him, look. He's actually fucked. You can't kill it like that, bruv.
Mirror D80 says check the shop Johnny massive sales.
Bro, why do I always get faced with this
Mirror D80
fucking...
says what's on your wish list? Thirdisplee said Budger says remember the singing crows in the movie Dumbo? I think they're considered racist now but I like their song. Milkatima Kestings says my 5-year-old thought my name was Chelsea's until like 3 months ago lol. Edward Johnston says treat yourself with coffee after booting up Silent Hill. Edward Johnston says
God.
Mirror D80 says I can gift.
I'm not sure I can commit to playing it soon though. I wouldn't want to do you dirty like that, my brother. What the fuck? I don't remember liking this. I know I probably did.
Bradwr says, crows use wolves to hunt. They show the wolves where the prey is so they can share the scraps. Milkatima Kestings says Silent Hee.
Silent hee. Fucking, I got some weird games on here, bro.
Bradwr says, Chimman.
Oh my god, look at that. That's on the list. Bro.
Thirdisplee said Budger says lol my daughter used to think every Asian guy she saw in public was her dad. It got embarrassing milky lol.
Dude, there's a remake? What is this? I used to love this game. Oh my god. It needs shitty graphics though, that's what makes it really special. That, mate, those would... I don't know what they were on back then.
Milkatima Kestings says, LMAO.
This game is awesome. This is actually super
Bradwr
great.
says, no Victoria. Thirdisplee said Budger says that's amazing Brad, I'm gonna try and find that. Bradwr says no lol.
Oh my god, this is actually worth it. Nah, my wish list is kind of shite.
Edward Johnston says, ADHD going mental.
It's like at its worst where everything seems like a mountain to climb, so I just do nothing. Bro. Free. Missed. Fucking hell. 30 quid! You cannot be serious. They're still charging 30 quid for this?
Relax. Calm down bro. Drink some coffee.
Bro, look, they're charging 30 quid for Mist. Fucking hell. Riven, is that the sequel? Mist was terrible, bro.
Third said but just says, oh yeah, we'd be at the Asian market in line, and if there was a guy behind us she'd be calling him and trying to climb over my shoulder. Once she ran up to a dude, then realized when she got close. And Milkatima Kestings says, no, drink the water, coffee dehydrated you.
Yeah, because that looks like the kind of woman who'd be out there in the deep south. Right, like everything is like, it's just DEI. Everything.
Third said but just says, ran back with a worried look on her face. I got her one of those backpack leashes after that.
Fishing has to be the whitest sport of all time, right? Surely. Dude, there's a fucking dinosaur? Okay. Milky loves this game.
Edward Johnston says, flight sim. Fly to London.
Fucking hell.
WR says, that's a comedy skit, Vic, lol.
This would be if you paid me $1 million, oh, I probably would play it then, but anything less than that. Right, look at this. Look at the DLC. I know this is something else.
Milkatima Kestings says, IDK the Japanese, Koreans, and Mexicans love fishing.
Bro.
Third said but just says it could be.
Who the fuck thinks these things up? Bro.
Edward Johnston says, not to mention menaces.
Look at this shit. Ike Days in space.
WR says, nah, polo is the whitest sport.
Polo, yeah. Yeah, that is the whitest sport. It's 1000% white. Cheers, Mirror.
Mirror D80s has donated $10 and says, for Resi 1 remake also add Red Dead to her wishlist, brother.
Thank you,
Edward
bro.
Johnston says, darts is white as hell. Milkatima Kestings says, if you can't find my father-in-law he's probably fishing. Third said but just says, yeah, my father-in-law fishes way more than my dad does anymore. I wish my dad still fished.
I wish I could go fishing. Damn, is it the same dude? Oh my god, you actually can't buy it? Let's this shit. Subscribe to PlayStation Plus Extra to access this. Oh man, they're doing us like that. Some crazy. Oh, this is it. This is the OG one. I remember. I actually had this, believe it or not. I remember being quite good, but not really caring. That's funny, bro. Red Faction. Who remembers that? Fucking hell, dude. This would probably play terribly today.
Slub69 says 25 quid WTF.
Yeah. Red Dead 2. I know, mate, I can't get it. I got to subscribe to PlayStation Plus Extra. You fucking... No, I don't.
Milkatima Kestings says Red Dead Revolver is different story. Third Badger says, I have my license but I never go. I should just go down to the ponds and see what I get. I see PPL doing it all the time. WR says, how much is Far Cry Primal asking for a friend? The friend is you.
Oh, thank you, friend. Isn't this the one that I swear this has...
says it's not the same universe as Redemption. Mirror D80 says nah, it's the second option. The subscribe is misleading but the second option gives you the purchase option. Milkatima Kestings says, Red Dead 2 is on sale. Slub69 says that's well worth it, mate.
What? Red Dead 2. Oh my god, Brad, look, it knows it's you. This is recommended for people who like Far Cry Primal. They put fucking One Piece in there. This is funny. Look, it's Harlan, bruv. Mafia Trilogy. This is probably shite, isn't it? Bro, again, like, this era, you're not going to have a black detective. Just stop with this fucking DEI shit, man. For fuck's sake. That's probably the last era you'd ever see a black detective. Man, DEI took over the whole industry. It's actually crazy. It's extortion. Oh god.
Mirror D80 says Mafia 2 is the only good one. Milkatima Kesting says, is there a one-piece Far Cry pipeline I somehow avoided?
Look at his
Mirror
helmet,
D80
bruv.
says, and the Og Mafia 1.
He's got a fucking saber-toothed tiger skull on his head.
Thirdest Splee said Badger says, Sherlock Holme.
Oh shit, dude, what's happening here? This looks terrifying. Oh my god, bro, what's that? It's a boar? And it's a...
Mirror D80 says you were looking at the more modernized Mafia 3.
Oh. Bro, look at this boar. That boar is... That's the hardest boar you've ever fucking seen, bruv. Look at that.
Edward Johnston says the menace.
The menace.
WR says maybe Oda trips balls like in Far Cry when.
Dude,
riding One Piece.
He's riding a saber-toothed tiger? This actually looks quite good. Oh shit, bro, look. What's that? We've got a pet wolf? What's not to like?
Bro WR says, Sherlock Holme.
Oh shit. What's that? It's a moose, bruv. This looks like fucking Commander.
Milkatima Kesting says that is a mammoth Lmao.
Oh shit. Why are there extinct animals in this game? I mean, I'm not criticizing. Holy shit, bro. Look at it. The raging woolly mammoth. Ah! That's the exact image that accurately describes what it's like treading on a block of Lego.
Says MGSV would be a laugh. Bro WR says, heard someone say Christopher Nolan cast Helen of Detroit in the Odyssey. Slub69 says you can tame all them fuckers.
You can tame a mammoth. Is this good? Which one did you say was good, Slubs? Red Dead or this? Bruh, why there's all these extinct animals in the game?
WR says, it's a caveman game with amazing clonking physics and sounds. Watch the trailer.
Wait, what? They actually don't have a trailer on this, which is insane. I put it on my wish list, bruv. Getting like it's just a tiny bit closer.
Mirror D80s has donated $30 Australian and says for Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2. Bro WR says,
We have to do that now.
Tiger.
Since he paid $30
says they have a mastodon at the Albany Museum. They found it in Menons.
Okay, bro.
Slub69 says red.
We have to do it because we can't disrespect like that. Thank you. Okay. Well, I kind of would rather do 2 than 1, but what, I have to play 1?
Bro WR says, I'm telling you Far Cry Primal is it bruv. Edward Johnston says we could have been at our first puzzle in Silent Hill 4.
We could have been. Dude, 24 quid. We don't buy in pounds, bruv.
Edward Johnston says RDR2 is the one. Mirror D80 says up to you. Thirdest Police Edbadger says, I want the mammoth game. Slub69 says 2S better. Milkatima Kesting says Brad I am on your side. But, Arthur Morgan.
Arthur. 2's better. Who's Arthur Morgan? Fwah, the puzzles. Oh my god, what? Fucking hell, bruv. Dude, oh, you know what? In order to do this... I know. What is this?
Thirdest Police Edbadger says if not I'll settle for Quackshot.
Quackshot. I want to play that. Bro, we in the Japanese store.
Milkatima Kesting says, Vic, we would be missing out on the most attractive man in video game history.
Even the Japanese get molested by fucking woke shit. Look. Well, actually, not as much.
BrW has
but-
donated $19.99 and says
Fuck.
no pressure but just in case you feel like it. Edward Johnston
Oh my
says
God.
probably need a poll.
Okay, wait, hold on a minute. Red Doctor. Well done by me there.
Thirdest Police Edberger says oh okay I've changed my mind then. Thirdest Police Edberger says more polls. BrW says, does Arthur Morgan have a red beard or a BBC?
Okay, you twisted my arm. This better be good, yo.
Edward Johnston says can we have a poll asking if we need a poll?
We could. Oh, you absolute anchorways. No, we can't because you need to have PlayStation Plus extra BS, whatever the fuck it is. This is hilarious. And look, on the Ubisoft whatever, look, I don't know what the fuck, Ubisoft Classics, what the fuck is that? It's like an Anne's gender tray Michael Jackson. Fuck, what am I looking at here? Oh, I wanted that. Oh no, I can't get it. I just made that up. What the fuck was that?
Milkatima Kesting says, Arthur Morgan has a nice ass and broad shoulders and the personality of a goddamn angel.
Oh no. Fucking hell. Okay. I see.
Edward Johnston says can you overfeed him and make him fat? Thirdest Police Edberger says if it's not BBC I don't want it lol.
What? Oh my god. Shit's getting
Mirror
crazy.
D80 says maybe do research into both RDR1 and 2 decide which you wanna play first. Edward Johnston says Milky has played the NSFW mods.
We might as well just do it from the beginning, right?
Edward Johnston says RDR2 is definitely better.
But we need to do it in order, right?
Mirror D80 says RDR2 looks a lot better cause one was on PS3. Mirror D80 says up to you.
Everyone keeps telling me to do the first one.
Milkatima Kesting says he can't have a BBC you're thinking of Lenny. Slub69 says it's been remastered Mirror.
Dude, my password
Edward
is... I don't even
Johnston
remember
says
what my fucking
RDR2.
password is.
Thirdest Police Edberger says, Lenny Kravitz. Mirror D80 says oh okay. Milkatima Kesting says yes lol. Edward Johnston says the NPCs are the best in RDR2.
Now everyone suddenly is telling me not to do Red Dead 1. The fuck?
BrW says, Big Black Beard Club. Edward Johnston says,
Fuck's
Lenny
sake.
Lenny.
I don't know what I don't know what my PlayStation password is. Dude, what the why is what?
Milkatima Kesting says, I once had a glitch in Red Dead 2 where all the predators were black bears lol. Slub69 says BWCC. Mirror D80 says I think I'm the only one saying one, so listen to the audience and play 2 first.
Should we be doing that? Passwords. Maybe it wants me to change it. I don't even fucking know what it fucking wants.
Milkatima Kesting says the game is something everyone needs to experience.
What, 1 or 2?
Mirror D80 says it's cheaper too. Milkatima Kesting says, I slept on it for so long. Mirror D80 says more affordable, I mean. Bradwr says, I've heard from everyone to play 2 first.
Really? Bro, I can't even buy it. I don't know what my password is. I fucking hate modern gaming. Can't there be a simpler way to do this? With some fucking biometric thing and give away my data, all my freedom. Red Dead 2 is cheaper, bro.
Mirror D80 says I've been playing Red Dead Online, it's bundled with 2. Bradwr says, agreed
What?
Milky, everyone needs to experience Far Cry Primal.
Red Dead Redemption and Dead Door and did Itemia. The fuck is that? Red Dead Redemption.
Milkatima Kesting says look man, Far Cry Primal is good but it's not Red Dead 2.
Bruh, what is this? PS4 and PS5. There's a PS5 version? What?
Bradwr says, if only there was a round plastic object that stored data that could be read with a laser and put into the PlayStation.
Oh, the cheap one though is PS4 version. That's probably why they're taking a piss, yeah? Oh, I knew it was too good to be true. They'll never sell that cheap, bruv.
Edward Johnston says Victoria wants that duck game. Thirdest Police Edberger says if only.
What duck game? Mate, they tried to hornswoggle us. It's only PS4, but they got a specific one for PS5. You don't.
Milkatima Kesting says not if you have the Slim.
Is
Mirror
maybe
D80 says there's no PS5 version for 2 but it looks bloody amazing. Mirror
I'm
D80
talking
says
shit then.
trailer.
Okay, we're doing this, bruv. Bro, we'll stop trying to sell me shit.
Bradwr says, Victoria loves a good duck.
That's a good ducking and tucking. Duff. Nah, bruh.
Edward Johnston says who knew buying a game was so hard for someone pinging on caffeine.
I don't know what's going on. The fuck? I can't remove anything. I want to remove something from my cart. Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. There must be a better, easy way to buy this fucking shit. QR code or Apple Pay or something, anything. Okay, Apple Pay. Come on now. Let's do that. It's all grayed out. What the fuck's wrong with you, bruh?
Edward Johnston says absolutely munted. Milkatima Testing says no, he's right. If you haven't purchased a game in a while, they give you all kinds of pop-ups. BrWR
I mean,
says
it's probably
his
for
eyes
the
are
best.
darting everywhere.
Let's be honest. Okay, what the fuck is my password though?
Thirdisplay Sedberger says everyone loves a good ducking down. Come on now.
A good ducking.
Mirror D80 says mobile PlayStation app.
Yeah, that's probably how I don't know. I don't know. Why? Do you know what I like the most about this is it won't let me do it. All I want to do is change my fucking password, bro. You anchor away. You ank stain. Why they fucking like this, dude? I didn't write that down. What would I have changed it to?
Edward Johnston says Ajay did love Duck Station a lot.
He certainly did. He never stopped talking about it. It was not even that. I'm pretty sure it's not even that renowned.
Milkatima Kesting says is your password I love veggie?
I love veggies. How good is Duck Station?
Edward Johnston says Cyclopsis or Anchor 6969. Thirdisplay Sedberger says Milky.
I'm asking Super Grok with 4 agents. How good is Duck Station? Kinda shite? Question mark.
Mirror D80 says, smash the Deus Ex reference.
Nah, Duck Station is the opposite of shite. It's one of the best PS1 emulators out there.
Says OMG, these are the best passwords ever.
It's fast, super accurate, has a clean modern interface, and cranks out enhancements that make old PS1 games look way better. Mate, Ajay was right. We got rid of him for no reason.
Says Duck Station's out for Ajay. Milkatima Kesting says he would go on about things he liked. He was one of us, lol.
That's a shame, bro. Ajay was just trying to fucking warn us and let us know about the Duck Station. And we didn't accept him. We didn't accept him. We didn't treat him right. Oh well.
Mirror D80 says now ask Ari about PCSX2.
We need to start playing hard Dark Souls type games, man.
Thirdisplay Sedberger says he was. I miss him, he was sweet, poor guy.
Yeah. Bro, I'm logged in. What?
BrWR says 21 duck salute. Thirdisplay Sedberger says never forget. Edward Johnston says he's probably making a fortune on the emojis, though sometimes you have to let them go so they can fly higher.
True. Very true. Dude, this is like I actually put the right password in, but it won't let me. What the fuck do you even call that? You absolute anchorways.
BrWR says nah, he's deaf dead.
Man, that's brutal. Nah, don't say that. Okay, wait, hold on a minute. Oh, fucking hell, it's such a chore, man.
Thirdisplay Sedberger says, LMFAOMG.
Nah, he ain't.
Edward Johnston says send it your email.
This is actually nuts.
Milkatima Kestings says last time you said that he had been online 30 minutes ago lol. Mirror
you said-
D80 says a duck station to remember for those we lost and gained along the way.
Password. But that.
Bradwr says you the one made a song about him buried beneath the darkness.
It says password deactivated. Sign in with pass key activated. So why the fuck is it asking me for password?
Milkatima Kestings says nor Brad keeps saying he's gone forever lol. Edward Johnston says beware of what you've unleashed. Don't let it reach Earth, it has the power to destroy the universe.
Indeed.
Slub69 says buried beneath the darkness Jay doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to play because he betrayed a Jay.
That's good, mate. Mate, the sober slubs is actually the real slubs. I didn't betray him. The fuck? Betray. Come on.
Third Police Edberger says well at least now he has been immortalized with an AI song.
Bro. The password, this is actually forever broken. God, it really doesn't want me to do this, does it? Fuck. I can just buy it online. It says password deactivated. What the? Maybe that's what it is.
Slub69 says Jay the Betrayer.
Bruh, come on now. What's this all about? Something weird happened. Like I had to sign into my PlayStation again. Or maybe it got fucking. Maybe it did get Hornswoggle hacked or something. Oh no, because
Mirror D80 says I feel like if Johnny played 3 and got stuck in a puzzle for 5 hours I'd want to spoil it, so in a sense it's for the better. Bradwr says if I die everyone feel free to tell your boss your friend died and take day off on me. Mirror D80 says did you get a Sony email?
But there was a hack recently, right? Something actually did happen. And when I logged in, it asked me to put my password in again. So maybe it just shut everything down and you have to redo things. Yeah, because it says... But also says two-step verification disabled. Like, maybe I turn that off.
Mirror D80 says I got a weird one a while back, I had to redo my password.
Maybe that's what it is. That would fucking make sense.
Third Police Edberger says, if I don't have a job can I save it for a day when I have one again?
Password deactivated. They must have done something. Okay, that makes... To set your password, you need to deactivate sign in with passkey. Scan the fucking QR code.
Says, use it as many times as you want. It's what I would want.
Serious, bro.
Edward Johnston says they were probably hacked.
Mate, this is so fucking broken. Scan the QR code to manage your passkeys.
Milkatima Kesting says, didn't your friend die last year? No different, Brad. Mirror D80 says, nah, it's for people that show their order numbers. It's apparently super easy to hack. Seen it on X. Third display said Badger says, I thought you might as you wish then. Mirror D80 says, so don't ever show any order numbers. Bradwr says, exactly, Milky, that's the spirit. Third display said Badger says Milky. Bradwr says, careful opening those emails. I got a very realistic PayPal one the other day. Mirror D80 says, Bradwr, yup, I always hover over to read where the email is from first. Slub69 says, ignore all emails from Nigerian princes. Third display said Badger says, oh man, something like that happened to me years ago with an Amazon email and I opened it. What a mess.
Mate, this is actually fucking so goddamn long. It said to sign in with the password, you got to take off the passkey. So I took off the passkey and made a password. But when then I did that, it said, do you want a passkey again? So I said, yeah, because it's easier. But then I think it removed the password. I might have to do it again. Actually, can't. This is the real game.
Milkatima Kesting says, don't ignore Nigerian princes, they are lonely.
Oh my god. Shadow fantastic. Bruv. Fuck him, you want a password? Of course you do.
Mirror D80 says, I don't use passkeys.
Maybe that's the problem.
Bradwr says, remember the French woman who thought she was helping a sick Brad Pitt and sent him hundreds of thousands thinking he would get better? Leave Angelina and come be with her.
Oh,
Third display
yeah.
said Badger says, hey, if the deposed prince of Nigeria emails me for help, I'm answering, lol.
That's super sad. Password is wrong. Mate, this is so broken. Okay. Okay.
Mirror D80 says, they've been trying to push it on me though, I just ignore it, lol. Bradwr says, lol, Victoria, no. Thirdesplee said Budger says OMG Brad IDK if it was that one, but I have seen ones like that. They are wild. That's a whole world of delusion so far into outer space I can't wrap my head around it. Bradwr says, the prince does not need your help.
Okay, create a passkey. No pass. Remind me
Thirdesplee
later.
said Budger says hey you never know.
Dude, this is so fucking badly designed. Why offer me a passkey if I can't buy a game with
says
it?
he specifically needs Vic's help.
Oh my god, it worked. Sign in to use online features. Not signed in? Fuck, dude.
Bradwr says, this is why women didn't have bank accounts before 1970.
Do I have to enter the flicking password again?
Mirror D80 says update. Milkatima Kestings says women do be shopping for Nigerian princes.
Dude, when I go to buy it, then it signs me out and says sign in to use online features. This is actually broken. The fuck? It's actually busted.
Thirdesplee said Budger says Milky it's true I'm an expert in the needs of Nigerian princes and also shopping.
You're not signed in. It's actually busted, yo. Now I'm signed in. So when I buy it, it signs me out.
9975 says one of my friend's moms thought she was having a conversation with Daniel Craig. After an hour of conversation, I got annoyed and told her she's getting too emotionally invested.
I think it's glitched out or something. Maybe I have to re-add the card. I don't know what the fuck it is. But it don't fucking work, bruh.
Slub69 says lol.
Yeah, password. Yeah, this is busted, bro.
Bradwr says, I think we have the best chat in the world. This is hilarious. I would control alt delete myself too if Johnny kicked me out.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Sign in. Yeah, it's busted, bro.
Mirror D80 says, do you have anything else in your cart?
No.
Thirdesplee said Budger says LMAO that's amazing Steven. Slub69 says restart bruv.
Nah, fuck it. I'm done with this.
Mirror D80 says the shopping trolley icon in the store.
I did. Wow, this is so fucking busted.
Mirror D80 says okay.
The sign in now I changed it to a fingerprint one. Now it says the password's not correct. My god, dude. We've really fucking screwed ourselves here.
Mirror D80 says damn sorry there been hassle after hassle tonight.
This is insane. Bruh. Can't we just fucking plug in a cartridge?
Milkatima Kesting says fucking yikes. Milkatima Kesting says call your lady friend to troubleshoot. Slub69 says this is bad as the waterfall stream. Thirdest Police Edbadger says I don't know how we all found each other but it's definitely one of life's little blessings Brad. Bradwr says, you think they are intentionally trying to make it difficult so when it's time to use Face ID you easily accept it out of frustration?
I swear, the sign-in ID email address you entered or password isn't correct. Sign in using other... I've actually locked out. Now it just keeps giving me a QR code. Account recovery. Fuck, I don't know, bro. Definitely tried to do too many things.
Thirdest Police Edbadger says good point. Milkatima Kesting says wow. Slub69 says sack it off and go toad bruv.
Huh?
Milkatima Kesting says we just wanted Red Dead 2. What world is this?
Horrible world.
Bradwr says, English slubs. Thirdest Police Edbadger says this is why I make all my passwords different variations of the same thing but even then I have problems so maybe scratch that you need a little pad to write them all down in your desk drawer.
Why you do this?
Slub69 says that's what I do Vic but sometimes I can't read my own writing lol.
Please fucking sign me in, bro. Dude, it's just... Oh my god. I don't like this. It's in my car. I can just do it on my computer, but I want to do it on there. Dude, Resident Evil Biohazard's in there. What the fuck? What is this?
Milkatima Kesting says LMAO.
I don't know, bro.
Thirdest Police Edbadger says yeah I've done that too slubs LMAO.
Oh, fucking hell, bro.
Bradwr says, Password. I love Starmer.
I just fucking realised something as well. I love Starmer. No one's gonna guess that.
Hamza Safda 23 says alright guys, I am back.
Sup, bruv? That was quick. You booted him out already.
Hamza Safda 23 says the guests are dealt with and gone. Slub 69 says password buried beneath the darkness.
Exactly. Sounds sinister.
Hamza Safda 23 says I am alive, so it's okay, you guys don't have to stand up for me.
We got you, bruv.
BrWR says, we were just talking behind your back, Hamza. What's up? Thirdest Police Edberger says just in time to watch Johnny lose it and smash his computer to bits, Hamza. Hamza Safda 23 says I gave them tea, some cake and some crunchies.
That's pretty nice of you. You're not signed in. Let's get you started. You've got to be freaking kidding me, bro. Holy shit.
Hamza Safda 23 says I like when people praise behind my back and praise me instead of doing it only at front. Hamza Safda 23 says so I appreciate it, Brad.
The world is broken.
Hamza Safda 23 says hahaha, can't wait to see that happen, Victoria. BrWR says, what constitutes a crunchy?
Oh
Milk
my
Fatima
fucking
says,
god,
"Holy
now
bro."
it fucking makes sense.
Hamza Safda 23 says well I had to give them something since they brought me meat and rice to eat. Thirdest Police Edberger says oh that's nice.
Oh my god. I think I've worked it out. Fuck, it's so complicated. Okay. Oh, I see why it's getting... Okay, this is actually quite deep.
Milkatima Kesting says did you crack the code?
Okay, this is gonna... If this works, I'm gonna boggle your brains with some very nerdy, stupid shit.
Milkatima Kesting says we ended up playing a Silent Hill puzzle anyway lol. Hamza Safda 23 says hey thanks Vic.
Here we go, your lock and loads.
Edward Johnston says ho lard.
People getting excited. Please sign in to use online features. I have destroyed the universe.
Edward Johnston says any plain tickies? BrWR says, for real lol that was a puzzle. Hamza Safda
Still
23
going.
says let me check out Brad. It had some chips, some lentils and some dried up nuts Brad. Hamza Safda 23 says and some chickpeas too. Thirdisplee said Baja says but now you've made me hungry so I'm heating up some leftover kimchi fried rice for lunch incoming fart fest.
Your account has been locked. To sign in, you need to recover your account. Holy crap, bro.
Bradwr says, Johnny, -1 HP, -1 HP, -1 HP, -1 HP.
Okay.
Edward Johnston says menace behavior just doesn't stop. Hamza Safda 23 says hey it's good to eat. I too am joining you and gonna eat the rice with meat they brought.
Man.
Milkatima Kestings says kimchi does not make me do that, get stronger. Bradwr says, Hamza has a murder of crows for friends. Edward Johnston says maybe Ajay hacked you. Mirror D80 says is this a bug, maybe Google if anyone else experiencing this issue. Hamza Safda 23 says ha 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 Brad. Thirdisplee said Baja says no Milky. Hamza Safda 23 says but they were relatives XD. Bradwr says, well Hamza did disappear while we were talking about Ajay. Not suspicious at all.
There we go.
Hamza Safda 23 says XD. Thirdisplee said Baja says it's all cabbage, come round on St. Patty's Day I'll play you a tune. Hamza Safda 23 says interesting why you avoid him in front of me. Edward Johnston says who's the next massacre mate to leave the channel? Hamza Safda 23 says my stream was running all the time though.
Oh my god. Fucking hell, bro.
Milkatima Kestings says I volunteer as tribute.
Using a passkey allows for secure and quick
Edward
sign-in.
Johnston says Milky is the channel. Bradwr says, I think we're all kinda stuck here at this point Edward. We all know too much about each other. Milkatima Kestings says fuck.
I've just used the passkey. Probably I shouldn't have done that, but... Okay. Fucking hell, dude. What a freaking... What a nightmare.
Hamza Safda 23 says when and where. Thirdisplee said Baja says Brad.
Well, okay. Oh, I see it there, bro. Okay, we just do it this way. Error, Shimashita.
Bradwr says, and no one here can get insulted by being called autistic. Hamzasafda23 says for on see Brad something which is not dark.
What? Oh, it worked. Fucking hell, bruh. Fucking hell. What a mare. Okay, oh my god. The sign-in ID or password isn't correct. If you've activated passkey, you'll need to select sign in with QR code and then sign in.
Milkatima Kesting says immediately ruins it lol. Bradwr says, spoke to soon Hamza lol.
You're not signed in.
Hamzasafda23 says XD. Thirdisplay Sedbaja says lol Brad I think your brother darkness now. Edward Johnston says, I liked how we had a vote again and he went with something else.
That's because Mira donated and also Brad donated $20. We need to appease.
Edward Johnston says that's why we like this channel.
Guess what? My phone ran out of battery, so I can't
Bradwr
log in.
says, Edward lol.
Actually, can't even log in. It's all broken, bruv.
Bradwr says, that sounds racist Victoria. Edward Johnston says you could say they bought votes the system works. Thirdisplay Sedbaja says corruption for the greater good.
We need a dictator in these times.
Hamzasafda23 says I thought Ulchel made people drunk but in case of Johnny it's caffeine.
You know me too well.
Thirdisplay Sedbaja says hey Rick James invented it don't look at me. Slub69 says just go to bed, you are a disgrace.
Shit.
Hamzasafda23 says that's what Brad said.
Something went wrong. Either your account is locked due to multiple failed sign-in attempts or your password needs to be reset due to security reasons. If your account is locked, wait a while
says all night long.
and then try signing in again. If your password needs to be reset.
Sedbaja says slubs. Hamzasafda23 says you made one his iteri slubs. Hamzasafda23 says we either do oral or anal not the eye. Hamzasafda23 says and you have experience in both slubs. Milkatima Kesting says, shit dude no Red Dead, no Silent Hill what's going on.
The amount of times I've stood up, I could have hooked up.
Edward Johnston says best stream ever. Milkatima Kesting says and the stream is getting banned lol.
To add insult to injury. What have you not been talking about?
Hamzasafda23 says only bed led milky.
Right. Shit. Okay, here we go.
Third said but just says so ocular penetration is off limits. See you later everyone.
If this doesn't work, then that means I've actually fucking banned my own account.
Bradwr says, I'm praying for Far Cry Milky. Edward Johnston says at least put the Menasai song on. Hamza Safda 23 says yeah, ocular penetration is for the fleas.
Oh, this is going to get my account blocked.
Oh, okay.
Dude, this is actually... Okay, I've actually fucking locked my account, so... So what it was, I've got an English account for when I was in England, but then I made a Japanese one and it has a different email. So I was putting the wrong password in for my English account into the Japanese one too many times. And then I finally worked out how to log in to the Japanese one with the different email. And when I tried to log in, it said, you need to change your password to do all this shit. I didn't even have access to the email, so I found the Gmail, went in there, then logged in through the email, and then I set it up to log in with the passkey. So when I tried to log in, the phone ran out. So you can't use the passkey. The passkey is your biometric data on the Mac, which I press a key on the Mac. And but you can't do that on the PlayStation. If you want to do that on the PlayStation, you've got to use a QR code. So I tried to do it with the QR code, but the battery ran out. So I just tried to enter the password, but they didn't like that because I just got rid of the password and changed it to like fingerprint login. And then I tried to go back when the phone had batteries and then do the QR code. And then when I did the QR code, it took me to somewhere on the phone where you're supposed to use your biometric data, but I did it on my Mac and not my phone. And the phone, there's two types of biometric. It's finger, well, that's on the Mac, or it's face on the phone, but both are biometric. So when I went to sign in, it said use your face details. So when I used my face, it put a password in, which I had gotten rid of, and it didn't actually take the biometric data, which is the fingerprint. I don't even think my phone has that for this. So they tried to put the password in, and the only place I was able to log in, which was not on the PlayStation, now it's just said you need to reset it for security reasons. So I'm basically in a death loop. That's what happened. So it's over, y'all.
Hamza Safda 23 says what about oral? Here, Brad. Edward Johnston says it's because you aren't fully tucked. Slub69 says lol. Hamza Safda 23 says but deeply fucked Edward. Mirror D80 says tuck em in lads.
Oh, okay, it's all over, y'all.
Mirror D80 says what is tuck anyways?
It needs to be a password. That's what it should be.
Hamza Safda 23 says tuck is salty biscuit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Sub 69 says disgraceful tucking. Third display said but just says tucks are a hemorrhoid medication. Hamza Safda 23 says hahaha but taken orally. Bradwr says lol Vic. Milkatima Kesting says how long does the lock last if it fucks you over a day? Call the PS customer service. Hamza Safda 23 says especially by slubs.
So now I've removed the biometric and put password only.
Thirdest Police Edbudger says no, you wipe your ass with them, cuts down on the confusion.
It's asking me for a security key. I said no.
Slub69 says absolute diabolical lack of tucks. Disgraceful effort.
Do I have to tuck? Don't make me do that. Feel like a fucking hobo. I'll cut my fucking beard. I'm a 43-year-old man.
Says I've been locked out of tucking. Fug.
Living in Japan.
Says that leads to anal sinus Vic.
Can't log in, goddamn. Living in Japan. I'm a 43-year-old man. Living in Japan. What the fuck am I doing? I never had a plan. I never had a plan. That's a famous song, isn't it? I'm a 43-year-old man living in Japan. Don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Never had a plan. What's going on?
Hamza Safda 23 says and the phone got locked. Oh damn. Thirdest Police Edbudger says, I don't know what anal sinus is, but I don't like it, lol.
Oh my god, secure your account. You'll stay signed in on this PS5 until you sign out. The following are recommended to make your account more secure. Require password at checkout.
Says anal sinus is Victoria's band name.
Bro, I think we're in.
Hamza Safda 23 says haha, definitely nothing good.
Oh my god. I think we're okay, lads. Oh my god. What a freaking nightmare. What a freaking nightmare.
Thirdest Police Edbudger says, Edward.
Oh my god. So I bought the game on... Where would I find this game now? Oh my god.
Slub69 says this chat is a disgrace.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Says you are trapped, Vic.
Don't get the shadow ban rolling. Don't do it.
Edward Johnston says it's cause he tucked. Hamza Safda 23 says and I can't save you.
Oh my god.
Mirror D80 says downloads. Hamza Safda 23 says disgrace at a good pace.
It actually worked, y'all. We fucking got there in the end. My god, that was stressful.
Just says, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if that band name is already taken. There's a band called Clitoris All Sorts.
No, none of these words. No shadow banning.
Hamza Safda 23 says ha 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 damn. Thirdest Police Edbudger says oh no.
Why are you saying oh no? I got the game, y'all.
Hamza Safda 23 says only shadow ramming is allowed. Stefan Suarez 9975 says still handsome at 43 but not as handsome as my 38-year-old husband. Hamza
Still
Safda
pretty
23
damn handsome,
says
though.
or banging. Edward Johnston says
Stephen.
Johnny is done with us.
I'm not. But just don't shadow ban. That's what I'm saying.
Slub69 says all that cuz you didn't want to play. Edward Johnston says the game none of us voted for.
I have to do it though. Guess ask me for a fucking password. Oh my god. Right, we're gonna play Quackshot.
Hamza Safda 23 says get spanked. Edward Johnston says it's for the greater good. Milkatima Kestings says, brother, I gave you money for Nier when it was on sale years ago and you didn't have to do shit, LMAO.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hamza 23 says, I know, right? Slub 69 says, so read 1 or 2 then?
Right, Brad, you anchor way. I downloaded Far Cry Primal. I fucking did it.
Edward Johnston says, Milky getting real. Mirror D80 says, I'm the executive producer tonight.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Edberger says the chat is killing me today.
I have no idea what you lot are talking about.
23 says Milky doing the business.
Look, Red Dead, Far Cry, yo, but we're not playing it now. We are not.
WR says, Milky digging up the past, lol. Hamza Safda 23 says we ain't letting you go Vic until you get the tick for ocular. Milkatima Kesting says, YEAHH.
What? Look, we got it. Queued for download. It's in the download.
Mirror D80 says, YEAHARRR.
Why? What's happening?
Mirror D80 says cowboy time.
It is, but you know what? It's not. Let's turn it off. We turn his shit off, yo.
Milkatima Kesting says, I will be shutting up during cutscenes. Slub69 says, did you get add-on for Primal? It's called Primanal.
For fuck's sake, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Man, this stream's
Georgia
dead.
says, no way, Red Dead best day ever.
Oh no, wait, Georgia wants it. Now we have to do it. We can't disappoint Georgia. Is it really that good, this game?
Hamza Safda 23 says Slubs brought his expertise. Milkatima Kesting says, rest mode, what are you doing?
Huh?
Thirdis please Edberger says Slubs.
Walk with me, talk with me, stalk with me. Man, that was fucking stressful.
Hamza Safda 23 says, hey Georgia, she is here, new everyone be good.
Georgia.
Mirror D80 says, Slubs, you got me again.
What's up, Georgia? How's l'hôpital? Right, we nearly locked ourselves permanently out of that. Walk with me, talk with me, stalk with me. Daytona, let's go away.
Georgia says, yes, the game has so much soul, if you don't get moved by the story then there is no hope.
Oh my god, it's like that? Right, you're really selling it. Man, Georgia knows how to sell something. Why couldn't you lot put it like that? Jesus. Daytona, let's go.
Display Edberger says there used to be an adult film by the title Lord of the G-Strings, so you never know, maybe there is a Primanal.
Oh my god, no shadow banning. We're gonna get shadow banned. See, I can remove Victoria's Speech, but she doesn't mind.
Says, just finished a hard day at work, but this makes it better.
Ah, that's very sweet. Welcome. Look, we got all these games, yeah? I mean, we could just do Silent Hill. Should we, like, wet the whistle a little bit with some Bomberman? Yeah, let's play Bomberman, bro. Come on.
WR says, I did download the wrong Pirates of the Caribbean once. Milkatima Kesting says you turned off your PlayStation instead of rest mode, now it won't download while you sleep.
That's alright. Because we got Daytona.
Georgia says, how's you and everyone chat's winding you up by the looks of it.
I'm alright.
Hamza Safda 23 says who got shadow banned. Mirror D80 says I can't easily describe the visual breathtakingness. Thirdis please Edberger says whoops brag. Georgia says, well put Mirror, it is breathtaking time. Mirror D80 says, Bradw lol. Edward Johnston says, what a wild episode, twists and turns. Will he play Red Dead Back to the Future? Is he going to London? Thirdest Police Advocate says, so they were a different type of pirate. Hamza Sacker 23 says, breathtaking for all the right places.
Right, we can't do the full screen.
Bradw says, we live under a tyrannical government, Georgia, we can't say that none of us fighted for any of this law. Slud69 says, yes Vic, it's called an ass bandit. Mirror D80 says, the new Bombermans on PNS has multi I think, but don't own them though. Edward Johnston says, will he drink the 2 coffees? Georgia says, that's the mystery of the massacre, Edward. Thirdest Police Edward says, Rectal Ranger. Hamza Satter 23 says, Slugs got decent since Georgia arrived. Thirdest Police Edward says, male slugs. Mirror D80 says, slugs, you're killing me.
Right, this is the game we've been needing.
Says the menace going on.
Bro, look at this. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, this fucks the sound up when you do full screen, but there must be a way to do a full screen without fucking the sound up.
Georgia says, hey now don't behave on my account.
I'll turn game mode off,
says,
yeah.
What's he doing to do next, dare we watch? Hamza Sacker 23 says, Slug 69 is caught red-handed, only we can't see the hand and where they at.
Boom, mate, this game has... Mate, the music's so good. Fuck.
Slub 69 says, hey, I'm a responsible father of 4.
You swine. Oh my god, not this stupid shit.
Edward Johnston says, is this like Silent Bomberman?
Yes. Look at the bee, bro. Bruh. My god, bro. Why you make it so complicated?
Hamza Safda 23 says, C Slubs is a good guy deep down.
He is.
Edward Johnston says, will he get his controller working?
Saturn Bomberman.
Right, to play this game, you need one of these, bro. Yeah, let's go. Right.
Edward Johnston says he's a demon in the sheets apparently.
He is.
Milkatima Kesting says, no one tell him Red Dead gets views.
Look at this though. Milky loves this. Don't pretend this isn't what you want to see. Dude, I love this shit. Look, the Japanese are on another level, bro.
Edward Johnston says, OMG, he's having one wild man. Mirror D80 says, if you need a crew member for if you dabble in Red Dead Online, hit me up on PS5.
Will do, bruv. It's multiplayer?
Saturn Bomberman.
Edward Johnston says Milky voted for this.
Did she? No, she didn't.
Milkatima Kesting says, I love Bomberman but only with other people.
Well, I'm another person.
Oh, look! It's the legendary Crystal Tower! Let's go! monster! But I have the monster controller! Take that! Now the monster's under my control. Soon, the whole world will be mine!
The fuck?
Bomberman, listen carefully. The Meanie Gang is trying to take over the world. Mr. Meanie has unleashed Krager, the legendary monster, and stolen the crystals that had sealed him in the tower. Now he's using Krager's evil power to conquer the world. You must get the crystals back before Krager destroys everything. The Meanie Land Amusement Park is their secret base. Hurry, Bomberman, hurry!
These were just better times, man. Like, the art is just a reflection of a fucking awesome time. Look at it. It just feels so healthy. Apart from, you know, the people who created it committing suicide in the forest because they were overworked. But other than that, look at it. Best character design, man. Alright. Oops. 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 Right, we're on the triggers. Sounds all fucked up though. The music in this is tip-top.
Thediscly said Budger says, I've never heard of this. When did this come out? I feel like if I knew about something like this I would have probably wanted to try it. Slut69 says, oh god, not another coffee.
Mate, stop judging me! Wow, look at that. Tight on placement, bro. I can't turn a gate. That's how you get the sound working. Like, yeah, because it wasn't widescreen.
Edward Johnston says, ah shit, here we go game. Hamza Safda 23 says, Vic is adorable from the inside.
Can anyone tell me how to fucking make this full screen so it's wide? Or maybe you can't. No, but of course you can. I know you can't. It's basically stuck right. Of course it is, because it's the old TV, innit?
Edward Johnston says she's a menace, mate, watch out.
Bruv.
Slub69 says I remember this on SNES. Hamza Safda
That was banger.
23 says she is from the outside.
SNES, I had the second one. Bruv, listen to the tunes! Listen to the, it's jungle, it's fucking jungle. Dude, I grew up in the best fucking time, bro. We had jungle in video games, dude. Look, we got all the jungle pads.
Says, but I chose the inside. Edward Johnston says the caffeine has started to hit again.
Never!
Edward Johnston says mental. Thediscly said, but just says you need a crusty crab shell to protect yourself in this world, lol.
Krusty Krab? The fuck? Right, we're collecting, yo. Oh my god, cuzzy, look! Victoria, look! Ah, we got a dinosaur, bruv! They jumped!
Casting says jungle was pretty common in video games.
Yay! Look, it jumped.
Safda 23 says in agree Vic, and it's understandable. I am with you.
Oh shit! So I guess
Hamza Safda 23 says yeah, milky it was.
This is the same beat they used on Helicopter Tune, which is one of the sickest, was one of the biggest jungle tracks ever. Helicopter, yeah.
Hamza Sattler 23 says especially as a woman you need a harder shell.
Listen. So good. It's actually proper jungle, bro. God, it was better times, man. Take me fucking back, bro. I go back in a fucking second. It really was that good. Hose is mad.
Police Edberger says 100% Hamza.
Oh, mate, teacup. What's that? Mate, they locked us in. Oh, we got something for that ass. Oh, shit.
Hamza Sattler 23 says so I can see. Sixth sense is strong.
Sixth sense. Boom.
Edward Johnston says Ajay had sixth sense. Very suspicious Hamza. Hamza Sattler 23 says I was born with it. Buried beneath the brightness.
Born with it. Oh my lord, ein Apfel. So kawaii. Look at the dinosaur, bruv. Kawaii.
Hamza Sattler 23 says oh really? It wasn't a part of your short story though.
Get exploded, bruh. Ew.
Edward Johnston says which makes it even more suspicious. Hamza Sattler 23 says look at that panda.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Look at the panda. So kawaii. Bruv, another egg? Oh shit, is it turned into a fried egg?
Says sus gives you pus XD.
Oh my. Listen to this. Da -da, da -da, da. Oh mate, roller skate. We can go back.
Edward Johnston says was the Ferris wheel invented by Ferris?
No. Well.
Hamza Sattler 23 says no. By wheel.
By wheel.
Fatima Testing says yes. Hamza Sattler 23 says XD.
Guess what I discovered? Hasham. Go. You can actually stop that. Look at the hippo, bruv.
Their display Edward just says like the same brothers from in excess you think it was their great Ferris grandpas?
Look at the hippo in the water, look.
Edward Johnston says is that a hippo?
Yeah. Oh fuck. Look, when you blast it, he gets a shot. Look at his face. One eye. Dude, the Japanese are on another level. How funny is that? Look at it. That one big beaming.
Hamza 23 says haha cute.
Big ass eye.
Edward Johnston says you love Hutchins.
Hutchins. I cannot believe they put a jungle soundtrack in this game.
Testing says stop staring the hippo.
Dude, look, the mouse has a cat balloon. How's that? Weird irony. He's holding the instrument of his death.
This police Edward says hippos are so deceitful, how dare they be so cute and so mean.
Right, and deadly. Want to get in there with a hippo.
Edward Johnston says, are there hippos in America?
Definitely not. Edward's taking the piss, man. We'd be exploding shit.
Milkatima Kesting says more hippo attacks than shark attacks because those fuckers can go on land for reasons. Thirdest Police Edward just says he wasn't a Ferris brother though, but yeah, that's gonna be my human robot when they make them, lol. Milkatima Kesting says in zoos, lol.
I think when you take out all the enemies,
Edward
the music
Johnston
changes.
says crikey.
Crikey, Mike.
Hamza Saka 23 says that's a sad reality bit.
Mate. Pew. So kawaii. Okay. I mean, yeah, this game's fucking old. At the time, it actually was really cool because you knew at the time Sega Saturn had the best 2D.
WR says, not yet, South America has them though. Colombia. Pablo Escobar imported them. Thirdest Police Edward just says, Edward. Hamza Saka 23 says, hippo live in their own poop.
Oh, I think we fucked it, bro. Yeah, we have. We lost the dino. That's alright.
Thirdest Police Edward just says, yeah, true Hamza, I joke about it, but it is sad. Milkatima Kesting says it's supposed to be raining right now, just humid, may my laundry survive. Hamza Safda 23 says in winter since they can't survive on land and have no Harry to protect them. Bradwr says, descended from just 4 animals illegally imported by drug lord Pablo Escobar in the 1980s. These cocaine hippos have multiplied into a feral population of over 200 roaming the Magdalena
They must
River.
be exterminated.
Hamza Safda 23 says it's alright with some fun, we also do some reality checks. The displeased badger.
Oh, this thing just ignores the bomb. Oh yes, it does. Folia. This game is kind of a genius. Just the instinct to take out all the little barrels. I don't know what that is, but I want to do
Hamza
it.
Safda 23 says hippo poop the most, but that's also the reason the crops grow.
That's disgusting. Crocs be eating hippo shit? Get out of here, bro. You serious? They be running scared. Look at that placement, bruh. Mr. Pigard.
Hamza Safda 23 says hahaha, yeah bro, I am serious.
That's disgusting. Mate, crocodiles are even worse than I thought. I fucking hate
Hamza Safda
reptiles.
23 says, do you know to grow crops? How young is used? Thirdest Police Edward just says, I can't trust the weather here for laundry yet, Milky, it keeps randomly thunderstorming on and off. Edward Johnston says, are you actually playing RDR2?
No.
Thirdest Police Edward just says cocaine hippos. Milkatima
That
Keston
would be
says
amazing.
no, he is not, he straight up turned off the PS5.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
Hamza Safda 23 says yeah, basically PS5 turned him off. Thirdest Police Edward
Yeah.
just says where did the cocaine go? Milkatima Kesting says it's RDR2 if we pretend. Hamza Safda 23 says so he took caffeine. Edward Johnston says wild man.
What? I feel like
Edward
I'm being
Johnston says
judged.
probably logged himself out again.
Fuck me, that whole thing made me think, fuck off, Sony. This is so much better. Alright, again, like when games were fun. Do you remember that? It's hard to fathom. It's hard to fathom. I don't know how we use the power glove, Cuzzy. I know we've got one though. There we go. Shit!
23 says he is trying to be that wild piggy from Crimson Desert.
Oh mate, okay. We got this shit, yo.
WR says, don't tell Johnny about Cafe Patron.
Bro, I've watched this, yeah? Got something. Oh fuck. He's fucked.
WR says, this is not better lol.
Is it not? What about this, look? Can't you appreciate it? There's your crocodile, bruv. Oh fuck. Look at that, smooth. But these little fools.
Edward Johnston says poor Georgia was so excited, oh my god.
Oh, she just bounced, yeah. I feel bad about that.
Milkatima Kesting says, Georgia left lol. Hamza Safda 23 says I know right, we scurried her away. Hamza Safda 23 says we have been bad.
We had a new cool person and we turned our back on them.
WR says, Georgia didn't deserve this.
To be fair, you probably did her a favor.
23 says need some spanking to get our shit straight.
You lot would have made her leave anyways if we had played Red Dead. The shit that I don't even know what the fuck you were talking about. You were highly amused by whatever you were talking about, and that's how I know it was bad.
Georgia says,
oh,
I am here. Thedis Police Edward says justice for Georgia.
Justice for Georgia. We love you, Georgia.
Safda 23 says no, she is here.
Georgia, they were talking some weird shit before. Don't go back in the stream.
Edward Johnston says Milky told him he'd have a popular stream and he self-sabotaged. Thedis Police Edward says there she is, haha.
Alright, let's get the Silent Hill 2 going, y'all. What am I talking about?
Safda 23 says hey I Georgia. I apologize for everyone's behalf.
Bro, look at this, you can shoot the cannon, look.
She probably fell asleep like I did.
Bro, look, we clonking them, whatever they are.
Thedis Police Edward says Brad.
Mate, this game is fucking awesome.
Hamza Safda 23 says except he can apologize on his own. Milkatima Kesting says you're right. I shouldn't have said a thing.
Look.
Hamza Safda 23 says XD. Georgia says, in on call leave me alone, hahaha, I keep getting harassed by work. Slub 69 says I'm sorry, I'm a disgrace.
Yeah, no, Slubs did some crazy shit. Right, oh fuck.
Edward Johnston says Silent Hill, he's out of control. Hamza Safda 23 says no, Slubs is fine.
I'm bored of
Brad
this now.
can apologize on his own.
I guess play some random shit.
WR says, Georgia, when you say harassed by work, what exactly do you mean? Georgia says, thanks everyone, I forgive you. Thedis Police Edward says oh no lol.
Georgia's a nurse. But Georgia, I was talking about Booba during a stream and she was cracking up, so you probably couldn't offend her.
WR says, Georgia's work is a little different, Vic. Hamza Safda 23 says appreciated Georgia. You made Vic happy. Milkatima Kesting says as my idol hetero once said I apologize for nothing. Edward Johnston says, what's he going to do now?
Last Bronx, bruh. Oh yeah, baby.
Round one, fight!
Oh mate, you see that?
Georgia
this is
says,
great.
The nurses are a needy bunch who don't have the skills to utilize their brains at times, hahaha. Hamza Safda 23 says, Georgia, can I have you as my assistant then?
Bro, look how good this looks. This was on Saturn.
Just says hey, nothing wrong with that or that.
Oh, these were better times, bro. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Look at that. That is fucking cool. We got the block. Yes, we do. Okay. Simple.
Georgia says, yeah, I'm a manager nurse. Ham only if you're a palliative patient and I hope to God are not. Milkatima Kesting says,
Right.
did she just assault someone with her pooter? Hamza Sacker 23 says, of course nothing is wrong, Vic. All is well that never ends well.
Dude, look at the boober. These were better times. Why can't they leave us alone and let us fucking enjoy things, for fuck's sake?
Hamza Sacker 23 says, but I am a doctor instead.
Round one.
Isn't this so
Radavia
fucked
says,
up?
He is exactly where he wants to be, Milky. He consented to that assault.
Isn't this extremely fucked up? So men are good with their hands. Men like technology. It's just natural. So they make things like this that they like. And I noticed this. The Marxist, the hard leftist Marxist, the main fucking the point at which they start fucking things up is where they notice any indifference in society. Like this, there are more men doing this job, or like men have more money here. It doesn't matter what it is. If there's any difference, if it's not 100% equal, that's because of oppression. So people looked at this, like men are making things, and it's not just because men like to do it naturally. It's because of oppression. It's a patriarchy, and it's evil. So we need to force women into these games to make it more feminine, when actually it was fine to start off with and completely natural. So you came along and fucked up something that was very natural and great, with that you didn't need to. You've completely fucking toxified and destroyed everything. Look what we used to fucking have, bro. No one batted an eyelid. We got like a pink type boober top.
Says, what's the cure for a distended anus?
Oh, Slubs has started this shit. None of this, Slubs. Oh, we've lost it. Here we go.
Hamza Safda 23 says, haha, Edward foresaw this.
Bruv, that move is OP as fuck. Look how much damage that does, bro. Look, we block, we block. We block, we throw. Look at damage. Boom.
If I'm over a certain percentage Italian, does that help my chances, lol?
You are
Hamza Safda 23 says, that's my job. Bradavia says, when Georgia says she is getting harassed by work, she means the Grim Reaper keeps calling her.
Mate, I'm obsessed with this fucking
you are
move.
already selected, Vic.
Dude, look at the character.
Exactly, Brad, you understand.
Bro, where are the women dressing like this, missing a trouser leg? I need this shit. Bro, this game is amazing. I cannot believe how fucking good this looks. So we got juggles and shit. Look. We got juggle. Again, clonk. Bro, I was so... Okay, blocking that. Bruv, we got the trail. Mate, there's no juggle there. Feel a bit basic.
Edward Johnston says the gooch grind move.
Look at the boober.
Hamza Safda 23 says your resume will start later XD.
Bruv, battle of the boober. Look at this. Look what they took from us.
Georgia says, remember Lara Croft's old boobers? They
I do.
Down over time. Thirdest Police Edbudger says you just need a loyal friend willing to pop the piles back in slugs.
Bruv, I love this game. Listen to the music. Bruv, better times. Just everything was better. Everything was better. Look, we got sexy. Look, we got sexy babes like this with boober and skirt. Every girl has big boober. That's
give her some transport.
Dude, you know how much they wokeified shit. Every girl has big boober in these games. That means it's exactly what men want. Every girl, not 3 out of 4, not 4 out of 5, all of them. Right.
Hamza Safda 23 says so this means that every doc is Slub's best friend.
Bro, this is the game of our times. Da, 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 da. I know this fucking song.
I mean, if you can't have a bit of something to look at in a game, WTF is the point.
Right? Just leave us alone. Let us enjoy shit.
Bradavia says, a cute triangle boober. Slub69 says I don't remember this, but I didn't have Saturn. Hamza Safda 23
Yeah, no, this was
says
a deep
do
cut.
that.
Look at this. How good is that? Fucking from the back. Look, you can see the upskirt. Bro, this game is godlike. Did you see that? Oh man, I could. This is the game of all games.
Hamza Safda 23 says, but you can always have Venus.
Oh, another babe with booba.
Madonna ice cream cone boobs. Georgia says Tekken girls were good too.
Yeah, that's right. Georgia's got a good taste. My favorite move, look. How good is that? What? Mate, this is actually... Yeah, this was not well known, this game. It was like a Virtua Fighter kind of clone with weapons, as you can see. It's like...
Hamza 23 says Georgia is a head nurse she know and can see a mile away. Edward Johnston says Johnny would be a Tiffer guy.
Oh my god, bro. How cool is this game though? Okay.
Round 1, fight!
I feel the moves are mad limited. I feel there's like nothing going on with the moves.
BrWR says Def Madonna dogs.
Are we getting clonked? Mate, that didn't deserve a win? What the fuck? Look at the booba! Every girl, blimp like booba. Look at what? That's quite.
Hamza Safda 23 says but they were transplanted. Milkatima Kesting says yuppie supremacy.
Bruv, the moves in this game
just says sexy and she'll have your eye out lol.
Bruv, we're getting molested. By anti-molesting tactic. Oh.
Round 1, fight!
Hamza Safda 23 says my eyes are already out. Slub69 says I tried the FF7 remake, I gave it a 6. Thirdestly said but just says Hamza.
Bruv. Best character model of all time.
Round 2, fight!
Hamza Safda 23 says ha 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 Vic. Edward Johnston says did the play the original slugs. BrWR says the remake was very disappointing slugs. It had so much potential. Slug69 says I did.
Pink top, blonde hair, massive booba, missing a trouser leg. The one trouser leg she has is ripped to shreds, bruv.
Hamza Safda 23 says it's okay. Bruv.
Mate, he's got a clonker! This is the game, bruv! He actually... Dude, he's got a clonker, bro. He's got the clonker. Oh, you bastard, denied us a perfect. I would have picked this dude if I had known. Man's fighting with a sledgehammer. Ora! Ora! Ora!
Edward Johnston says leather jacket.
Autism, oh my god. Autism hitting hard.
Up to Georgia Noni Hamza.
Oh mate, clonked us? Is this all we've got? Is that our only fucking move? Zaimoku. Music's great. Do you know this is by Sega Sound Team? This is by that Takenobu geezer.
Says fair enough, Brad. Georgia got the eye.
Mate, he's clonking us. Oh mate, that could have been it.
Hamza Safda 23 says did he pop the booba with that hammer?
No booba pop. Naked Airport. This is called Naked Airport. Okay. Man, look at this dude. Fucking hilarious.
Hamza23 says give his gooch some love.
They used to do all these weapons right in games. They don't bother with this anymore.
When he made his move.
It's funny, like that was such a 90s thing, was this weapon, right? You never fucking see this weapon anywhere. Like, when have you seen one of these? You could fuck someone up with one of those for sure, though. Imagine that. I'll never get tired of that move, bro. Oh, mate, we fucked this up.
This police Edward just says, yeah, I think that was it, Hamza.
I feel like a noob. Okay, that's big damage there.
Hamza23 says, yup, I got the eye.
Mate, he's taken us to the cleaner, this fool. We're dead. Mate, clonked us.
Hamza23 says he won cause he tickled the booba.
This guy's kind of cool, though.
Round 1, fight!
I keep getting... Bruh. Fuck. Mate, it says JAL, Japan Airlines. They actually had the sponsor. That's crazy. It is, look, JAL. They have the fucking logo and everything. That's what I would be taking tomorrow, bro.
Round 3, fight!
Just that move again and again. Radical parking lot. Fuck, dude, they just didn't care back then. I remember this dude.
Round 1, fight!
Kurosawa. Oh my days. Oh, okay.
WR says, so this is Red Dead Redemption 2 Milky, not impressed.
Bruv, they really fucking outdid themselves with this game. Look at it, it kind of looks awesome. They smashed it.
Round 2, fight!
Oh, we're getting beat down. This game's edgy as fuck. There's a graffiti and everything, look.
Hamza23 says Milky left the chat.
Skype. Who are these people? These people aren't in real Japanese culture.
Round 1, fight! Round 2, fight!
Milkatima Casting says making food lol, I still have kids yawn.
Oh, George, a donation from the nurse extraordinaire. Thank you. Very kind of you. Wow. We got... This is some niche-ass gaming. Oh, mate. I'll flip off.
WR says, I thought the kids were free range. HamzaSatter23 says I apologize Milky. HamzaSatter23 says it's all Brad's fault.
That took off a stupid amount.
Thirdest Police Edberger says yeah I gotta head out soon. I've accomplished nothing.
We're getting desperate.
WR says, I'm pretty sure the kids are Chelsea's fault. Milkatima Kesting says we don't eat bugs Brad. HamzaSatter23 says should the donation be considered that the patient survived Georgia?
Oh mate, we just kicked his ass, bruh.
Georgia says, haha you're welcome. I sent some to your PayPal too.
Oh, it's very sweet. Thank you, mate.
Says, but I've been so busy lately I can get away with one day. Milkatima Kesting says that's the chickens. HamzaSatter23 says it's okay Vic I have. He accomplished anything either.
Mate, what is this robbery?
Georgia says, for now Ham. Thirdest Police Edberger says high five Hamza Lmayo.
Tears Bridge. Okay. Look at this nutter. This looks like a boss to me, yeah, red eye. This looks like
HamzaSatter23 says Hetty well done I am proud of you sister Georgia. HamzaSatter23 says high 5s all the way Vic.
Bro, what is this? Bro, Japanese are crazy people. Look at the stuff they make. Bro, music's kind of banging though. This guy's taking a piss. Oh, he's got us, bruv. What nightmarish music.
HamzaSatter23 says it's funny why we call nurses sisters XD.
Round 1, fight!
Oh, you lucky fuck. Bro. Clonked him. The booba.
Round 2, fight!
Give him a little peek. I feel they did that on purpose. Like it's, you do anything to get that close to her her gooch. But the irony is, once you get that close, you're going to get your face smashed in. Right there. Alright. That was it. That's it. Okay, nothing. Okay. Yeah. Right, we've still got more coffee. These were better times. All original, kind of fun music.
HamzaSatter23 says congratulations on ending this game, Johnny. Life is now complete.
Exactly. This weird subgenre of Japanese music, kind of video game rock. What is it? Power rock.
Mark Ello says, what happened to Silent Hill?
It might still happen. You voted for Bomberman though, right?
Milkatima Kesting says this sounds like Shoji Meguro.
Is that him?
Hamza Sato 23 says Silent Hill was ended 36 minutes before.
Haha. Genius, mate.
Therdis Police Edberger says yeah, it's like the hair metal rock lol.
But that sounds like SNES. How much like SNES music does that sound? And that's it. That's
23 says Johnny used a cheat code to end Silent Hill faster than expected. Hamza Safda 23 says hair metal rock, only that he has no hair left.
still the same price. That's the whole game. That's the whole game, dude. You feel like they were taking the piss with that last boss. That was it. Look, Jaggy Love. That's the name of the song. Thomas. What? No, Thomas Fott.
Hamza Safda 23 says, Brad left in search for his dark magic. Therdis Police Edberger says he rocked it right off. Headbanging has its consequences. Hamza Safda 23 says totally Victoria. Therdis Police Edberger says, is it true that guys that go bald have more testosterone?
I think that is true. Well, Conor McGregor is hanging weights off his knob, right? And he went bald.
Hamza Safda 23 says, yeah, it is true, Vic. Milkatima Kesting says Brad has a job, lol.
Imagine watching this stream then going to your job. You wouldn't know what the fuck's happening.
Hamza Safda 23 says, I know, right, Milky XD.
That's the whole... Booba. Booba Princess. Oh wow, look at this. This is quite original, but also very confusing. It's quite cool. Look how inventive this is. Man, better times. Bruv, what a great character model. Ah.
Last Bronx.
That's Bronx.
Therdis Police Edberger says, so does that mean they are more promiscuous or more frustrated cause they get less women? Hamza Safda 23 says they had more art back then.
Sabai Baru. What's this? Saturn mode? Bruv, where's the clonker? I think I had this back in the day. Oh, he looks pissed. Man, this is the whole game. You got so little back then when they just did an arcade conversion. Bruv, look what we got though. You would never survive the clonking, bruh. Desperate to hit with this one.
Hamza Safda 23 says not necessarily Vic. Many have high testosterone but more patient too. It's just they have more desire and more manly features and qualities.
Oh, I thought he was going to clonk you on the floor. Imagine that. End your life, bro. Oh, there we go. Mate, real...
Hamza23 says frustration comes from the mind and the thoughts you keep there.
There's different moves, bro. There's like a ton of different moves.
23 says probably they are good in bed too.
This is all you need. Man, this game's fucking limited. There's like no moves, bro.
Just says, interesting, good point too.
Bro, what is this game? There we go. Sega.
Bradwr says, no, inferior haired men do not have more testosterone. That's a myth. Hamza23 says, but it's more linked to features, to be very honest. Bradwr says,
Many moons have passed since the cursed war, but as memories of those dark times begin to fade, another war's beginning. At this time,
says, are you defending yourself, Brad XD? Slub69 says, M54 and still have a full name. Therdisplay Sedberger says, Brad OMG, you're the best.
Oh, I remember really wanting this. Bro, look how hard they went with these 2D games. Bro, they went... Potion. They went mad hard with this. Look at this. Can you believe? Mate, this looks amazing. Oh shit, no, it's a fighting game. No, this is probably terrible. Oh mate, Clonker. Fat dude.
Hamza23 says that's why instead of baldness you got Piles XD.
Bro, check this game out.
Hamza23 says, just kidding X.
Look at the... Oh no. Bro, look how athletic he is. Oh shit.
Therdisplay Sedberger says, oh slubs, you're the same age as my brother, he's bald now though and never gets laid. I don't think he even cares anymore, lol. Bradwr says, they probably are in better shape cause they have to work out harder, but that's about it.
Bro, the Clonker shakes the screen, look, when it connects. Look at that, he hates it. Bro, we Clonking.
69 says there's a Scottish saying, I'd rather have grey hair than nay hair.
Haha, the nay hair, nay hair. We can't be playing this. This is crap. This is alright.
Hamza23 says, hahaha, that's true, Brad. The others do need to work harder.
Daytona. Daytona.
Therdisplay Sedberger says, my dad is nearly 80 and still has all his hair. My brother looks like my grandpa now.
Okay, so this is... I don't think Edward's around. This game is it's like a Blue Stinger type game. Deep Fear. It's underwater though. Couldn't load the ROM. You're lucky.
Hamza23 says, so your bro had immense testosterone.
Immense. This game was absolute shite. A mock.
Hamza23 says, but honestly it is also linked to genes, not only testosterone. Bradwr says,
yeah, surely.
Nay hair lol.
Nay hair, Slubsy, you got nay hair, you got nay hair, nay hair. Good bookers.
Therdisplay Sedberger says, IDK if he had immense testosterone, but he's been with way too many women, so I'm guessing maybe yes.
Oh my god, Victoria, look at this. The fuck? Okay, yeah. We gotta pick this one.
Sedberger says, slugs.
Bro, this is gonna be straight out awful. What is this?
Hamza Safda 23 says haha that already shows Victoria.
Bro, we have discovered the worst. Is this for real? What the fuck is this? Right, whoever made this, they must be ridiculed. Look at this. This is probably why the Saturn failed, bro.
Mirror D80s says it is now 4:15 AM here. Therdisplay Sedbaja says, I agree with that statement. Grey hair is handsome anyway on a guy depending on the guy. Hamza Safda 23 says if you get grey hair on beard and not on head, does that still count according to the Scottish saying slub 69? Milkatima Kestings says Johnny what are we doing? Mirror D80s says was just playing something in the background. Edward Johnston says, what's he playing now? Georgia says, ha what is this? Hamza Safda 23 says I like grey hair too, not gonna lie. I have a lot of them at this age already.
The less said about that the better. Oh my god, bro. Fucking hell. What do we have here? Game Boy. Okay, let's take it back. Let's take it way back. Let's
Hamza
go.
Safda 23 says something or someone. Mirror D80s we like clarity.
Right, we're going all the way back. These are probably all unplayable today, let's be honest. These are probably all freaking terrible. No, look how fucking old this
says
is.
my husband has no grey hair yet and he's 6 years older than me, but I think it'll look good when he gets it. Milkatima Kesting says, I mean like existential sense, what are we doing? Georgia says, OMG Game Boy, I never had one, I was so jealous of everyone who had one. Mirror D80 says just my backlog on my PS5 Pro.
Ultimate troll would be Chess Master.
Hamza Safda 23 says yeah it has a face for everything to have, I'd say.
Bro, what the fuck is this?
Mirror D80 says N64 Johnny.
Never.
Georgia says, was that Paperboy?
I think it was.
Hamza Safda 23 says no idea Milky. We are wasting some part of our lives that don't exist. Edward Johnston says he's going to London.
Oh my god, bro. I have to basically get a flight in 4, 5, 6 at 5 hours. 6 hours. What is this though? Ever seen this before? This is actually quite good. Look at this. Man, they were crushing it back then. This is actually kind of great. I should not have talked shit.
Therdisplay Sedbaja says Game Boy was great. I was pissed though cause right after Game Boy Sega came out with a color version thing that was handheld. If
bro, this is actually fucking awesome.
23 says he is on the plane, actually that's why nothing else is working. Georgia says, oh wow you're going to London today. Therdisplay
no, they're winding me up.
Hamza Safda 23 says that's a bummer Vic.
I was gonna go, but it's just the flights are too fucking expensive. And it's not sensible. The other thing is, it's to see my best friend, right? But I didn't get any message from him. He's going home for a week, and I said if you want to link up. But I even meant online. He didn't reply, so I thought I'm probably not going to get to see him anyways.
Says, Paperboy was badass, wasn't it, Badger? Hamza Safda 23 says, Comic Zone was a fun game too in Sega.
Dude, how good is this though?
Testing says Game Boy had a lot of good games.
Bro, I would have been so happy with this as a kid.
Amazing, Georgia.
This must have been a classic because it's so smooth.
Bradublia says, I don't have any gay hairs.
Clonk. He's actually got a mallet.
Hamza Safda 23 says you need grey hair, not gay hair, Brad. Therdisplay Sedbaja says yeah my friend got one, so sometimes she'd let me play hers though, and she lived across the street, so better than nothing. Therdisplay Sedbaja says Brad.
Yeah, I'm guessing that this was quite highly rated at the time because it's not jank, it's mad slick, and their graphics are actually, this has got to be peak Game Boy. Look at it. Oh, we got... Right, this game is fucking awesome. Look at this. Clonker after clonker. Right, I've got the rice ball. Oh, he's got... He can bosh it.
Thirdest Lee said Budger says, I still have Paperboy and an old Super Nintendo that works, Georgia.
Georgia, do you know who Andy C is?
Hamza Saturday 23 says, oh wow. Hamza Saturday 23 says, I miss Comic Zone on Sega and that's now bros.
That's a classic, right? Apparently that's really fucking hard to finish. Right, they were tough back then. But this game
says, Andy C drum and bass legend.
Yeah, okay, so Andy C's playing on the 14th of June. You up for it? You're never going to see a lineup like that again. It's for Randall, so it's because Randall passed away. So it's Andy C and all the old peeps, like on the old lineups. He basically only plays festivals anymore. That's the other reason. I wanted to come back to the Arsenal and my mate and that.
23 says I did finish them both. Hamza Saturday 23 says with my brother.
Rob.
Georgia says, hahaha, where is it?
It's at the cause. It's gonna be me, Edward, and Georgia at the cause. I can't go back to London. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I could do it. Do you know what was a fucking banger? Was DuckTales. Had the best music. Where is it? There we go. None of this shit.
Georgia says, when in June possum going to Benidorm for my 4th year?
14th.
Thirdest Lee said Budger says, DuckTales. Hamza Saturday 23 says, oh happy birthday in advance.
Happy birthday! Now, do you know what it is? You gotta get
Georgia
the cane.
says, I used to play Paperboy on my grandma's Commodore, I loved it so much.
I had the Commodore, mate, the Commodore was a banger. Commodore was legendary. I had a fucking Spectrum as well.
Hamza Saturday 23 says it was really fun, I agree, Georgia.
Bro, how difficult is this?
Thirdest Lee said Budger says, oh nice, happy early birthday.
Are we just spiking our way? Mate, McDuck. It's a menace.
Hamza Saturday 23 says kinda reminds me of Mario.
Yeah, totally.
Georgia says, Commodore was so sick, put a tape in and listened to all those noises.
Yeah, you remember, oh my god, and like... Yeah, because that was the actual sound of the binary data. That's how it could identify it. It was through the sound. Which is insane when you think about it, but then it's just reading the input.
Said Budger says, yeah, Paperboy was one of those games that I love-hated cause I sucked but couldn't stop playing LOL.
Yeah, it was mad hard, for sure.
Testing says what day? I got 2 June birthdays in my family, lol. Georgia says, I used to play James Pond too.
Dude, I used to love that. We actually tried to play that at Christmas, but it gave me motion sickness.
Birthday is also on the 12th of June.
Mate, Georgia's legendary. She knows all the shit. We tried to... Did that give you motion sickness? Because we tried to do that at Christmas, and it was actually unplayable. I thought I was going to throw up. Freaking horrible. Mate, McDuck be clonking, yo. How to get that? Well, this is...
Saturday 23 says, Brad, have a drink. Georgia says, oh, it was such a hard game, Paperboy.
Yeah, it's impossible. No one was finishing. No one's finishing that. So this game, the moon level has legendary soundtrack. We're just gonna have to do that. Just quickly. But this is kind of shit. I mean, when I was a kid, I thought this was great. It's actually terrible. This is legendary, this fucking tune. This is Mega Man, isn't it? Bro, why is Mega Man music in this? Isn't this Mega Man? I'm pretty sure this is.
Georgia says, no way, I was little when I played it, must have been around 10ish, so I don't remember about it making me feel sick.
Right, okay. Yeah, you would have, nothing would have stopped you from playing. It's a thing though. Wow, this is kind of terrible, man.
Milkatima Testing says yes lol. Hamza Safda 23 says it is kinda Mega Man.
Yeah, what are they doing that for? They didn't give a fuck. They just took the Mega Man assets and said, okay, we just use that. Fat fools getting...
Georgia says, Paperboy was such a hard game though.
Right, let's Paperboy it. And probably the hardest one is the Game Boy, because you can't see what the hell's going on.
Hamza Safda 23 says, yeah, cause popcorn will make your mouth dry and we can't have your mouth dry, Brad.
Bro, the Kirby was a banger on the Game Boy though. The fuck is this? Home Alone? No. Anything but. Paperboy. Metroid.
Thirdest Police Edgar says, yeah, I can't play it without yelling at it, lol.
Look how many games it had. This is fucking wild, dude. Wow, they crushed it. They were... Look at the creativity, man. All this shit that the Japanese made. Japanese people are fucking godlike, bro. Look at all this shit. We were pissing around with
Georgia
the Spectrum.
Says, how have you got all these games? I'm so jealous.
You can have it too, girl.
Nobody tells Uncle Scrooge he can't be Mega Man.
It's just OpenEMU emulator.
He says, I honestly loved the Karmic Zone music. It was a banger.
A banger. We might have to do that. Look at this. The fuck is that? Look how old that is, bro. Look at it's like someone drew it in school. The fuck? Look at this. They got away with box art like that. I mean, it's just so innocent these times, man. Fucking amazing.
Mirror D80 says Vim's Lair.
Okay, Vim's Lair is the other one.
Georgia says, I don't have a PC one day. Thirdest
Don't have a PC.
Says use extra melted ghee on it. It's not popcorn unless it's greasy.
Bro, that's actually terrifying. Look at his face. Proper demonic shit. Oh my god. I actually had this on the Game Boy. Would you fucking believe? Bro, show this now to a fucking Gen Alpha, whatever they are. They will laugh in your face, bro. What is this shit, Grandpa? What is this shit?
Hamza Safda 23 says, have you never played Karmic Zone? Damn, you should at least watch it. The music so epic. One of my favorite. Georgia says, no PC.
Bro, you can't even see what's on the right. What the fuck? I don't have any papers, cuzzy. How'd you get papers? I blew it all? Oh, this game is... I remember. This is ridiculously... It's just stupendously hard because there's no aim. There's no reticule to know where the fuck you're throwing the papers.
Hamza Safda 23 says, well assisted, Vic. I am proud of you.
Wow. This motherfucker can't ride over a drain. He's not fit to be a paperboy, bro.
Edgar just says, who cares what Gen Alpha thinks? Have you ever heard them speak? Georgia says,
no.
OMG, the memories, this is epic. Thirdest Police Edgar just says them.
Right, we'd be wasting them papers. Bro, look how harsh this is. I remember the Grim Reaper used to shit yourself when he was after you. That was proper terrifying. Man, this is impossible. This is impossible, yo. Fool. What's he doing, bruv? You see that? That looked well sketchy.
Milkatima Kesting says my husband found a cheap-ass Dell for a little over $100. Georgia. Hamza Safda 23 says I rather never hear them speak Vic.
Have you
Georgia says, and don't dogs come and steal her papers?
That's the papers. Bruv, how broken is this game? It won't even let you see where the fuck you're going.
Point, Hamza.
Dude, it won't even let you see where you're going.
Says, how Lord, what is happening now?
And that dog is going to molest. Yeah, you know that's happening. This is awful, bro. This is straight up awful. How did we used to play shit like this?
Milkatima Kesting says, I'm not going to be playing Resi 9 on it anytime soon, but it's good enough for emus. Hamza Safda 23 says, hahaha, I make good points that make sense, Vic.
Dude, what?
Georgia says, I said Milky, thank you, I do need to invest.
Invest. Cancel subscriptions, mate. We fucked that up. Tuesday. Fucking hell. We just need to go real close, right?
Edward Johnston says, was this what life was like in the 80s?
It was, and it was terrible, bro. Look at this fool. Bro, this is intense. There's all kinds of shit happening.
Georgia says, yes, the dog, my 10-year-old brain didn't fail me. I don't know how we played this, but it's all we had.
Right?
Edbudger says my husband got a PC from his work, an HP and a bunch of other stuff when the place he used to work at closed. Still haven't used it, lol, it's in the garage. Mirror D80s says, Johnny, don't you like N64?
I do.
Milkatima Kesting says the dog is actually scary.
This game is broken because when you throw the paper, you can't even fucking see it go in the mailbox because it's just... That's horrible, bro. You see his eyes and shit?
Hamza Safda 23 says I have a friend in UK who sells laptops though.
Mate, you know a guy who knows a guy?
Georgia says, that's epic, Badger.
Look at this fool. Touching himself. What's he doing? Wow, this is some weird... Are we fucking this up, yo? Got mad amounts of papers though. I just remember I used to like breaking the windows as a kid. That felt really rebellious. They wouldn't even put that in a game now. They say, oh, that encourages blah blah. You can't do that. Smash the fucking window, bruv.
Hamza Safda 23 says actually he is my friend's brother who started this busney there. Georgia says, ha ha ha, this is brilliant.
Right, why did...
Tima Kesting says, Johnny, you got an N64 emu.
Yes. Why do they have gravestones in their garden? The fuck?
Edward Johnston says, Johnny on his way home from a rave.
Oh my god,
Hamza
bro.
Safda 23 says my best friend lives in Farnborough.
That could be me and you, cuzzy.
Police Edbudger says, yeah, it's nice, but it would be nicer if I could use it, lol, one day, maybe when it's an antique. Bradwr says, oh Georgia, Vic is Badger if you were wondering who everyone is calling Vic. Georgia says, I was watching a VR Resident Evil where you got motion sickness. That must have been tough.
That was fucked up.
Kesting says, my brother in Christ, you need to boot up Buck Bumble.
Mate, fuck this. You know, and I didn't even play it with proper VR because it was just cinema mode. Because I did PS5, you're supposed to do the PS4 version. It doesn't even fucking tell you. So like, it should have been even scarier. I denied myself that opportunity, which is a shame. But that's the best game I've ever played, Resident Evil 7. I actually think it's the best game of all time. I really do. Best single player game of all time. What's better than that?
Third Police Edbudger says, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Brad, PPL are probably like, WTF is wrong with these PPL, not realizing that's just the tip of our iceberg, lol. Hamza Safda 23 says my best friend just called a day back and I had forgot where he was living and told me he is in Farnborough. Georgia says, hahaha, thanks Brad, I did wonder. Hi Vic.
Farnborough, yeah, I know that. Begin career, let's go. I'm all about that life.
Georgia says, Resident Evil 7 is the best game. I loved that one so much. Milkatima Keskin
You played
says,
that?
"Lol, play Robocop, it's back."
Mate, George is like the coolest person who ever joined this channel. What the fuck? It's the best, right? There's not. What's better than Resi 7? And then they pussied out, right? It's the second best-selling Resident Evil game of all time, and they said it's too scary and pussied out. The fuck, guys? Select your opponent. 1-9, lost 1. 122, lost 22. Okay, that sounds like my kind of opponent.
Georgia says, Milky, yes, Robocop, I forgot about that.
Robocop was fucking amazing. You mean the 3D one or the old one? Right, look what we used to have to deal with. Mate, clonked him like, Is there a stamina bar? Oh, he's gone for the jab. Mate, keep him at bay, keep him at bay. Oh shit, bruh. This is quite good. This is fucking terrible. Who am I kidding? Bruv, playing shit. Oh shit, got the upper. Yeah, that's the one.
Police Edberger says, oh Robocop lol. Milkatima Kesping says the one on the Game Boy.
Did you have that? Bruv, this shit is unplayable. Okay.
Georgia says, Resi 7 doesn't get the credit it deserves. No one ever says that's their fave.
It's the best game ever made. I honestly mean that.
Boot up Secret of Mana just for the music and then play something else.
I think I'm secretly a horror fan because, I mean, look, I think if a game's gonna have an effect on you, if it terrifies you, nothing will supersede the effects of that, right? You're actually fucking terrified. That's like, it's the scariest thing ever in VR, and it just looks amazing and the gameplay is amazing. So I just feel like the fact that it's scary puts it into #1 spot. Nothing will have that effect on you. I'd do anything for a fucking sequel to that. Ethan and the Mold, bruh. What is this nonsense, bruh? We used to play shit like this. You want Robocop? Oh, you saw that?
Georgia says, I remember playing it after the village, and I played it with lights off for added effect, hahaha.
Oh my god.
Kesting says we had Robocop and a van, the kids crowded in the back around the tiny screen taking turns trying to beat it. I can still feel the red carpeted seats lol.
Oh my goodness.
D80 says Eternal Darkness on Gamma Cube, can I send the link to DL it on Vim's lair on Discord?
Right, this game is absolute shit. Milky, you were right. We punched him. We got the tunes though.
Georgia says, I loved the village but then played 7 and I was obsessed.
Yeah, no, Village was good, but 7 was another level. 7 was a whole fuck. Like, 8 was smart. They had the meme-worthy Booba princess, the Booba Baroness Buttcheek. But that was a bit memey, right? 7 was no fucking joke, bro. 7 was just straight up terror. You didn't do it in VR, did you? I remember we actually talked about this. I've got a terrible memory.
Thirdest Police Edberger says, I feel very much the same way about weird shit. Doesn't need to be scary, just odd or even stupid or ridiculous works. Edward Johnston says, wow, this might be the worst game ever, better than Back to the Future.
This is better than Back to the Future, bro. That game's unfinished nonsense. I think I actually did play this, and I do remember this being...
Milkatima Kesping says Village was more Resident Evil to me.
To be fair, no, it is more Resident Evil in the spirit, for sure.
I was at a sleepover and we watched The Exorcist. They put a moldy carrot in my sleeping bag. I cried and called my mum to go home. I had nightmares for years with that film.
Georgia is my fucking like sister, like my shadow sister that was like removed in my childhood. I saw The Exorcist. It scared the shit out of me for years. It actually fucked me up. It was too much. Mate, what is this you're getting us to play, Milky? You're taking a piss, yeah? Fuck, how did we used to play this shit, dude? So it's actually unplayable, let's be honest. All of this shit. Alright, Sanrio Carnival. Let's try this.
Thirdest Police Edberger says, Edward, you mean Einstein riding the horse over the cliff on repeat? Georgia says, hahaha, but cause of that experience with the experience it made me secretly want to watch scary films and games. Proper weird. Milkatima Kesting says, I said it was bad.
That's why I loved Resi 7, because it's the closest thing I ever got to The Exorcist. The Exorcist moved me. I mean, it hit me on such a deep fucking spiritual, psychological, visceral level. And nothing else made me feel like watching The Exorcist. It's like so fucking intense when you're... Oh, God. Resi 7 felt like that. Yeah. Okay. Game Boy. Never again. I'm afraid.
Edward Johnston says the fake out deaths and the fact you get your hand chopped off and invincible takes the fear out a bit.
On 7?
Hamza Safda 23 says let's watch Exorcist. Georgia says,
oh
nothing after The Exorcist has ever scared me in comparison.
Me too. Yeah, nothing comes close to that. Who wants to play Holy Diver?
Kesting says, have you seen the third Exorcist?
No, but the Eminem parodied it. The scariest bit of that is where it's in the... What is it? Is it a hospital? It is. And the person goes through and it walks out with the arms. That's horrible, man. That's super, super horrible. That was clever.
Milkatima Kesting says, brother, boot up Buck Bumble for the beats.
Buck Bumble? What?
Hamza Safda 23 says, the Pope's Exorcist is the new one.
Oh my God, bro, we got Star
even
Fox?
the theme tune of The Exorcist puts the fears of God into me even to this day.
Me too.
Thirdisplee Sedbaja says, I can't watch The Exorcist without of laughter, the head spinning and pea soup vomit combined with the voice
I don't
kills me
understand
every
people
time.
who laugh over that shit. I could never
Hamza
understand
Safda
that.
23 says check out Conxy Zone Bro in Sega. Trust me, you will love it.
Yeah, we played that a little bit, but I didn't.
Edward Johnston says yeah, it's cartoony Vic lol. Milkatima Kesting says Buck Bumble on N64.
Message from
Hamza
General
Safda 23 says I love horror.
1.
Let's watch it together, Vic.
We need your help, Star Fox.
Ah.
has declared war. He's invaded the Lilac system and is trying to take over Corneria. Our army alone can't do the job. Hurry, Star Fox.
Bro, this was the game. This game was fucking awesome back in the day. Straight up awesome.
Georgia says, but the original Exorcist, the story behind the film is even creepier.
Right.
Thirdisplee Sedbaja says definitely Edward.
How good is this?
Says the third Exorcist is not as scary, but it's a fucking good film.
Really? Falco Lombardi. Bella, so tasty. The pizza, the pasta, the lasagna. Oh, bella!
Hamza Safda 23 says, oh, you didn't like Karmic's Zone, Johnny.
No, I didn't play it.
Just says, let's do it, lol.
What? Let's do what? I didn't sign up for anything.
Georgia says, no, the head is the worst bit, guys. The vomiting in the face, you have no ideas. The nightmares.
Yeah, no, it's fucking horrible.
Hamza Safda 23 says, let's go. Stefan Suarez 9975 says last horror movie to impress me is Sinister. Milkatima Kesting says thank God they are just doing Lilith Wars again, otherwise I would get a Switch too. Hamza Safda 23 says, Johnny, let's do a Discord movie. Mirror D80 says Exorcist is in a way a continuation from the first Exorcist.
Scared.
Edward Johnston says Jew on that one scene is chilling. Hamza Safda 23 says or me and Vic are watching alone. Mirror D80 says Exorcist 3 I mean.
Bro, there's a lot of buttons in this game. Holy shit. Is this important? I feel this is important.
Stefan Suarez 9975 says the monster Bagel is semi-handsome in real life.
How important is the yellow? Probably fucking critical, isn't it?
Thirdisplee Sedbaja says that would be fun, Hamza, but you'd have to mute me, I'd laugh too much.
Right, we're gonna make a pig's ear of this. I remember this being fucking awesome, and I'm sure it is.
Corneria, fourth planet.
Hamza Safda 23 says hahaha, I don't mind that, we will find the one which will not make you laugh.
Into a wasteland of near extinction. General Pepper of the Cornerian Army,
Pfeffer.
was successful in
Milkatima
exiling this
Kesting says the
maniacal
last
scientist.
movie to actually scare me is Possum, but I don't recommend that one to people. Hamza Safda 23 says Milky can join us too.
5 years later, General Pepper noticed strange
General
activity
Pepper?
coming from Venom. James
Planet
McCloud,
Venom?
Pigma Dangar, and Peppy Hare of the Star Fox
Digma
team
Dangar?
were sent to investigate. Upon their arrival, Pigma betrayed the team, and
Pigma.
James and Peppy were captured by Andros. Peppy
Andros.
barely escaped Venom and returned home to tell James' son, Fox, about his father's fate.
This is fucking great.
A few years have passed. Andros has again invaded the Lilat system. General Pepper has turned to a new
General
Star Fox
Pepper.
team, headed by Fox McCloud, to
Oh.
save Corneria and free the Lilat system once again.
How great is this? Oh my god, it's fucking multiple routes. It's so good.
Hamza Safda 23 says obsession is scary. Mirror D80 says you need the C buttons, go fast, go slow, change view and answer com radio calls I think. Bradwr
fucked
says,
then.
I don't get how you guys do horror. I've seen a few and am good. Milkatima
Me too, bro.
says Possum is a little older.
Bruh. Why is this all flipped up? Okay, that's...
Georgia says, apparently Ham though I've not seen it. Hamza Safda 23 says, Brad I thought you were buried beneath the darkness. Mirror D80 says I forgot how to get the true path.
Oh my god, dude. Everything's broken.
Milkatima Kesting says it's written and directed by the dude who made Dark Place lol. Edward Johnston says, Vic would find Wolf Creek hilarious with the Aussie accent.
I actually can't play this.
23 says OHH alright Georgia.
It's about
Let's get
time
hooked
you
on one
showed
and
up,
watch
Pops. You're the only hope for our world.
I don't have the right pad for
I'll
this.
do my best. Andros won't have his way with me.
Dude, how likable is this game and how fucking horrible does the remake look? God, man, where have we gone wrong?
Georgia says, Brad I do love scaring myself. Makes
Open
me
the
feel
wing.
alive.
Awesome.
Milkatima Kesting says, I used to hate horror when I was a kid but George Romero made me realize I was an idiot.
Yeah, those films are cool.
Diffuser system. Falco here. I'm fine.
Dude, how good is this? It's basically just completely from the Death Star scene. They've made a game.
All systems go.
Hamza Safda 23 says it's fun but I hardly get scared so me and Vic might be munching on popcorns while Vic might also be laughing along. Thirdest Police Edberger says, Edward I'm gonna have to look that up now Nail.
Let's rock and roll.
Right, is this the game? Oh my god.
Hamza Safda 23 says Wolf Creek is juicy.
Okay, we're missing.
Georgia says, the ring was bloody creepy though.
Unfortunately,
Cliffy, get back here.
I had already
D80
seen too
says,
much
Johnny,
of
do
that.
you update your emulator
Cliffy,
regularly?
watch out.
They
Don't
constantly
dog your
fix
tail.
the good emulators don't know what you use.
I just use OpenEMU.
Thanks, Bon. I thought they had me.
Dude, I got a bomb. No, that's like a... I remember that. Yeah, this game is... This is pretty fucking good. Can't lie.
Milkatima Kesting says, have you all seen Creep?
No.
We're entering Corneria City now.
Dude, this is impossible. The controls I've got on are absolutely ludicrous.
Horrible.
This is horrible. I remember that. Funny as fuck. This game is slick as fuck.
Thirdest Police Edberger says I DK newer horror scares me most of the time but the old stuff that's campy it kills me.
That'd be hitting with the
Hamza
bomb,
Safda
yeah.
23 says we need a movie DI score. Georgia says, Creep yes seen that and Wolf Creek is decent too Ham.
What are the fucking buttons in this game?
Hamza
we got-
Safda 23 says also now I know what to choose from Vic Epstein.
Look, he's got the... I remember this. You can go sideways. This game is fucking greatness, man. It's actually just as good as I remember. How highly regarded is this game? Because it has to be fucking high. It's got to be.
I'll take this one.
Dude, at the time, we were blessed with this shit. Holy crap. This was the tip top.
Something's wrong with the G diffuser.
G diffuser.
Hamza Sattler 23 says I have so many up on my sleeve, Georgia, but let's see.
Okay.
Georgia says, this is like a weird Sonic the Hedgehog. Milkatima Casting says, God, these are my favorite games. Thirdest Police Edberger says, Creep, no, I don't think I've seen that.
To a fucking barrel roll, bro. They're throwing shit at us. Mate, we didn't deserve this shit. They just don't fucking make them like this no more. Sound effects are on point as well.
Georgia says, did anyone used to play an old game called Plebs? Edward Johnston says this game looks awesome.
It is.
Testing says Creep is a found footage, it's one of those edge of your seat constantly type.
This game is fucking greatness, bruh.
Get ahead.
All range mode.
The one on the SNES was also a banger.
So this is Starbound.
I was going straight into him? What the fuck?
Georgia says, I think they used to fall out buildings and you'd catch them.
I remember this now.
Is Parasite considered a horror?
No.
Oh, there's like a break? I didn't even...
Milkatima Kesting says in Assault for the GameCube, there's land battles on foot. You can get in the vehicles, it's so good.
I remember this now, yeah, so on the boss it's kind of... Then you can go anywhere you want.
No.
And then, yeah, like different parts get damaged.
Parasite is a thriller, but that jump scare fucking got me.
Oh, you just spoiled it.
Thirdest Police Ember just says Mirror D80 says Johnny brother. Open new support and updates have stopped in 2023. You should get retro.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have to do that. I'm so behind the time.
Mirror D80 says it is constantly updated.
You did it!
Edward Johnston says Tale of Two Sisters, one of my favorite horror movies, Korea.
Falco ship is under maintenance.
Never seen a Korean horror. Mate, Slippy is pinging, bro. Look at him. Look at his face. Mate, Falco is dead. What happened to him?
The Koreans know how to do horror.
I've never seen a Korean horror. This would be a good watch. I'd actually love to watch the scariest Korean horror. Don't ruin it for me. What? We can't choose?
Milkatima Kesting says, Tale of Two Sisters is so fucking good too.
What's this, bruh?
Impressive, Star Fox.
Edward Johnston says he's been on the coffees.
He's been on more than that, cuzzy. Actually looks like he's taken something very, very, very potent. I remember this. I used to love this. He'd break these apart, right? Bro, they fucking ripped Star Wars the fuck off with this.
Milkatima Kesting says, wait, you've never seen a Korean movie? No host, no old boy.
None of them.
Quit dinking around.
Mirror D80 says I may be able to help with the installation. However, I don't have Mac, so maybe a little different. Mirror D80 says there's plenty of guides for RetroArch online and on YouTube. Thirdest Police Edberger says, I used to watch a lot of Korean movies back in the day, but I haven't seen anything newer. Every time something gets trendy, it loses quality. Edward Johnston says he's been to Fold.
Don't mess up that R-way.
Oh, you're supposed to go through these, right? I remember this. This gives you some shit. This gives you like a secret or something. Yeah. What's this, bruv? What's that? Mate, this game's a classic, dude. It hasn't aged a day.
Be careful, it's a trap.
And the meme-worthy shit from all your
Third Police Edgar says OMG old boy, wow, I forgot about that.
I don't have any bombs, bro. What's this shit? The fuck?
Try a somersault.
Milkatima Testing
Here
says,
comes the
I
big
rewatch
one.
it every few years.
I think if you take this out, you get something awesome. Not
Mirror
today.
D80 says this game has great one-liners.
Whoa! Can you make it?
Use the brake.
Mate, this game is fucking awesome. Damn, Nintendo, you did good.
Use the boost to get through.
Oh, we're fucked. Okay. Anyways, this is amazing. We'll have to come back to this. I can see why they're remaking it. But this was the game I never fucking finished. Turok. My god, this was so difficult. Pilot wings. Remember that shit?
Third Police Edgar says, I think I might actually have that one on DVD somewhere. I bought a bunch of Korean movies when Blockbuster finally closed and sold everything. Mirror D80 says, glad I was one that recommended it. Mirror D80 says Turok 2 was a bit more cinematic.
It wasn't that good though, was it? This at the time was mind-blowing. This was a launch title. I remember it would cost 90 quid or something mad like that. But this was fucking mind-blowing when it came out. It was just in excess of the PlayStation 1 by far. Look, it looks way better. And I remember, I don't even know if it's that good, but I remember loving it. The weapons were fucked. There was two which were nuclear weapons.
Mirror D80 says Turok 3 was even more and also on PS5. Mirror D80 says Turok. Edward Johnston says Handmaiden the Korean movie incredible.
Red blood, what's this? Green blood. Vertical.
Milkatima Kesting says, Lady Vengeance is my favorite of the Old Boy trilogy. Mirror D80 says, you know how to Turok jump?
I can't remember.
Bradwr says, Old Boy, I never saw the Korean one, I saw the one with Josh Brolin and Elizabeth Olsen. That movie is real, I effed up.
Oh yeah, I remember not. This is unplayable because it's so sensitive. It's actually impossible. Yeah, need a better emulator. This is all too much. Right.
Mirror D80 says you turned off blood.
Oh, silly me. It looks like I'm not going to England. Fuck, man. %2 battery. This is not going to work.
Mirror D80 says PS5 is easier controls.
It doesn't have the six face buttons.
Milkatima Kesting says, OMG Brad, I watched it in theaters, immediately offend that the credits based on a Korean film. Okay, fuck you Spike Lee.
Fuck, I would love to go to England, bruv. Would love it, but it ain't gonna happen. Right, I'm gonna fuck off. Gonna go to bed pinging.
Mirror D80 says you have a second where you jump further. Mirror D80 says before falling.
Oh, really?
Bradwr says, I think that was the most diabolical plot twist in movies.
Don't spoil it.
Mirror D80 says good night all.
Good night all. Thanks for the donations and ting, yeah? What the fuck has happened? Don't even know. Can't remember. But it was fun. What the fuck did just happen? I just sat here not doing anything.
Mirror D80 says thank you all.
Thank you all. Thanks for the party. You lot made it a party. I'm gonna go.
Georgia says, night night.
Good night. Speak well, everyone. Cheers.